Well, that's on
Yeah,
YouTube. So
okay.
just give me 1 second.
Are you going to record this too, Willem?
Yeah, once the YouTube is live, so I'll only press record. All right, we are live on YouTube, and this session is being sponsored by the Millennium Project in partnership with Teach the Future, a global movement to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future, both in and out of school. And today we have present Rad from Penang in Malaysia and our founder, Peter Bishop. People are joining us from all over the world in this 24-hour conversation about futures. And my name is Willem Overbos. I've been with Teach the Future for 2 years, and I'm facilitating today from Australia. So it's a little over 3 o'clock here, and we are glad that you are with us. I have some initial comments to make, just to make sure that everybody here and present will be happy. You're happy to participate. Please use the chat. We are broadcasting live on YouTube. I have to record our own session. So we are live on YouTube. The link I will share for your distribution in the chat. And please use the chat for your own convenience. We're looking at the chat. We're also trying to get your messages in the chat. Please stay away from any words or topics that are not okay. And we would really love you to participate. We have some other tools that we will be sharing during the session. But first, let's go to our guest Rad from Penang. Rad, just to start today, I mean, it's amazing that you took some time away from school, at least that's what I'm assuming, and be present with us. It's a little past midday in Penang. So tell us a little bit about what's happening in your life.
So I am Ratna. I am 12 years old, and I was born in Penang, Malaysia, and I've been here for my whole life. And I am just really interested in World Futures Day. It's a very, to me, it's a very innovative idea, because we're thinking about the future, and I feel like it's really good that we're allowing young people to participate in this event from all over the world. So yeah, that's it.
Well, that's great. And for those of you who don't know where Penang is, maybe we can show it on the map of the world, because it's just something that I don't know if I've been there in 1993, I think, Ratna. So that's a while ago. How many people live on the island? Just to give us an idea.
I mean, it's a pretty big island. Maybe around 200,000-300,000, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite a big island.
So maybe you can see my screen here. We've got Australia presenting on the map, and I'll zoom in a bit further to get to we're somewhere here, right near the just below Thailand. I think that's where we are.
Yes, right there.
Right there. That's good.
Yep.
200,000-300,000 people. Tell us a little bit about your school.
So my school is in here. It's right beside my house. It's 15 minutes away from my house. It's a private school, Northern Lights Private School, and it's a really great school. They really encourage students not to value themselves based on academic achievements. They really allow students to expand into their creativity. Yeah, it's a really great school.
So let's, while we go around the room, I think I'll stop my share there, because otherwise, screen share, stop share, stop share. Yep, I think I stopped the share right now. I did. Peter, welcome from somewhere in California. Where are you today, Peter?
Well, it's great to be with you, Willem and Ratna. It's a pleasure to kick off the very first of 24 discussions of the future, involving both us old people along with young people. We want both generations represented here. Yeah, I'm showing the iconic Golden Gate Bridge in the background there from California. Right now, I happen to actually be in Boise, Idaho, which is a little bit northwest of northeast of California. I'm delivering a 3-hour workshop for librarians on how they can include future studies in their libraries, both the books that they're displaying and the programs that they have, largely for teens and for young people. So it's a great opportunity to talk to the people on the front line of those talking to young people like Ratna and all of the people that we want to do. It's a pleasure to be with you as the kickoff session, Willem and Ratna. We've been doing, this is the third version of World Future Day Young Voices. We started 3 years ago, and last year was quite successful. But this year is even more so. We have almost double the number of people registered, and I think we're going to hit every single time zone of the 24 time zones in the world. So I'm delighted to be starting off. I will sleep for a while, and then I'll be facilitating sessions when it gets to be light again in California.
And thank you, Peter. And it's great that even the librarians are involved in futures thinking, and it's great to be part of this global movement that basically has an ambition to make young voices heard, and like we are doing today, getting your visions of the future and your preferred futures involved in how we solve the global challenges of today. But maybe just as a little icebreaker for today, and I just shared the link to the Miro board that we're using in the session in the chat. So if you want to go there, that's cool. A little icebreaker, and I'm going to start with you, Peter, because that's easier and it maybe gives us some inspiration. What do you really like about yourself?
Oh, well, I didn't expect that at all. I didn't do my homework, obviously, what the icebreaker was. I don't know. What I like about myself is that I'm able to take, I don't want to make this to be bragging, but appreciative inquiry says that we should recognize our strengths and celebrate them. I think I'm able to take complex subjects like the future and future studies and foresight, and I hope turn it into meaningful ways that other people can understand it more simply. I mean, I'm an academic by training, of course, but I've really tried to make this what we call futures for all, that everybody should be thinking about the future the way we're doing. And that's why Teach the Future is orienting itself to young people, not necessarily to corporations and to academics and things like that. So one of the things I like about myself is I like to take complex problems and understand them well enough where I can put them more simply. And therefore, as a teacher, I can teach things to other people, both young people and to adults. Because we do a training program, as you know, Willem, for adults on foresight, and we have a lot of young people learning the foresight methodologies in our Future Leaders program. So we're trying. I'm
gonna stop you here, Peter, because it was just one thing about yourself.
That's and before one thing. That is, it's all one thing. Sorry.
Making complex things simple, like the futures, is a very powerful tool. I think that Ratna, you want me to go first, or you've thought of something that you really like about yourself?
Yeah, you can go first.
I can go first. Okay. I think that what I like about myself is that I'm still able to be very, very curious, just like I see my children being curious about the world around them. And although I'm approaching 50, I think being as curious and wondering about the world around you as young people do without any boundaries is a very strong skill. So I'm happy that I can still be a bit childish in that perspective. Are you ready for your?
Okay, it's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like what I like about myself, it's definitely that I am a speaker. I speak a lot. If you ask my friends and family, I'm definitely speaking too much, but that I feel like it's a positive thing because I can talk about what I think and how it can positively affect other people's influences.
Wow. Well, let's hear a bit more about your speaking abilities today, Ratna, because that's what I'm really curious about. Like, if you're talking to your friends at school and the people in Penang, and you share that today you're joining this World Futures Day, what do they say? What do they, how is their response of your friends?
They were definitely a little skeptical. They were, most of them, they were like, what? Are you sure? Like a lot of people, like 24-hour event, what? So they were definitely very confused and skeptical. But I feel like a lot of my close friends and family, they definitely believed in me to be able to deliver a speech or what.
Yeah, well, you definitely are, and I think you're a great talker already. And yes, some people might declare you a little bit crazy, but isn't it the crazy ones that also contribute to changing the world? So I think again, now it's a great trait to have, and you can be proud of that. When we talk about futures, there is multiple futures to think about. And I have to be very careful here because my teacher is here, Peter Bishop. So I'll be putting this in my own words. And when I'm completely off topic, then he will probably correct me. But there's multiple futures. There's your preferred future, what you want the future to look like. There's alternative futures. So what if something else happens then? What you would like to happen. And if we look at these, and there's even more different sorts of futures. But what you did while you were imagining the year 2050, writing that article for the Futures Times newspaper, you were thinking about the world and looking back at today. And I don't know if you still have access to your story, and otherwise I'm happy to put it in the chat. But maybe you can share your thoughts with us that you wrote down. Would that be possible? Because then we have a good conversation starter.
Sure. Can you put it in the chat? Because I don't think I have access to it.
Yes, I can. Give me 1 second. I'll go to the responses. Here they are. It was the title of your message was, is there still room for a planet B, or should we be looking at a plan B? And I'm not going to read it out. It's 1 second away from being in the chat when my spinning wheel of motion, yep, there it is, stops. All right.
So what I was thinking, so obviously the topic in the article was you are a reporter from 2050 and report on the world. And I kind of centered myself into the present, and I just looked around if what was happening, if it just continues, because right now there are very little things that we're doing to stop pollution, light pollution, air pollution. if what is happening right now, if it continues, what would 2050 look like? So that was kind of my train of thought. So as you can see, mostly it's all about environmentally how we would be negatively affected. But if we continued on this way, I also acknowledged that we would definitely have technological advancements. So we could still stop at that time, but we really don't know how bad it could get.
And from a futures thinking perspective, there are some things to unpack here. And of course, I know that Peter is reading it with his very crisp look at your story. But what I would like to do is share my screen again and show what on average, and we have some stories now in our newspaper that we just started around what really drives that future of you. So you were describing technology as one of the solutions. Why are you emphasizing technology? Out of curiosity right now, why is it a trend that you see happening?
Yeah, it is a trend that I see happening. Especially, I think a few years back, there was a man who made a solution that he could put into a lake, and it would clean up all the dirt and all the polluted particles in the lake. So that really inspired me because with technological, he made this by hand in a country that's not very developed. But with technological advancement, we have a scientist, we have a lot of equipment, we have funding. With all of this, even in 2050, we could still reverse the damage that we have done to our planet. So that's what really made me focus on the point of technological advancements.
And well, we can see these things happening. If we go back to where you are currently in Penang, what can you see happening, or what's the current state? What's the current state of the environment, the climate currently?
So in Penang, it's really depends on the part where you're at, but mostly it's a lot of marine pollution. So our oceans, they only keep the beaches and the oceans clean where there are visitors, or it's like a tourist area, like a tourism place. So that really concerns me because they're just doing this for the sake of tourism, and they really don't actually care about the marine, like the state of the marine pollution. And that's one thing. And another thing is that our air, there's a lot of factories, especially in this area of Penang. There are a lot of factories, and they release a lot of greenhouse gases, stuff like that, smoke from like burning stuff inside the factory. So that really concerns me as well.
And if you look at the because you were projecting, looking back from the year 2050, and you could see that one of the solutions was technology. Another perspective of looking at it could be like you're talking about factories that are basically driven by organizations, by businesses. How did the business change, or what happened in today to make those businesses use more technology to make a better world, basically?
So on this thing, okay, so companies, they're basically, obviously, their number one worry or their importance is their profit. So with if they invest more, they're not sure how much if the profit would really settle to the investment. So I feel like they're not very worried on what they're doing to the environment, because I'm sure with more investments, they could definitely get technologies that won't, they could definitely even invent technologies that won't pollute the air, that they don't necessarily have to use a machine that is like emitting greenhouse gases and all these other toxins into the air. So I feel like if they really came together and they put in their investment, if they cared, they could make a difference.
Wow. And if you, and I know that I'm asking a lot of questions about your story, but your story really, grabs me. So if you then wonder about the community you live in, is there any, and of course, again, we're imagining looking back from the year 2050, like what was happening with the population? Were they, can you describe how they acted and what their position was towards these businesses? Were they asking for sustainable products, or were they looking at, you can't be doing this, or were they collaborating maybe in changing the way that business were driven?
Okay, so this is a very pressing topic, especially in the country that I am living in. It's the fact that even in young generations, even the older generations, a lot of people aren't aware about this. So there's a very small amount of people that are actually striving to make a difference. And I know some of the people, but you can see that most of them, they're not really aware about the topic. So a lot of people, they don't know what's happening to them. They don't care. And if you go a little farther north in Penang, there's like a village, and especially around that village, there's a lot of factories. But the village they're working in, they have a lot of crops, they do a lot of farming, so it has really affected them. But since they're not very they're quite poor people, unfortunately, and they're not aware of what's happening. They don't know what's causing it. So I feel like a lot of companies actually take advantage of that.
So one of the challenges that you see, if I'm listening, is that education and building knowledge about on pollution on the one hand, but also possible solutions on the other hand, is important. And that's something that you really want to stress, I think. That is it the point that you're making is, if you were able to collaborate more on education on pollution, that would be one of the solutions for you?
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
And is there something being done currently in the region to educate?
Unfortunately, in my country, I can actually see a lot of more developed countries, more developing countries. My sister is actually studying in the United Kingdom. So over there, she's always telling me, oh, it's so much better. They're educating us on this. So I'm really happy to see that other countries are making a movement, but I am also, on the other hand, I'm very sad to see that my country isn't.
And if you look at it, so are there any, let's say, signs on the horizon that that you can see that would help positive change? Are there any, like, for example, sustainable development goals or the United Nations? Are they present, and are you familiar with their work?
Yes, I am actually familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals. And I see, actually, when I'm visiting, I see even in Asia, a lot of countries, they're really acting on it. But I can't, I see my country, they're trying. I don't know if they're trying, actually, because in the news outlets, especially recently, there was a re-election for our prime minister. So in his campaign, they stated that they would definitely make changes in environmental goals, and they would make a lot of changes environmentally and like economically to improve the living situation of other people. But I don't, so far it's been a few months and I'm not seeing any changes, so it makes me really sad.
Well, that's also interesting to hear. Not very good that it makes you sad. But I think that if we're looking at the future, you were not sad, right? So if you're looking at the future, you are thinking about the changes that have happened. So you're questioning whether we still have a planet in the future.
Yeah.
But you're also positive that, you know, once we start to talk about it, technology is part of the solution. Shall we just see whether Scott or Bruce or Mary in the room have something to reflect on? Maybe they want to participate in the conversation and share their visions of the future or respond to what Ratna is saying. So feel free to do so if you want. While we have a look, Ratna, at the some of the results of the Future Times newspaper, because that emotion, that future emotion that you were sharing with us, makes you feel sad, but at the same time, you're feeling very confident to step up and be present here today on World Future Day to make your voice heard, to share your concerns, but also to talk about solutions. And what we do is we, with the future, we try to look at the responses we get, which are all same sort of articles that you wrote, and see and analyze whether they're positive or negative. Shall we have a look at the results? Because I think in general you're still quite positive. Am I correct?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, let me share my screen, and then hopefully you can see what I see. Share. Is this big enough for you to see?
Yes, that's good.
Yeah, so here it says we currently have people responding from 14 countries, 35 different cities. We have 60 submissions, but we were talking about the sentiment. And you can see that the majority of our respondents currently is a little bit more male than female. So we have to work on that. But in general, neutral, negative, positive, with 41%, almost 42% of the respondents being positive. And you can see that in the year 2050, they're all sort of my age, basically, in the year 2050, right? 48, 49, 50. So your generation is still quite positive towards the future. And the story that I'm trying to build, if I look at the word cloud here, it's really that technology is a key driver, but people are worried about poverty, right? So technology, again, the key driver here, and poverty is part of society. Is that something that resonates with you in Penang?
There are definitely a major number of people living in poverty in Penang. And as I said, a lot of them are living in the village areas, and they actually weren't in poverty. Back in the day, they were actually very wealthy, but now because of the, like the crops, they're dying. They don't know why they're dying. So yeah, they're definitely going in poverty by a major number.
And what do you see if, again, imagine you're in the year 2050 and you were describing that the heavy industry in your region is negatively affecting crops, the world you live in. What do you see that basically are the large opportunities? So what we should we do to change it?
As I said, definitely if we educated the people on what was happening, if the organizations decide to maybe take a part in the change, and they could maybe think of a different way on how to use their how to gain profit, but at the same time care about the environment. If we all just come together and we strive, it could happen. We could be living in peace.
We could be, well, there you go. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have a little look at the Miro board, and And I'm going to ask you a completely different question, which is framed here, and maybe one of my colleagues is able to add in the answer, and we already have some. If you had a time machine that would work only once, what point in the future in history would you like to visit? And while you think about it, I'll read out some stories here. I would like to go back to a time when the Filipino national hero, Dr. Jose Rizal, is also here in Madrid in Spain. Some of the younger people in Spain. Events that led to Black emancipation, the introduction of the first phone. I would go with my grandma to Celia Cruz concert, who unfortunately I don't know. So if you had that time machine that would work only once, right now, where would you go? In the future or in the past?
Definitely into the future. As well, it's quite ironic because that is our topic for today. I would definitely visit, maybe not 2050, I would go a bit further than 2050 and Whoa. See how maybe 2060, 2065, few years further. And I would see how the world is, see the condition of how we are. If it's good, then we know that's a good future and we should just remain on our path. If it's bad, then, well, we have to think, definitely we have to think of ways to prevent.
Evolved. Would that be it? I would go to 2060 and see how the world has evolved.
Yeah, definitely.
And make changes today, if that is necessary. That's spelled correctly. You want me to put your name there? I'll just say Rat.
Sure.
Rat Pinang. All right. Any responses? I can see that both we have two people on screen now. So would you like to come in, Bruce or Jiskook? Anyone wants to come in? Just unmute yourself.
Sorry, I just joined, so please understand my having to keep up with the things. I'll comment maybe later. Thank you.
All right, Bruce, I think you're ready to join.
Hi, my name is Bruce. I'm in the Boston area in Massachusetts, but I love your journey that you were describing. It sounds very exciting.
Well, great to have you here. What's happening in Boston?
It's kind of the late evening. We had a bit of snow. Everything's quiet right now. I think it's pretty quiet. But everyone's excited about learning, about health, about change. There's a lot of, intensity, I would say, in February. It's in March now, I guess, about to be in 2 minutes.
It's 2 minutes. Yeah, it's 2 minutes from midnight. Thank you for participating. Ratna, going back to your plan A, plan B, I think also you are very informed about the world around you. You have a very good understanding of what you would like, of your preferred future and how you would like the world to be. And you're really future oriented, right? You feel, and that's my interpretation, so correct me if I'm wrong, you feel quite certain about the fact, and this is actually more a question. Do you feel confident that you can contribute to a better future? Question mark.
It's not personal. It's not a personal thing. It's not about me. It's not about you. I just feel like everyone can contribute, even like the smallest contribution, they can definitely make a difference. So everyone can contribute to make a better future.
And could we say that is, if you were to make a wish for the future, what would be the wish for the future?
It's definitely one of the times where you wish you could wish for more wishes, because I wish for advanced future, but in the same time, um, uh, environmentally peaceful nature. So no more animals going into extinctions, which I feel like is definitely one of the most saddest topics. A lot of animals are going into extinction, animals which have been around for longer than we have. So yeah.
I'm writing it down in the Miro board. Environmental friendly and with no more animals going into extinction. And of course, this triggers something that we haven't talked about. Is that something that is currently happening in Malaysia? Are there any? Because here in Australia, for example, and I've only recently immigrated here, like a year ago, we had massive floods a year ago in this region, where tens of thousands of homes were flooded. Not as bad as, for example, Pakistan, where millions of people had floods, but for Australia, it was a disaster, especially in this region. But my mind goes out to those who are in Turkey, in Syria, in Pakistan, where there are far bigger extreme climate conditions and events happening at the world. But this example here and the bushfires we had also caused a lot of animals to become at the extinction list. So it is something that while the climate is changing, animals are being threatened. And do you believe that we as human beings have an influence in protecting that, in protecting the wildlife? Our
Definitely.
behavior matters?
Yeah, because definitely, we definitely have a part, because it would, if it was fully influenced by natural disasters, then we can't do anything, because that is nature reacting to itself. It always happens. But we are the ones, I feel like we could say that we are the ones that kind of caused, like recently, the natural disasters were the ones that kind of caused them, because of the Arctic, the drillings, a lot of global warmings leads to floods, and the fires, earthquakes. We definitely, now the natural disasters that are happening in today's world, we definitely have a part in them. So we have to.
Is that the general opinion of the people in your class, for example, and in your school?
Definitely. We've had a debate about this topic in our class. Well, it was actually a formal debate, so we really didn't have a choice. And after that, everyone was apologizing to the other side. We were like, sorry, no, it's definitely our fault, but we have no choice because it's a debate. Yeah.
And it's not your fault, it is the fault of, and I think that's the definition of sustainability. So to preserve the world and its resources for present and future generations. And it is especially the and future generations part, which of course is very important, because we, and maybe my parents, didn't do a good job. What you're saying is, we're not going to blame you, but we have to solve it together moving forward, but we're in sort of a hurry. I think that's, when I talk to you, that's the feeling I get. Now, if you're in a hurry, and if you're in a hurry to change the world around you for future generations, and again, noting that you've got a whole life in front of you, what kind of legacy would you want to leave for the future? So once it's 2050, you're my age, for example, you're 50. What would be the legacy that you would like to leave? So what would you want the world to look like?
I definitely have to think about this. So I would be happy to let someone else go first.
Yeah, maybe we have people coming in. Suha, maybe she hasn't been there. Jisuk, would you feel confident to answer that? Or Mary? Mary came on screen. And it's a big question, so maybe we should unpack it. But Yusuk, go for it.
Yeah, so what kind of legacy do we want to leave to future generation? Perhaps just I would like to contribute just a little on building a system, or yeah, a system that guarantees health for everybody. You know, like everyone can get good health care, everyone can get good welfare, so that, you know, money does not hinder people from getting good treatments and care package that will sustain people's health. It doesn't necessarily mean longevity, but while they're living, they can be healthy. That's perhaps my vision. And I'm from Republic of Korea.
You're from Korea. Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you for sharing your vision from Korea. And I would like to summarize that as hoping that, you know, people have a healthy and long life, and that we're able to support that.
Well, I'm not really sure if I want everyone to live until 90, including me. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not exactly. I mean, I'm a little too young to say I want to live until. I won't want to live until I'm 90, but I'm just saying, whilst we're living alive, we should all have the equal access and equitable access to healthcare to maintain, you know, a certain level of health in life. Back to you, Willem. Willem, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Yeah, so it's Willem, it's perfect. It's a Dutch name. I'm from the Netherlands originally. If you reflect on that, Ratna, health, we were talking about education as one of your wishes. Health, is that something that resonates with you, Ratna?
Health concerns, definitely, actually, especially the bigger ones, like the more major ones, such as maybe cancer, or recently there have been an outbreak of many viruses. We can't even keep track at this point. There are many viruses, so health is definitely one of the concerns. But I feel like towards the question, what kind of legacy do we want to leave? We want to leave a legacy as the generation that made a change, because we've always wanted a generation that made a change. So far, there have been not many as we would like, but yeah, we would want to leave a legacy as a generation that made a change.
The generation that made, and I will say, you're saying a change, not the change, but a change. Wow. That's a beautiful one. Mary, would you like to reflect on that beautiful legacy quote from Rod?
Yeah.
And tell us where you're from as well.
Yes. So I am from the Chicagoland area, Illinois, the United States. Yeah, you know, equality, education, everyone, you know, having a voice at the table, I think is very, very important, because we're all different. And if you do have this voice at the table, I think some of these other things will just kind of naturally not solve themselves per se, but they won't be as impactful. So if everyone has a voice at the table, hopefully that can eliminate some of the problems that are on this planet with food shortages, and in some areas, food overabundance. So that's, you know, I'm excited to hear like what you guys have already put out there, and I am 100% in agreement with education, equality with food, healthcare. You know, those are human basic needs, and I think that would be a good thing to leave.
Thank you, Mary, for participating, and Jisuk, also thank you for participating. Ratna, we're running towards the last 7 minutes of the session now, and I've got a question that's maybe more action oriented, and it is, you know, what is the one action that you would like or you will take to consider the well-being of others, the future, and the planet. And again, it's a bigger question, but you can make it very small into, it's a behavioral thing. And it can be as small as picking up a plastic bottle in the street when it's laying around, or washing your clothes at 30 degrees, which is something that we do in Australia more often, or anything, basically drinking water from a refillable plastic instead of a plastic bottle. There's all these little things that you can do. But what would be your action to help people to consider the planet and the future?
Yes. So we definitely need a lot of major changes, such as these organizations and all that. But I don't think people understand how much power they have within themselves. You could work to reduce your own personal carbon footprint. And as you said, it's as simple as picking up a water bottle on the street, throwing away, not wasting your food, or not over excessively using electric energy. It's the little things that you do that can actually make a really big difference.
And the interesting thing when I'm listening to you is that we started the Future Times newspaper story with technology being a big part of the transition that you described, right? And if we also look at where we are now together, reflecting on the start of the conversation, we see that people coming together and people joining from all over the world, talking about what you initiated, Ratna, a conversation about how you see the future and how you value your values and beliefs, and what you think can help us, keep Planet A instead of thinking about Mars and Planet B. That's a very important part. So we're slowly bringing in let's say, the human connection and the conversation about the future to imagine that beautiful future together. And I think that's a very important and powerful tool or contribution of futures thinking. So as we slowly move into the next session, where I think Mary and Victor will be hosting, so it'll just roll on at the, it'll be somewhere 1 o'clock midnight. Mary, I don't know what time it is where you are.
Oh, it's almost 11 o'clock at night. So
11 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah. So technically it's still February 28th.
Yeah. So you've got, so we were in at the beginning of the session from basically, let's say, somewhere in Tonga, Samoa was the timeline. So New Zealand started. I'm in Australia. Ratna is in Penang, where it now is almost 1 o'clock, and she shared with us her vision of the year 2050 from her Future Times newspaper. Ratna, I really want to thank you for your contribution, and I would like, if you're still there, you to reflect on the session today, and what you can, what will you share with your friends in school about today's conversation on futures thinking, having also heard the perspectives from around the world.
Yeah, I definitely heard a lot of perspectives, and I'm actually very happy that on the topic of environment, a lot of people are on the same side as me. So I'm really happy to see that. And I would definitely tell my friends that this was a very eye-opening experience. Everyone can make a difference. And I think if next year there's a World Future Day, I would definitely encourage them to take part.
Well, thank you, Ratna, for joining us today from Penang. It was a pleasure and an honor talking to you about your dream, about not having not your dream to have a Planet A, to look for a Plan B, but also to be positive about the future. For sharing your thoughts and being so flexible to work with us. I would like to say thank you to the participants who have joined us. And I would like to encourage you, because we're a rolling conversation, to keep listening in, just join the conversation, and to keep using and joining the Discord channel that I just shared with you, because the conversation is ongoing. You can always go onto the Miro board that we shared in the chat. And as we reach the end of this time zones conversation, we're basically going towards the next conversation, which will start briefly with Mary and Victor. And again, as a final invitation, please also share your stories in our Future Times newspaper. It only takes a couple of minutes, but we're really looking forward to build that global narrative about what we all think the future would look like, and specifically from the perspective of the young voices. So thank you from Penang, Malaysia, Evans Head, Australia, and anybody else listening in from New Zealand. And I'm handing over to you, Mary, and I will also make you the host of the session. So again, thank you for being here on behalf of the whole team, and over to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Great session, great insight. And, this is my first time participating in this program, and I love the conversations that are happening so far. I was reviewing some of the YouTube videos from last year and some really great conversations. So I'm super excited. It's an honor for me to be here. I do a little bit of background on me. I work in technology. I am a consultant, and I focus on digital transformation and change management. So to me, anytime an organization has new technology coming in, or sometimes they're just doing change is always hard for people. And when we envision the future, I think that's hard for people as well, because people are afraid of, what's coming next. I know there's a lot about artificial intelligence and being afraid of artificial intelligence. We will probably touch upon that a little bit in our discussion. But I also wanted to give Victor an opportunity to introduce himself as the co-host.
Thank you, Mary. Welcome, guys. Thank you, Willem, for a fantastic transition there.
Yeah.
Incredible job right there. But I just want to reiterate something. We are live on YouTube. This session is being sponsored by Millennium Project in partnership with Teach the Future, a global movement to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future, both in and out of school. I am the young co-host for this next session. Mary is the veteran version of the co-host, and we are just going to be going right into it. I'm going to be using my wise wisdom from my young perspective, and Mary's going to be, just adding her own insights as well. But from just a little bit about myself, so I graduated from Arizona State University from the College of Global Futures. And I have a degree in innovation society, so more so on anticipating or just understanding or trying to understand how emerging tech or innovation or discoveries or scientific inventions affect society, or how society affects set things, and just planning and seeing ahead and seeing how that dynamic is going to change or might change or influence society as a whole. So that's my background. That is the interest that I've gone into. But I've also been intrigued in future studies and futures thinking ever since my first year of college, back in when I was 18 years old. So I've been in this field or known about this field since 2015. So it's been a while, and this is my second time facilitating this event. and first time with Mary. So I'm excited to start.
Yeah, it's great. So one of the, just to kick this off a little, Willem, you were talking about technology and how technology, is going to have this big impact on the future. And much to what Victor said about how innovative technology is going to impact our lives, our family, our community. So just to kind of get it kicked off, I'd like to start the conversation on how we think maybe these innovative technologies in the future will be, affecting our lives. We spoke a little bit about this. You spoke a little bit about this in the earlier session. Is it good? Is it bad? What do you think, Victor?
For me, it's usually not the technology itself. It's how humans use it for themselves or with others as well.
Mm-hmm.
So just like the gun, which is the most popular conversation topic, the most controversial as well. But Willem, you have your hand raised.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that your question is great, and if I can still reflect on technology, that association with technology as one of, once you start to talk to people and once you start to talk about values and beliefs and how people see the future, the conversation tends to go, as it did in the session we had previously, towards building stories together, building narratives together, and being able to really connect to each other's worlds as maybe an even bigger solution. And yes, technology plays a major part in it because we're all connected through social media, but it also puts us on screens for a lot of time on a day. And we were talking about this in another event that I was participating in earlier today. That imagine that we were able to use the concept of screen time that is currently, of course, managed also by the tech companies. If we could use the concept of screen time and change that towards climate time or green time or time to talk to each other in real life. And this conversation wouldn't be possible without technology, but still it feels very valuable to be able to communicate. So I sort of underscribe, Victor, what you were saying, that it's not the technology that is the solution, it is a facilitator too, which enables conversations and story sharing between people.
And just an example for one of the technologies that I recently just got, which is a smartwatch. It was one of the last things that I wanted to get just to experiment with, just to see how it affects my own personal lives. But when I got it, ever since that I got it, it hasn't been much of a useful implementation to my own personal life. But I keep trying to see where else can I use it, how else can I use it to benefit me. And one of the things that I like that it does automatically by itself is it gives me like a signal or a vibration saying, hey, it's time for you to walk. You've been, very not mobile. You're like just sitting down, and it just encourages you just to, just go take a walk. And that's one of the things that I like about this watch. Is more like a reminder, just to make sure that you're doing something active. That's trying to make sure that the habits that you are creating, or the habits that you are trying to make a goal, that you're able to communicate with this technology, is able to make sure that you are following the goals that are beneficial to you, your body, and your health, and your well-being. And that's what I've been liking about this watch. Even though the lifespan of the battery is not that good, it's just the usage that I've learned how to implement it into my own personal life, like seeing how much I sleep. Is it good? Is it bad? am I able to identify something that I'm able to use the data just for myself and not for any other people?
And speaking of data, are you ever concerned that your data and your information may be used in the wrong way for some of these technology companies that are collecting data on you? Whether it's a watch or in social media or on any of your devices. Does it scare you? Not bother you? Are you just kind of accept it?
I guess I'm in that generation where I am not a millennial, but not a Gen Z. I think I'm like in the middle of those two. So I understand where the generation before me has or understands why technology is bad, but I also understand the beneficial of the usage of technology into your daily life. And for me, the way that I see it isn't as terrifying as it can be for other people. I see it more of a positive thing. One of the cool things that I like to remind myself is that the peak of the telephone, it started with the block phones, but now we have these solid rectangular phones, but now we are seeing bendable phones. And one of the cool things that I like to remind myself is, my younger brothers are experimenting, have achieved like insane amounts of accessibility, or they know how to manipulate the technology in their favor. And I am excited just to see how they can expand their knowledge, expand their tech savviness with bendable phones or foldable phones or anything else that we haven't imagined, but for them it's real. But they have this amount of years just to experiment it with, and then just adding this next generation to the next generation. So I like to see just the involvement between technology alongside with the children, the youth, including myself and anyone else that has been, I guess, integrated their life with technology.
Yes. Yeah, I see that also too, and the good, going back to the data, or like, they collect data on people, but that could solve some real problems, right? These scientists see, particularly data scientists or medical scientists, they see data patterns and that can solve some problems. And I think you were mentioning your younger brothers who are playing with this technology, and they're going to be able to help, solve some problems, and hopefully solve some problems, whether it's with the cell phone being foldable to, how it can be used in another way that they probably haven't even thought of. But knowledge share to me is always a good part of the future, is when you share that knowledge that you have, and someone across the globe maybe didn't think of something you thought of, but they're thinking of it in a different way that could solve some problems in their own community. So that's very exciting.
Yeah, that's in a way that just different cultures, different places of the world, communicating with each other just to have different ideas. It just brings me the idea of AI just playing into play, just like how Chat GPT has been doing. But one of the things that I like to think is AI can be thought of as an alien, or like what did they say? Like just an alien mindset. It's not a mindset that we know of. Like, of course, we're still inputting the codes in the software, but the moment that they do it by itself, and after a few years, after 10 years, after a decade or a century, it'll be thinking in a different way that we never imagined. And it's going to be useful with creativity or collaboration or idea making, just bouncing ideas back and forth in different ways that humans as a species have never thought of before. And that's one of the exciting things and the positive things that I like to implement with my other friends. Like, this is something that's pretty cool. And they're just as curious as we are.
I love your curiosity, Victor, and I love the way that you are using those examples of smartwatches and technology to get that conversation out. And I think that even contemplating on GTP3, which of course is the big conversation at the moment in tech, also has those different angles. And I think that in the conversation it is very important to balance that and to see where do we fit in. I mean, I've been playing with GTP3 and it's cool. And yes, you can talk, and the answers that you get back are remarkably good. You can use them in blog posts, but I also think, and I'm curious to find out what your opinion is that the human curation of the content being produced with AI remains a crucial thing, right? So to make sure that it is, yes, I wrote something, I've had a little bit of help of AI, to get me started, to get a nice structure in, but I've actually reread, edited a little bit, and here's my article, or here's my blog post. What's your take on that, and how do you think moving forward we will use AI?
I haven't used ChatGPT myself, surprisingly, but I know a few people that have used it. And one of the main things is we are heading into, well, this is my opinion, but I have a sense of, and this includes me, like opportunities, content creators, or people who are following their own passion and adding their own value back to society in different ways, which is not a normal job that has been common. One of the things that I like to also share is that the job that I have now was never existing before or during my college years. Like, after college was around that time was when my job posting, which is a contract with self-driving cars. And during my time in college, or even before in high school, back in 2015, around that time, I never considered working with self-driving cars, or there was no job posting with self-driving cars that didn't require like high profile college degrees like engineering or computer science, because I don't have any of those. I have no experience in computer or computer science and technology, specifically diving into the coding itself, but more so in a different way that this industry requires people to help out with. And that's how I see with AI. It can be a tool, it can be a partner, it can be something that you can collaborate with other people, it can be something that can ease your life as a content creator or as a digital creator, or any kind of job that you want to create yourself in a way that hasn't been experimented with, but you can try because you have like a cheering partner just helping you along. It doesn't have to be another human being. It can be an AI that has experience with this kind of stuff that can help identify your strong areas or your weak areas, and it is able to coach you along the way. And for me, that is something that I would personally use in a way that makes it easier for me just to follow the passion that I want to go into and provide back what I want people to learn and just understand how I see the world.
Yeah, I'm curious, Victor. In our previous session, we were talking about, how we would hope the world would be, like Vellum, you were moderating it. So, there was this huge concern about, having a healthy people who are healthy in the future. That was our desire. Have everyone have access to education, access to food, access to healthcare. And when we were talking about AI, does it scare you that AI is interfering with some in the healthcare industry at all? Is that does your generation, if your doctor, not let's just say not anything serious, but your general practitioner doctor was like artificial intelligence, would that scare you?
Well, I do in somewhat work with AI with self-driving cars. But because I work with self-driving cars and at the very front line of, innovation, basically, it doesn't concern me as much when AI is involved in my healthcare or my own health. One of the things that I like to consider in a positive way is if humans, might never find a cure for cancer, because it's a difficult thing to grasp and to identify the problem and the issue. Maybe AI can see it differently, and maybe AI can find a cure for us. And that's one of the positive things that I like to have AI just being involved, just because it has a different outlook. It doesn't have bias towards certain colors, certain race. But only because the scientists who create the AI implements that kind of ideas, that kind of thought process. But until then, until it's able to identify that humans are humans and there's nothing different from each other, just a little minimal differences between each one underneath the skin, and identifying like what's wrong with a person compared to another person who is very similar, and just using math and logistics and stats. I think that's a lot more, I guess, in my opinion, more carefree, not as problematic, not just going from one doctor to another doctor to another doctor, and can be an AI that's able to understand the knowledge from all doctors from all over the world, who are able to have a specific specialty in one, that can specialize and help out in one area, versus having one doctor specializing or branching out to different areas. So one person that's very strong in one working with another one, and AI is able to incorporate all those ideas, all those strong inputs and knowledge into one cohesive knowledge base.
Very good. If anyone has an opinion on this, please feel free to raise your hand or chime in. I'd love to hear some other opinions on, are you afraid of AI in the future? If it's going to be your doctor or self-driving car, and what some of your visions are with that. So
I feel that AI definitely has its place in the future. However, I can't see ourselves as a humanity completely relying on it, but more like looking at it as a partnership. I could see it developing into something like that, because if these things become so autonomous and knowing, I almost feel it's like they're obviously not real, but I don't know. It's got to be looked at a little bit differently, I feel.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Andrew, where are you from on the globe?
California.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of getting a feel of like where people are on the globe and in their responses with this. Anyone else would like to chime in?
Or even just saying where they're from. Yeah, I guess we didn't explain where we're from. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. Mary, where are you from again?
I'm from the Chicagoland area, Chicago, the United States also. And yeah, this is, as I said, this is my first time participating. So super excited. And it's great. Victor, you and I had a great conversation before this call, just being, the younger generation has the ability to change things, and just being able to change, and we're all interconnected across the globe. So I love the fact that this younger generation adapts to change. I feel like they adapt to change way better than my generation, which I won't tell you about. But to me, that's exciting, because that the positive change, that adapting to whether it's technology, whatever it is, and being able to have that, the ability to change is a big thing. So Victor, one of the things you also talked about, the personal growth with the future. How do you feel about that? Do you think it's going to be a positive? You're a positive person, so I know you're going to say, all this innovation around us is going to be positive for my own personal growth. So how do you were saying your watch, how it's a positive thing for your health and perhaps your growth. Anything else?
Yeah, we discussed how innovation, emerging tech is one of my biggest ideas that I like to talk about. And just even though I don't spend most of my time exploring or just diving into the news or researching, but another thing that I like to do is just to read personal development books, personal growth. And one of the things that I have noticed is there's not a lot of personal development growth with futurist thinking. I read The Future You for the first time by, what was his name? But he used to be the futurist over at Intel, and I got the chance to talk to him in a Zoom call, and it's been a very inspirational moment that kind of inspired me to go after my own way of thinking and adding and combining different kind of personal development themes with futurist thinking. So in a way that I'm able to just have those moments where I feel motivated or inspired about the future, but not only just in the technology, innovative space or health or the main steep section of conversations or conversations, but more so on the very basic of the human life. So more so on relationships, more so on loneliness, more so on goal making, so much more on the personal level, so personal features. And one of the things that I've started doing is just writing down these thoughts and ideas and quotes that I do, and then another thing that I did was, just going on TikTok and sharing these ideas on TikTok to these people in a way to bring them into the futurist thinking, future studies field, and just showing them, there's a lot of these people who are not just main futurists that are focused on technology and health and science and space, but something that's more, grounded more on a personal level, more on the actual, instead of just planning something, from a very basic concept or structure or process, is more on bringing futurist thinking, future studies, and the tools and the methods into that way of thinking. So more of a internal discovery through futurist thinking. And I actually have something for the audience here for who are attending our session. I actually just finished the first 3 chapters of this 25 chapter book that I'm writing. It's called The Future, A Future, Our Future, Your Future, My Future. And it's just basically just going different areas of our lives, like relationship, as I said, or disappointments in today's world, and just changing that negative aspect into something more positive. Understanding that, there's a lot of these negative aspects and mindsets that people usually will have, but something that I'm able to provide in a futurist thinking outlook. And one of the things that kind of encouraged me is my friends who have never heard about this field are usually always confused anytime that I mention the field that I'm in. And I'm like, maybe this book can give you an idea of how it can be applied in a personal level without any kind of knowledge of this field. And yeah. What about you, Mary?
Pardon me?
What about you? Personal development, growth, and the future?
Oh, you know what? I think there is a lot of noise out there, right? For me. And some of it, you know, you're just like, sometimes it's overwhelming, which affects your being, right? Of this anxiety of all this information, and I'm being bombarded with this. I think that will affect some people, because you, like right now, you've mentioned, you know, you go on TikTok, and I honestly, I know, like on LinkedIn, there's a couple of forums for futurists, and on every social platform, I'm sure there's a forum for futurists. But there's a lot of information you're being bombarded with. But I think, like overall, I think it will help your being. You know, I think we were talking about artificial intelligence earlier. Some people forget that there once was IBM's big mainframe. Everyone was afraid of that. That eliminated mundane processes that people were doing in organizations. And I think that helped them live healthier lives to some extent. That, you know, and just looking at this green screen back in the day, looking at numbers and then letters on a green screen, that is not healthy. You know, we know that. So I think that well, there is a lot of innovation that will help our personal growth, because we'll be freed up to enjoy your wonderful book that's coming out. We'll be able to enjoy some leisurely things. That is my hope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, one of the things that kind of inspired me of writing this book is because I guess the main theme for today is young voices. And since the first book that I wrote, well, it's not really a book, but I kind of, a lot of people think it's a book, but it's more like a guide, like a 26-page guide. But I was 25 when I published that, or just created that and launched it and just showcased it to the world. And just the encouragement with my friends saying, you know what, maybe it's something that people will like to hear or will like to see. And so the encouragement just to showcase my work in a topic and a subject that I know has been a lot of fun, just to provide that, just to put that out there, show what I already know. And one of the things that I like to think is change it in a way like, let's see what I know now and then compare it to what I will know later on into the years, 5 years from now. How will that first guide change over time in 5 years? Like, if I created a different guide in 5 years, how will it be different from the one that I wrote? And I wouldn't have known the growth of my own self-knowledge or my own self-knowledge base if I don't do that. And I feel like a lot more young people should be doing that, just sharing what you know, showcasing in a very tangible way. Or even if you have the opportunity to create something tangible, it actually makes it feel real. Like I showed you, Mary, the guide, the physical guide, I just ordered it on print because it was digital, but I really just wanted to have that physical touch that I wanted to have and experience. And now with the second book that I have upcoming, I'm taking my time with it, but I'm excited just to showcase what it looks like. And since I am going to be announcing a soon here. At least, I mean, it's February 28th on our end, but for World Future Day, this is how it looks like for now.
Victor, you're going to have to unmute yourself, please.
Is this
There you go.
Is this a new update with Zoom when you share something it mutes you? But can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is the book that I have coming out on futurist thinking and personal growth, personal development. I wanted to make it more approachable to futurist thinking. So instead of just a basic toolkit, a basic method process, or just learning about future studies, it's more like connecting with people on a personal level in a different way. So instead of just being a coach, it's more like providing a different and unique outlook. And I like how William said, futurist thinking is a key skill to develop. And I feel like this is one way that I can introduce to a broader and wider audience, including older folks, younger folks that I'm able to experience or experiment with making TikToks. Since I breakdance as well, I usually just create a little clip of me breakdancing and just adding a little quote about, like, for example, let me go back to this one. Did I change it? So yeah, the future is yours to choose alone, but be ready to merge your future with important people in your life too. So stuff like that.
Yeah, we're still seeing your cover. Did you have a different page?
Is it the other one?
Yeah,
I
we're
think
still.
I have the other one. Okay, now I add a different window up with the same.
That's okay.
Right. But yeah, the future is yours to choose alone, but be ready to merge your future with important people in your life too. So just making it more, I guess, related, like seeing how we can implement future thinking, future studies in our own personal life. And the way that I'm doing with these chapters is more so like a digestible book where it doesn't flow from the front cover all the way to the back. Anyone can go back at any point of the chapter just to get a feel of inspiration, get a feel of motivation. And it's easy just to go through each of the chapters. Each of the chapters are like 1 page long. Well, one letter wide, letter length, but it's like 5 pages of a regular book chapter. So stuff like this that I'm able to, make it easier, because I'm not a person that likes to read a lot of research papers. So I can relate with a lot of people not wanting to read a big textbook or a research paper, but something that's easy for them to grasp the idea or the concept of adding or implementing future thinking in their own personal life in this kind of way. And I am trying to see if I'm able to share the PDF link in here, but it's not letting me. Select file to open. Maybe this way. All right, so I sent it. So that is the first rough draft, first look for the first 3 chapters plus the preface. So I am excited just to share with you guys personally, and I will be announcing it tomorrow, but the sneak peek of the first 3 chapters will take like a week after today, after this session. So I am excited just to share my thoughts, my ideas, the same way that I shared about the whole future system foresight field to people, and just excited just to invite more people into this field and this way of thinking.
So, Victor, question for you. When you start talking about future foresight, all that, do people, like, do your peers Do they think that's taboo? Do they feel welcome into the conversation? Are they just you mentioned they're a little confused sometimes about what it's about, but you ever find like people don't want to participate in the conversation?
I was one of those people. when I started in this field, I was like 19 or 20 years old, and I felt too young to participate. And even though I participated in the World Future Society when they used to be in person, I felt like an outcast. And so I understand how different people might react to being pulled into these kind of conversations. So when I notice some people at work that I've shared what I work or what my interest is, which is in this field, and when I finished my guidebook, I kind of gave it to them. I'm like, here, it's only 25 pages. And so it's easy for them to just go and skim through. If they want to skim through, it's not a research paper. It's more like let's say, like a much more easy to the eyes than a loose newspaper, basically. And once they get back to me, and I'm like, because at the beginning of the conversation, I'm like, I have no idea how to explain this to you in person, in 5 minutes. And one of the things that I like to do is just give them a physical copy of what I wrote. And most of the time they come back and they're like, wow, this is pretty cool. This is what you do. And I never thought that this existed in this kind of space, or there's that kind of concept being worked into this kind of way. And that's where the conversation starts. So for me, when I start conversations, I use the guidebook that I created to help ease them in and get them in a way to think of the questions that they want to ask that wasn't answered in that guide.
That's interesting. Do you feel sometimes that people are excited about this, but they may not, they feel they may not have a voice in the future? Or do you think?
Sometimes they do, yeah. Yeah, sometimes they do feel like that. And I'm like, for example, I work in the same place that they do. And I'm like, I'm in the same spot as you are, but I'm still voicing, participating. And if I'm able to do that, then why can't you? Just using myself as, I guess one of the things that I can use as an example is like going to a party, but you're the only person that they know. But once you introduce the people at the party to them in a friendly manner, then they are able to, wander off on their own, talking with a person that they found interested in. And that's how I see it with my process. Is like, I know the different areas, the different people, and if people are interested in certain areas, but they want to get introduced in this other area, I am able to guide them to that person, to that organization, to that group or Discord, and just introducing them, in a easy and fun way.
And this is so amazing that this book is coming out. Now, I did share the link to your website in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
Because I find it fascinating. So where else are these conversations happening with you and your peers to help guide the future into how you would love it to be? You did mention TikTok again.
Mm-hmm.
And I told you there's some groups on LinkedIn. I don't think LinkedIn is cool with as like you guys are on different other social sites, perhaps. But where else can you get this word out to reach people globally?
One of the things that I'd done was create Futures and Foresight LLC, which is my own organization, or I don't like to think of it as an organization. It's more like a media outlet that has different ventures. So I have four ventures under Futures and Foresight. And it goes from using foresight to applying futures to navigating scenarios to the multiverse conversation. And all of these ventures kind of hit the point of bringing in people from the general public, asking them how they think about the future, providing their insights and thoughts and ideas and worries and questions and concerns to the professionals, and also bring the professionals to the general public, and also bringing both sides together into conversations and providing entertainment for both kinds of people. And one of the things that I like to think and proud is, instead of bringing them to us, we bring the information, the entertainment to them on the specific platform that we host events. So we do it on Twitter Spaces, we do it on Instagram Live, we do it on YouTube Live, we do it on LinkedIn Live. So instead of having or trying to convince and persuade people to come to us to learn things, we do our best to bring the information, the concept, the ideas, the people, the entertainment, the fun to them on the specific platform that they enjoy being on. So that's how I like to bring futures thinking to more people globally. It's just using the live functions of the social media platforms that's out there now. So trying to, the way that I like to think of it is doing something different than what's already happening, because there's plenty of that. So I just want to be the outcast. same as how I started and felt like at the beginning when I started my my journey into this field, feeling an outcast.
Yeah. Great. I'm curious from the audience of like where they're having conversations about the future, if any, aside from this amazing platform for the next 22 hours. Okay. So if it's okay with you, Victor, there's a live Miro board, and I'm going to share the link here. We could post that there. And I think that is a great place to also share your book with this. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, great conversation so far, Mary. A lot of things.
I
need to stop sharing this one.
In addition to, there you go. Thank you for that, because I wasn't able to get this. There we go. In addition to working with your self-driving cars, what do you think your future looks like in the next 10 years? How do you envision it?
Actually, I'm doing a course with SWAF at the moment, and it's like their basic introduction course to futures and foresight. And one of the very first things that they had us do was is like, what do you see yourself in 15 years? Mm-hmm. And even though I've been in this field for like 7 years already, I couldn't imagine where I would look like or see myself in 15 years. I will probably be, I'm 25 right now, 40 years. So as old as my mom, but I don't know where I would be. But one of the things that I landed on and just settled on is I know how I want to feel like, and which is more like on the feeling of satisfied, satisfied with where I'm at, satisfied with how I am feeling, satisfied with, with the people, with the friends, with the family that I'm with. That's all I want when I see myself or feel myself in the future, in 15 years, in 10 years. I correlated with with my emotions more so than my visions. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure if anyone else experienced that or if they do it differently.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from some of the audience members also. Oh, here. So Scott thinks, I think we try to carve out our own brands and orgs. That's awesome. But a network of allows us to bring our brands and styles together. I wonder if we can challenge via creativity and the ability to get mass combos going. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the way that Scott is talking about here. Yeah, because if we do the same thing as a human species, I feel like we won't be going anywhere, as much as we would like to. I know in the olden age and where technology was advancing without any kind of regulations and rules and laws to prevent things from being experimented or just being launched or dropped. But if we're able to challenge each other creatively, I feel like that's going to be, really fun. ChatGPT has been challenging a lot of people to be more creative on how to use it. But same thing with self-driving cars. I like seeing the competition between different companies, like with Waymo and Cruise, the top two self-driving car companies in the United States. I like to see their competitiveness trying to go to different markets and just showcasing the difference between their data with each other and just having fun seeing their posts of different kind of people getting rides or seeing their concerns or just different things that we wouldn't see on a consistent basis, but we do, and it's out there, and it's a lot of fun just to see how they navigate these challenges and competitions. But for me, I guess going back to the exercise and how do I see myself with these self-driving cars is hopefully getting a car just to go to different places, going from, or just, I know trains are lashed onto rail tracks, but I would like to have the freedom of going to the mountains or going straight back to a different route that I never taken or a train can never take. Just trying different areas, so in a way that the car is able to challenge itself, but also challenge myself that I never been to this place before. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I am a off the beaten path kind of person myself. And if you see when you're on a train or any public transportation, you don't have that freedom to stay longer, or you don't have that freedom to go somewhere that is not on that scheduled stop. So, taking the self-driving car and being able to do that. I also prefer to be the passenger most of the time. So I love looking at, the outside world, even in my own neighborhood, just driving there and looking at beautiful flowers or gardens or whatever, interesting things, buildings, anything.
Yeah, exactly. And since most of my time has been sitting at home, I could be sitting in a car, but also enjoying my view of a nice 30-minute drive down an area of my city that I've never been before and just getting inspired or getting work done,
Yeah.
Don't have to be sitting in one spot, but also just, just wandering around.
Enjoying it. Yeah. Does anybody have any input they'd like to share? Whether it's with self-driving cars or where you think the world is going to be in 10 years. There we go. So Scott, let's go a step further. This is great. Why do we need cars to get around? How do we break that the artifact, which is often taken for granted, like the future image of flying cars? That's awesome. I love that. Because then you don't need the roads, right? If you have the flying cars. I like it. Anyone else?
No, and this goes back to the youth. They may have an idea of why would we. I guess an example is like most of the younger generation, when you ask them how do you use your or how do you signal using a phone, and the older people use this kind of hand signal, and the younger generation would use this kind of hand palm going up to your ear. It's the same way of being, or the different kind of outlook between the youth and the older generation is, why would they need 4 to 5 seats, or why does this car needs a wheel? Since most of the people who are bringing their children into these self-driving cars right now, they notice the wheel being turned, but there's no one behind the driver's seat. And by the time they grow older, what's the point of the steering wheel in the car if nobody's using it?
Right.
So just seeing that kind of perspective, that kind of change, that kind of useless of an item, of a technology that's been, implemented or used with the generation before them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point. That's exciting. I think, the next 10 years, I think it's going to be very exciting. I think if we work together, with the younger generation and encourage the younger generation to have a voice in the community, that's kind of where I wanted to bring up the point about your book. And when I talk to people about the future, some are just so overwhelmed. They're like, that's taboo to talk about,
Mhm.
And just taking people to that, meeting people at that party and taking them around and introducing them to other people who are willing to talk. That's, I think, a big part of it, and a big help is just making people feel comfortable so we can continue these healthy conversations of how we can change the future to be more positive. And it was so delightful to like hear all your positive energy coming, looking towards the future, and your positive energy of like, how's this going to help me? How's this going to help my community for the better? I think that's so important. Yeah.
Even if I do try to stay neutral, it's just the positivity that just leaks out.
Love it.
It seems like we are at the end of our session.
Yeah.
Honestly, an hour is not too. It's not enough.
It totally isn't. It totally
no, never is.
Yeah.
But do you want to do the last few things for this sessions, Mary?
Yes, I can do that. I shared the one link. There's another link to add your story. Here's a link. You can add your story. I'm going to put this in the chat. We'd love to hear about this. And also there's a conversation on Discord. Please join us there. And yeah, I appreciate everyone tuning in. And Victor, thank you so much for your insight. And and thank you, World Futures Day, and for organizing this. I think this is really important. And we look forward to I look forward to the conversations that are coming up throughout the day.
Yeah, feel free to stay for the following hour. Peter Hayward is going to be here taking over as the host. So I will be handing this over to them. And we are good to go, I think. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you for listening. And I hope you enjoyed that little sneak peek of the book that I'm going to be putting out soon. And thank you, Mary, for co-hosting this with me as well. So
great. Hi.
Thank you, guys.
Mary, can you, and thank you, guys. Can you hand the host over to Peter Hayward now, so that he can start the conversation. And
I
welcome,
sure-
Peter.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Victor. Thanks, Willem. Yeah, welcome to session 2 of World Futures Day, Young Voices. So I'll just run the promo. We are live on YouTube. This session, for people who are joining us, is sponsored by the Millennium Project and in partnership with Teach the Future. Teach the Future is a global movement involving young people in anticipating and influencing the future, both in and out of school. I'm a supporter and a friend of Teach the Future. Some of you may know I'm engaged in a podcast called Future Pod. We've had quite a few Teach the Future people on previous pods, and I'm sure we'll have them on pods going forward. So just a bit of housekeeping for today, for our session. If you can, leave your cameras on. And if you're in a noisy area, you might want to leave your microphone off at this stage. There is the chat, which is open if you want to talk or raise points and questions. And if you'd like to speak, then use the little indicator to put up your hand, and then we'll try to bring you in as quickly as we can to join the conversation. We'd love to have people actually join the conversation rather than just type them in. Again, rules for the future. I mean, there are no rules, but one of the rules we do embrace is no one can be completely wrong about the future. Everybody has a perspective. When we speak about the future, we can disagree. We can see the future as different. That's perfectly acceptable in the way we do futures work. If possible, build on people's ideas. And if you want to contrast or differ from previous ideas, then they're just different. They're not better or worse, as the case may be. That's pretty much, I think, covers the the housekeeping for today. I'd like to welcome in my co-facilitator, Jome, to introduce herself and to start our first conversation.
Well, thank you, Peter. Yes, Peter and I have been assigned at the 5 p.m. Australian time zone, but I think some of you may be connecting from other parts of the world as well. And apparently, I cannot greet everyone good afternoon. In fact, I'm currently connecting from Madrid, Spain. It's just about 7 in the morning here. But, as they say, it's a concept of the clock that is rigid, but the concept of time is fluid. And I think as we engage today in a conversation about futures thinking, about democratizing futures thinking, we would also automatically reflect on the concept of deep time. It's actually one of my favorite concepts in futures thinking. I mean, I'm just starting as well, but I'm really fascinated with the concept of the clock of the long now, as they say. But yes, as Peter said, my name is Joma, and it's an honor to co-facilitate this hour with Peter. Well, I must say that unlike Victor here, I do not have professional certificates in futures thinking. I do not have a master's in foresight, but I must say that I'm just coming here as an ordinary member of the youth who has a background in media and communications, and currently I'm also both teaching and studying here in Spain. So because I want to learn more about educational technologies, and so, but still, I'm here, wanting to engage in a conversation, wanting to know more about democratizing futures thinking. I mean, is this really only for those who have a master's degree in foresight? Is this only for those who have professional certificates when it comes to futures thinking? Or can we use the existing media and emerging technologies that we have in order to democratize futures thinking? And I'm really interested with that And so it's really a pleasure to be with Peter today, because he has already started democratizing futures thinking, with his podcast Future Pod, and he's able to gather voices from different foresight practitioners, futures thinkers. And so it's good to be here with Peter. But yeah, Peter, should we start the
Yes,
the visuals about futures thinking? Okay,
sure.
so we we only have a few participants here, but I'm sure some of them are also tuning in YouTube, right? So I think it would be best, you see, we do not know how this conversation would go, but I think Peter told me that he is envisioning an authentic one, right, Peter? Something that is like something that everyone in this room can participate with, something messy, something authentic, something that, a relaxed, open conversation about democratizing futures thinking, so that you could really learn from one another. I mean, if we want to talk about aliens hosting podcasts, I mean, we could talk about that, right? Let it be like about ridiculous futures. I mean, when we call for participation, there are no right or wrong answers. I mean, we can establish that this is a safe space. Let it be filled with yeah, like healthy pauses, like what I'm doing right now, let it be filled with stutters, with grammatical and pronunciation mistakes. It's as if we're just really sitting around a bonfire in the ancient times. And the main goal of this session is not just for me, not just for Peter to talk. I mean, it would be great if everyone can participate in this conversation, because this is really about, I mean, this is the goal of this session, right? It's an intergenerational setting. We want to know your voices. We want to hear your voices about the future. So as Peter said, as we start this, as we look for your um, perceptions, your ideas about futures thinking, it would be great if you could all turn on your camera so that we can see your beautiful and handsome faces right now. And yes, please kindly mute your microphones unless you are called to talk, and just make a gesture, or even as Peter said, you could, at the bottom of the Zoom screen, we have there's some buttons. You could click the reactions button, and when you click the reactions button, there would be like emojis. And when you see the raise hand emoji, click that so that we can know that you want to participate, you want to turn on your microphone, and we could invite you all to talk. Thank you, Scott, for turning on your webcam. Thank you. So yeah, but for now, before we open the forum, as we start talking about democratizing futures thinking, or any topic that you want to open about the futures, let's have some warm-ups about our ideas of futures thinking first, before we could invite some of you to talk. Because of course, when you all went to this talk, I mean, um, you see, World Futures Day, right? World Futures Day, democratizing futures thinking. It's like future with an S. It's with an S, right? And I know some of you, your minds got tickled. What is this that you're talking about? Why is it future with an S? Why it is in plural form? Why is it not in singular form? So I'm going to share my screen for us to have some warm-ups on our ideas of our futures. I mean, I will flash some pictures, and then perhaps we could do some polls. I know we only have a few participants here, but we expect that there would be like some viewers in YouTube as well. So we could get the pulse of everyone here about what their idea of the future is. So I'm going to share my screen now. Yes, there you go. I hope that everyone can see it right now. So we all have our own ideas of the futures. And when I when I first encountered futures thinking, there are so many things that popped into my head as well. And this is one of those. This is the first one. It's like the idea. I'm not sure if this is really called scrying, but I mean, I respect the spiritual people, like I respect their beliefs, their traditions. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, if this is not called scrying, but it's like the act of gazing at a crystal ball in order to have an accurate prediction of the future, like one idea of the future, right? And then the second picture I think we have here is a weather forecaster, someone who, like, you know, tries to make an accurate weather prediction about what would be the weather, what would be weather based on current trends and patterns, the atmospheric models, technologies that are available. And then you also have here a kid inside a box, having this ambition. Maybe he wants to be an I don't know, an astronaut, or he wants to fly to outer space, or maybe he wants to be a rocket himself. And then this is my favorite. It's like, when you cannot sleep in the morning, like you are daydreaming at any part of the day. Is that futures thinking? Or we have here the last picture about three Spider-Men pointing to each other. We have hindsight, foresight, and insight. I mean, I'm not sure if just for everyone who's connecting in this session, hindsight, it's like learning from your experiences, right? You learn from your experiences, and he is pointing to foresight, which is about envisioning your futures. And then they're like pointing to each other, but between them there's this another Spider-Man who's called insight, right? So it's like for from this, I think I can define it as like wisdom that's coming from both hindsight and foresight. And so these are interesting pictures or like ideas about futures thinking, right? So we have there the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, and fifth one. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and perhaps we could still continue running the poll. What do you think, Peter? We only have a few participants here. We have 10 participants here. Do you prefer to do the poll, or should we like talk about this together?
Well, I might jump on and just give a perspective on what you've said, Joe, because I mean, I look at those images and to me, they are all ways to understand futures thinking. So the first one, the classic one, the person who tries to foresee the future. Again, it's a natural human response that we would like to think we know what is going to happen so we could prepare for it. It's a perfectly natural thing of preparation. So it'd be nice if we weren't as uncertain. The second one, the weather forecast, is the notion that futures thinking would be good if it was useful now. Mm-hmm. Like a weather forecast that stops me getting out. If I needed an umbrella, it was good to know that I needed an umbrella, not when it's raining, but before I left the house. The third one, the one of, the person who's excited by the future could be anything, again, is the openness of the future, is that the future, if the future was closed, there'd be nothing to be excited about. If the future was one of the first two, there'd be no space for change. There'd be no space for surprise. There'd be no space for innovation. Daydreaming is an interesting one. There's a famous story in culture, in change. There was a man called Edward Deming, who was one of the founder of a business improvement or change improvement. And he worked in America and Japan. And he said one of the differences he noticed in America was if you came to someone's office and the person wasn't working, then you walked in because the person wasn't busy. But he said, but in Japan, if you went to someone's office and they were staring off, then you didn't walk into the room because they were working. So this notion that dreaming is a waste of time or real work, I think, is an exciting idea. And the last one, of course, insight, hindsight and foresight. Of course, hindsight is always right. Yeah, I used to teach a master's of foresight. I didn't teach a master's of hindsight because people have got great hindsight, what they should have done. But foresight and insight, I think, are what we're about. Hindsight will always be with us. Foresight is where we try to use the future, and insight tries to navigate those two perspectives. But that's my take on the five ideas. If you want to respond or somebody want to put their hand up and jump on, they're welcome.
I think Scott here mentioned that We say futures to keep it plural and open so as many voices can be represented as possible. Yet once things happen, the present, it becomes one thing that is, that is, what is that? That is happened, that has happened. Yet can we as futurists keep history plural, as I'd argue it is? And how do we keep the present from becoming less than plural, perhaps? And I'd add that hindsight is not always as clear as we might think. And I think Victor here wants to participate as well. What is it, Victor?
For me, I like to say futures, but with the S in parentheses. More so just to have that inclusivity, but also having that idea that we are pursuing, a preferable future. So even though we have that options, we know that the options are there, the many futures that we can head into and can create or can believe is a possibility. But as individuals, as humans, we have one specific future in mind that we actually want. And so if we're able to navigate that and try to make that as a goal, I like to keep it futures, but with the S in parentheses, because eventually you will end up in one future. Maybe it might be the future that you actually achieved and went after.
Well, I also agree with you, Victor. I think you see the picture on scrying and weather forecasting is actually interesting. But I think when it comes to scrying, it only predicts one future, right? But I mean, and when it comes to weather forecasting, it only relies on what is mathematically possible based on current trends, based on what logic says. But when it comes to futures thinking, I think, as we know, the currency is imagination, right? There are like no limits based from my understanding. But yes, there's another one who raised his hand. It's Steven.
Welcome,
Hello,
Stephen.
Steven. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I'm calling in from Nairobi, Kenya. So greetings from Africa. So my comment would be, we often are caught in, hindsight, insight, foresight, or past, present, future. But when you start diving into all the languages around the world, often these three terms actually that you can't use them because they don't exist. So there's the future that you have control of. There's the future that is going to come because Allah wishes it. There's the future that is going to come because the ancestors have said, this is the reality that's coming your way. And so, and even understandings of the present or of the past are interpreted in different sort of things. So I think when you talk about democratization, there's also a hegemony of the English language, as well as a linear understanding of time that does not necessarily comport in other parts of the world. But many of those parts of the world, because they've been colonized by the West, have learned how to play in both of those sort of spaces. And when we get confused as to why things aren't happening, it's because we're not living in that bifurcated, sort of space that many people in the world are actually living in.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks,
Stephen.
Stephen. Just a comment I was taught once a long time ago was a famous Islamic saying was to trust in Allah, but tie your camel. And so to me catches the notion of, and I think one of the things you said, Stephen, that I really do agree with is this notion of playing with these ideas, serious play, but playful, the way we hold ideas lightly, challenge them kindly, and invite others to do the same thing to the ideas that we have.
Well, just to add on to that as well, I think I would also love to share this book that I recently read. It's The Good Ancestors by Roman Krznaric, in which he introduced the idea of time rebellion, right? I'm not sure if you are familiar with that book, but he said this time bending Maori proverb in which it's like I walk backwards into the future with my eyes fixed on the past. It's like this concept of the malleability of time, right? It's the liquid sense of time that dissolves yesterday, today and tomorrow into one another. It's like it requires respect for the traditions and beliefs of previous generations while also being mindful to those that are yet to come. Like everyone is in the room, the dead, the living, and the unborn, that we don't inherit the land of our ancestors and we borrow it for our children. And I really love that concept of deep stewardship, that um that our planet is something that is owned by the current generation, but it's actually something that must be preserved intact for all generations.
Scott, did you want to jump on and say something? I saw your hand, Scott.
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. I was just applauding all the good points so far. Sorry, I'm in a very noisy place, so I don't know if my sound is coming through nice. No, this is wonderful. All great so far.
You sound fine.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. The only thing I was going to add, and I think Victor will leave, but this idea, yes, I don't think anyone disagrees that we are trying to carve out preferred futures. But how do we cope with the concept that maybe the preferred future we're aiming for is incomplete or incorrect, or there may be a moral problem or an ambiguity? How do we cope with some of that as we're going along? It's just a question I propose. If I was to also give a solution, since I'm posing a difficult question, one option is just to always remain open and somewhat reiterative about what we're doing, and introducing new people to the conversation, I suppose. But, otherwise, no, great stuff so far. So,
I'll have a go at your point, Scott. As Victor said, the preferred future that we want for ourselves motivates us and energizes us to move into the future. Again, another famous futurist, Wendell Bell, said that all ideas of preferred futures are based on a moral supposition of what's good or bad. In other words, what's good for me might not be good for you. What's bad for me might not be bad for you. So there is a paradox that we move towards the futures we want, but they may not be futures that we all want. And it's important to understand, I personally believe that apparent conflict is not a problem. It actually is the fuel for how we build a way to work and live together, where we learn to embrace and accept that we each want different things in the future. How can we live together, both get a degree of what we want, but also allow others to have something which might not be something I want? So trying to open up and democratize the notion of, well, whose future is this? Who is the person who owns the future or wins the future? Or do we, like with families, find a way to live together? I might stop there.
I think Stephen has raised his hand.
Yeah, Peter, that's really interesting. And Scott, great way to look at it. So I've actually been doing democratization of futures with marginalized communities here in Kenya, and mostly communities that are caught in conflict. They've been abducted by Al-Shabaab, they're facing numerous forms of trauma. And so to me, they represent resilient futures. Like they have had so many things happen to them, and yet they can actually remain, these are, 18 to 24-year-olds and so forth, a resilient future, but they also know that the realities on the ground in Kenya and Africa and for the foreseeable future is the elite and the powerful and the wealthy are going to be controlling the future narrative for some time. So you have to navigate your preferred future as a youth in Kenya that's unemployed and navigating that space, simultaneously like political elite who are simultaneously going to pursue their preferred future. which is state capture, which is corruption, which is impunity, and so forth. And so it's that weaving of those two scenarios that is essentially the future of Kenya and most countries. So it you know, you're right, Scott. Like, you know, I think most people in this room would say, I'm sorry, but the political elite who are corrupt and, you know, that preferred future that they want is, you know, if we could democratize that, they would lose. Like, they would say, no, the youth have a better idea for the direction of a country. But due to power, politics, and, you know, all of those sort of things, it just, forget democracy as a political, you know, phenomena and so forth. Just those cultural, social, economic realities make it so difficult.
Actually, just to add into that, when I first started on my journey on futures thinking, actually, I'm just new as well. There are actually 3 questions that popped into my mind, and perhaps we could all talk about this. Like, we always talk about the futures, about what, I mean, envisioning different scenarios of the future. Like, but usually the first question would be, are we escaping the now when we think about the future? And then I think after that, the next question would be, can the future really become now? I mean, instead of being futures literate, why can't we just be now literate? And the third one would be very interesting. It's like, which is more important, imagination or memory, right? Because I think there is this concept of temporal exhaustion that I've just recently read. It's from the sociologist Elise Boulding. I'm not sure if I'm making justice to to the pronunciation of her name, but there's this concept of temporal exhaustion. I mean, if societies are so tired, mentally out of breath, dealing with the present situations, how can we be able to think about the futures? So if anyone here in this room who want to answer that question, I think it would be very lovely to continue the conversation, because Stephen actually made a great point earlier when he's talking about Kenya, right? Yes,
So,
Stephen.
yeah, Jome, just real quickly. So part of the research that I was doing was actually based upon more neurobiological studies. So, you know, when they put, you know, people into functional MRI scanning, which is where, you know, you can be in an MRI machine, but they're asking you questions and you're engaging with them. So they're finding that when we ask people to think about the future, they're pulling from the same part of the brain where all the past memories are stored. So if you have a very limited, really horrible past filled with great trauma, material poverty, you know, abuse, violent conflict, whatever. When I'm asking you to think and imagine the future, that's the space that you pull your ideas from. So I can pretty much tell you kind of what that future is going to look like. It's going to be 1 year, maybe 2 years out. Like, and I've worked with these people and I've worked with these groups. And it's like, when I say, well, where are we going to be in 2022 and 2040, just short circuits, because they can't, that's not in their neurobiological sort of capacity. But because of neuroplasticity, you know, the brain can change and you can reconcile this and you can change this. And that's what, you know, I was seeing with my research. So there's almost like a soft operating system in each individual, that when you talk about the future, each person has their own little Windows 11 or OS kind of running. And, you know, Victor was having trouble earlier with his computer. It was updating while he was, you know, so sometimes I think we as human beings, it's like, wait, I need to update some software before I can think about, you know, that sort of question. And it's all happening simultaneously. It's all happening not just in our head, but in our gut, in our body. You know, Jose Ramos talks about the embodied futures. How do us as physical bodies, how is the future carried forward with just our posture? You know, you see those depressed people that just look down to the ground and they shuffle. And it's like, I don't see them as having a bright future. Whereas the very extroverted, outgoing, take charge sort of person who has a 10-year plan for their life, on the surface, everything maybe looks good. So I'll end my rambling there.
So Stephen, just to clarify, are you saying that there's like a blur between imagination and memory? Like, is there a blurring on the definition of imagination and memory because they are coming from the same portion of the brain as you've mentioned before?
Yeah. So I mean, a little bit of research that I've done, I've worked with people that have more or less been living on the street, but have undergone a 1 year kind of psychosocial trauma healing sort of journey. And so when I asked them prior to any sort of mental health sort of support intervention, how would have you understood what I just shared here about foresight and futures? And they literally all just kind of went like this. Like it would have gone all over our heads because we were not equipped to wrestle with, because they had reconciled their past. They had gone into the past and said, look, because I was abused as a child does not make me that, sort of entity today. And they said their agency was improved. But then just a small little story on agency, because I come from a social science background, so I throw agency out there all the time. It took me like 5 years to figure out what agency was. So I was patient with them to help them understand that. They're like, but agency for us has so many dimensions. There's our economic agency. There's our education agency. There is our social intelligence agency, our emotional intelligence agency. So all of a sudden we pulled agency into 4 dimensions, and they literally pulled their agency because we were using a 2x2 sort of matrix with their empowerment. I don't remember what the other one was, but anyway, they were seeing how they viewed the future from almost 4 different lenses. My future from my education background is this. My future as a really sharp, articulate young man who has great emotional intelligence, my future is clear out here. My relationships with my family, there's no future, for that. So they were like literally pulling it into so many sort of directions. So yeah, I think there is this blurring, but they all said, look, if you can't reconcile this, if you can't get your mental kind of ducks in a row, then that imagination is actually kind of non-existent for a lot of them.
Well,
Thanks,
actually,
Stephen. Thanks, David. Willem, you had your hand up. Are you still there? Can't hear you, Willem. Still can't hear you, Willem.
Is this better?
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Now, I was wondering, actually, a very simple question, what Jomai's future was looking like, because we're talking about these beautiful concepts of the future and about democratizing the future and change and imagination. But as we're also trying to unpack what, well, basically, your future would look like, Jomai, I'm very curious to hear what, if you can describe your preferred future, looking back from the year 2050, for example. What is happening?
Well, I like your question, Willem. Actually, when I first encountered futures thinking, I first started with individual, personal futures, right? Because when I first encountered it, I was just a nerd when it comes to personal growth and development. Like, I just really wanted to know myself during the pandemic. Like, who am I in this vast universe? And then I encountered futures thinking. Then I saw myself reading some books about Yuval Noah Harari had these great books. He considers himself as a historian slash futurist. And then I encountered a quote in which he said that most of what the kids learn today will most likely be irrelevant by the year 2050. And that struck me. The next thing I know, I was attending free conferences from the Asia Pacific Futures Network. And then I also saw myself enlisting as a member of the Philippine Futures Thinking Society, because I realized that the chair of the Association of Professional Futurists is actually a Filipino like me. He is a Sherman Cruz, as you know. And so with that, I was able to envision myself as someone who wants to continue to become an educator. And that's also the reason why I've just recently started as a volunteer here in Teach the Future last February, as you know, Willem. And then with that personal individual future that I have envisioned, I started to like, how could I integrate this on a collective futures that we are trying to envision? Because I think the goal of futures thinking is not just about our individual personal futures, because that would be like selfish. If I just want to like live here in Europe and want to be rich and be an educator and things like that, it won't make sense. The individual futures, like the pictures that I've shown to you before about ambition and daydreaming, I think it has to be integrated in the collective level. And so I think with the inspiration that the historian slash futurist Yuval Noah Harari gave to me, that the that instant access to information is not equivalent to the improvement of education. I am envisioning a collective future in which the future education system would actually be based on imagination, that it would be imaginative, like what we are doing here in Teach the Future, like what we are envisioning here right now at this room, right? Because it's interesting that the current education system is still focused on memory, in which we are now in an era that favors moonshot thinking. I mean, there's constant change. There's fast progress, but we still focus on memory as the basis of the education system. There's constant progress and change, and there's exponential growth in technologies. And I am envisioning this kind of future just to make a conclusion that perhaps other than measuring intelligence quotient and emotional quotient, perhaps we can have a future in which we could also measure the adaptability quotient of the students, because most of what they learn right now would most likely be irrelevant by the year 2050. And I'm still not sure how this is going to happen, but I'm starting my journey right now, tugging that preferred future that I have in mind to the current now. So I hope that that answered your question, Willem. So we have here now Scott raising his hand.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a wonderful thing. I love that. And I would love to see it happen. So what I want to ask them, so since we have all of our friends from Teach the Future here, I think this is a great place to ask this question. How do we prepare our educational system? Because to get that future that was based on imagination, we have to be able to build people who have strong and intimidating change. And the problem we're facing today, I think, and a lot of people of the generation above me and some people in my generation, oh, really? Sorry. Is that any better for people?
Yeah, that's fine.
Still nothing? Oh, now you can hear me. Oh, okay. Sorry, let me start over. I'm not sure how that was. So again, that's a beautiful vision. I love it. So to get us to that vision, what I want to ask, since we have all the things that Teach for the Future here, I think this is the best place to ask this. The getting to the future where everything is imagination based. How do we build an education system that allows for that imagination to be uninhibited and to be truly free and a strong imagination? I think a fear that a lot of people in my generation and generation above me is that with rising use of social media, screen time, all this, and AI, imagination itself is kind of on the is facing the hangman's noose, and it's going to be severely challenged in the subsequent generations that are coming out. And so, how do we preserve imagination through an education system or other solutions if we have them? I just throw that one out there for
I'll have a go at that one, Scott. I mean, firstly, Teach the Future is obviously one of its targets is in fact how to support teachers who want to integrate futures into their classroom work. So at one level, Teach the Future is one of those things that tries to empower and give resources and support and encouragement to teachers themselves. You talked about the ubiquitous education system, and that's kind of a bit like Stephen was talking about. There is always a meta system that has its own ethics, motivation, and individuals tend to either support it or subvert it. And of course, futures by its nature can be in service of, or it can be subverting the dominant narrative. So teaching the future is both an educational task, but a very busy education system where you're fighting for space. And it's a personal, community, family activity to, if you like it, authorize and encourage every person to basically go out there and imagine and try to create their future, and also support other people to encourage to imagine and create their future. So it's kind of, it's multi-level. You can't change the education system without you changing the behaviour of the people in the educational system, both the teachers, the administrators, but the students themselves. That's kind of my...
Peter, I think you are muted.
Yeah, I just jumped off a bit early there. I just said, but that's my sort of quick answer to a very big question.
Well, just to add on to that, since our topic is actually about democratizing futures thinking, Peter actually made a great point that if educators won't start with themselves, we won't be able to democratize futures thinking. But I think this is where the power of the media also comes in, because there's this famous communication scholar who's also my favorite. His name is Marshall McLuhan. And he said that we have classrooms without walls. We have a boundless education system. And the media that we have right now is very powerful. And so the Future podcast that you have, Peter, is actually amazing because it is a way to democratize futures thinking, right? And I'm going to refer to another podcast, Your Undivided Attention by Tristan Harris. In one of his episodes, he said that you could actually envision what would be the future of a society by just looking at their media landscape. Like, for example, he said that in America, most of the kids want to become a social media influencer. Why? Because there are many TikTok users. There are so many. I mean, the usage of social media is high. But if you look at China, in which most of the youth would be immersed in social science experiments, museum exhibits. Most of them want to become astronauts. So you see, this is how powerful media is. And just to add on to that as well, I wouldn't even know futures thinking if it wasn't for the power of the media, if it wasn't for me searching in the internet, if it wasn't for me attending free conferences, free seminars. So that's how powerful media are. And with that, Peter, I think I want to ask you if it's fine, if it would be okay as well. Why did you choose podcasting out of all the media and educational technologies that we currently have right now? FuturePod is amazing, but what made you choose podcasting as your medium?
It's a great question, Joe, mate. I think, again, because I'm an old person. I grew up with radio, and the thing I loved about radio more so than television was radio allowed you to be doing something else and listening. So it didn't require your devoted attention. You could be, washing the car, cooking, doing something, but in the background, there was this conversation that you were privy to, eavesdropping two people that were talking about a fascinating topic. And so the reason I was drawn to podcasting was coming out of formal education. Before there was formal education, if you wanted to be a futurist, you met someone and the person said, go and talk to Richard Slaughter, go and talk to Wendell Bell, go and talk to Peter Bishop. So in other words, futures thinking was one of those things that was passed on in conversation. And there's the conversation you have, and there's the conversation you overhear. And I was always conscious that futures thinking and the permission to think about the future is both a conversation you have with someone, an organization, a person, but also you never know who's listening. And often just listening to two people talking about the openness, the subversive nature of the future encourages them to do it. So that's kind of why I chose podcasting. It doesn't require you to shut down. You can do something else. You can walk the dog and whatever else. And it gives you a chance to listen, as people are today listening to us. And they're making their own sense. And then they can join into the conversation or they can create their own.
That's very profound, Peter. Like, I think also with podcasting, it's formalizing something that's like pretty close to friendship. It's very spontaneous. I mean, it's like you're just hanging out with people, and it's something that you could do wherever you are. It's something that you can do on the go, right? And I think Teach the Future is also one thing to cook a podcast, create a podcast. And with that, do you have some advice for us? Like, how could we make that possible? Do you think that it's possible to have the kids as our target audience? Do you believe that the theories and futures thinking can be made digestible and accessible to kids of all ages?
I think the digital content revolution, which we're looking at through podcasting, YouTube, TikTok, everything else, we're seeing the traditional guardians of information, who were the media and government and so forth, now really anybody can create a content stream and make it accessible on multiple platforms. Now, that does create chaos, and that does create the possibility of people living in bubbles where they just listen to things they want to hear. So there is no good or bad future. It's just interesting. But to me, that's the real power of Open Futures, Teach the Future, is to encourage people to create your own message, create your own content, look for an audience, look for a tribe, and find other tribes. It is a process that really nobody can be shut down as a content consumer or a content supplier. And I encourage all people to both consume, but also produce information and listen to conversations, but also create conversations.
Thank you very much, Peter. There are usually people saying that it's so hard to integrate futures thinking in the school curricula. But what you've said is actually profound. We could all start in our own little ways. We now have the media in our hands, and we could already democratize futures thinking in our own simple ways, like through creating content, through podcasting, even through social media, right? And so I think, Peter, my last question for you, if you won't mind, is that with the 100 plus, 155, right, episodes that you've had in Future Pod, what are your like greatest takeaways from the futurists that you have interviewed that would allow us to make futures thinking accessible for everyone? Like, basically, how were they able to democratize futures thinking? Because we have some hard concepts here, like even the concept of the of the malleability of time that we've talked about before. It's deep, it's profound. What are the greatest key takeaways that you've had from those interviews you were able to produce?
I think the biggest takeaway, Joe May, is the field is much broader than we understand. Mm-hmm. There are so many people that are using the future. This is it. The future is an idea to be used. No one owns the future, but the idea of the future can be used by people in the present. And what I've learned through 150 podcasts is there are many, many more people using this idea of the future to repair communities, create empowered individuals, address social inequities, create movements towards technologies or social innovations. In other words, there is no limit to how people use the future. That's what I've learned. And so to me, for people, the big lesson is the way that you want to use the future is the way you should use the future. Share it, see if others are interested, write about it, talk about it, produce images to go with it, and see if anyone moves towards you, because it is, as I say, you never know who's listening. You never know whose ideas might, or who might find your ideas exciting. And so this notion of I want to have a voice and an influence in my future, but I also want to create ideas that others can use. To me, because the field is much, much broader than even I could have imagined when we started this 4 years ago.
Yeah, as you've said, that also made me remember Riel Miller, in which in one of his talks, I couldn't remember what is the exact event that I've attended, but he said that when it comes to democratizing futures thinking, there's actually no powerful elite who could predict and influence knowledge. It doesn't really exist. I mean, no one owns the future. That futures literacy is actually for everyone, as long as that you can accept uncertainty, as long as you can befriend complexity, and as long as you can appreciate the value of novelty. Those three things, I really remember those three things. Again, when you accept uncertainty, befriend complexity, and you appreciate the value of novelty, that in itself is already futures thinking. And if you can do that in your daily life, you could already also be able to realize, there would be this inner reflective realization that there is no future, that there are actually futures, not just only for yourself, but also for the collective. So Peter, do you want us to do now the live Miro board that
Yeah.
you have organized for us?
Yes. Let me just, we're getting towards the end of this. So there's a couple of things I'm going to put in the chat. The first thing is there is a Miro board, and I'm going to copy the link into chat. And I'm also going to show you what the board looks like. If you just let me, just need to change the background. Hang on 1 second. You want to just talk for a minute, and I'll just do a bit of behind the scenes system changing, Joe, mate?
Well, sure, Peter. I think they have also posted some links that we could invite everyone to continue the discussion through the power of the media. So please join our online community on Discord at the link that I'm going to put now in the chat. So it's there, and we are also collecting views of the future from all participants, and you could participate in the Teach the Future Future Times newspaper, in which the results will be aggregated, analyzed, and reported over time. So there you can see in the chat that I've just pasted for everyone. We have a link for Discord to continue the conversation, because in as much as we want to continue the conversation about democratizing futures thinking, 1 hour is not enough. And then again, we are collecting stories for the Future Times newspaper that Teach the Future has organized. So you see, when it comes to journalism, we are only collecting stories from what is happening in the present. But what if we have a newspaper for the future? So that is actually interesting. And you can click that link, and the stories that you would put there based from the envisioning that you have done through the power of your imagination, we could analyze the results and report it over time. So
Okay.
Peter.
Yep, I'm ready to go. So let me share my screen. So this, if you can see it, this is the Miro board. and you've got the link too, so I'll just zoom it back out so you can see it. So you can actually mark on the map in the world where you are, and you can grab post-it notes, and there are some great questions that have been posed here about yourself. If you were using if you had a time machine, what point in history would you go? And then what is your message and wish for the future? What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind? And collectively, we are at our best when. So just, again, giving you a chance to just put your ideas down there, share them. This process. When you have ideas about the future, share them, let people react to them. That is the most generous, democratizing, creative thing you can do, is share your ideas and listen to other people's ideas. So that's kind of, so that's the sharing. I'll stop the sharing and I'm just going to wrap this up. Last word, Jo May, before I pass us over to the next pair of facilitators.
Well, it's actually a pleasure to be in this session with you, Peter. Thank you so much for the presence and participation of everyone here. And as I continue on this field of futures thinking and education, I'm actually interested to delve deeper into the concept of how we can co-create with our educational technologies, with the new and emerging technologies that we have. How can we change our mindset when it comes to AI? Like, AI is usually defined as artificial intelligence, right? But what if we could shift our mindset with AI as being amplified eyes, as Peachy Gioacchino Valera, she's a Filipino futurist, and she introduced this idea of amplified eyes instead of artificial intelligence. So that's it for me, Peter. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I would continue my journey when it comes to futures thinking and education. Thank you for your profound insights when it comes to democratizing futures thinking through the power of the media.
Now, again, it's been great to meet you and hear you and your enthusiasm and you starting out on your journey. And I just encourage you to stay brave, stay open, and be as generous as you can with your ideas. And with that, I will welcome to turn their cameras on and join us for the last minute or two, Atanda and Asma, who are going to take over as the next conveners for the process. Welcome to World Futures Day.
Thank you, Peter. Wonderful presentation. Thank you, Jo May. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. And today, me and my colleague Laughter will take you to our topic, which is future of work. So first, let me share the presentation. Second. Okay. There we go. So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for participating with us in the World Future Day with the Young Voices. We are live on YouTube. This section is being sponsored by the Millennium Project in partnership with Teach the Future, a global movement to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future, both in and out school. Today, me and my colleague Alaftar will be your facilitators for this session titled Future of Work, and we will start with a presentation, then open up for the floor for the questions, discussion, and sharing thoughts and ideas. Before I start the presentation, I would like to introduce ourselves. So my name is Asma Yusuf Zainal. I'm from the United Arab Emirates, Dubai. I have around 14 years of experience in business development, B2B, and foresight, innovation management, benchmarking, and research. I'm part of the Emerging Fellow Program with the Association of Professional Futurists. and part of the Dubai Future Expert Program, an initiative by Dubai Future Foundation and the Executive Council in Dubai. I have published around 6 papers in advanced technologies, innovation, agility, and future foresight. And now my colleague Lafter will introduce himself. Please go ahead, Lafter.
Yeah, so good day, everyone. My name is Laughter. I'm from Nigeria. I am a young, passionate tech enthusiast, and I also run a social initiative idea, Tech Fund Africa, whose major aim is to promote and prepare the young Africans for the future of work. So I'm glad to be part of this function today, and I believe it would be a great time for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Lafter. So our session objective is to share knowledge about the future of work and have a good discussion with you all in this day to discover jobs that might disappear in the future. I want you also to think about that until the end of the session. We can open the discussion and share the insights. So to make sure that we are making the most of our time, we would appreciate if all participants can keep their video on in the discussion. But if you might not wish to be recorded, because it's a recorded video, you can keep it like switched off. If you are in a noisy surrounding, please make sure that the mic is turned off so you can use the chat box. Of course, you can choose to engage with us using the chat by raising hand, so we can have an arranged organizational discussion. And we will be starting our session with Laughter for the first part about the AI and the change in the future of work.
Yeah, so thank you once again, Arsma, for this opportunity to do this together. Happy World Futures Day, everyone. So starting with work, and I believe that for us as humans, work is an integral part of our life. Rather than just going to an office space to work to get paid, work is a way in which through work we can find meaning for our lives. As the result of the relationship that we get while working, and also work is an avenue for us to make impact in our world. And also work is an avenue for us to emerge superior versions of ourselves. So work means so much to us, and it's something that must be discussed. These are the ideas that must be shared for us to be prepared for the future that is coming. And so I'll be talking about how artificial intelligence is taking over and disrupting the workspace, because we've always been proud of the way that technology is helping our lives, improving our livelihoods. But when it comes to it for us as young people now, there's this kind of fear in the mind of everyone, with automation, artificial intelligence. Is this going to make us useless? Is artificial intelligence going to make all of us young people jobless in the future? Because we have several predictions and all. So we'll be discussing about this issue shortly this morning, and we can see that artificial intelligence is taking over virtually all sectors of the society. In healthcare, we have AI-powered chatbots, that can diagnose patients, provide basic medical advice, and schedule appointments. We have robotic-assisted surgeries that can increase precision, reduce errors, and minimize recovery time. We also have wearable devices and sensors that can monitor patient vital signs, collect data for analysis and diagnosis. This is in the healthcare sector, and artificial intelligence and automation, it's changing the way things are being done in this particular industry. Also in finance, we have machine learning algorithms that can analyze large set of financial data. We also have robo advisors and digital financial assistants that can provide personalized financial advice. And we also have blockchain technology that makes for transparency. These are the things that are the ways in which artificial intelligence is disrupting these industries. Also in manufacturing, we have robots now that does things more faster, that helps the production process to be more effective, and also reduce errors, in assembling products, and also in the distribution. We have drones now. Drones now fly all over, to deliver goods to people right to their doorstep. We also have this amazing technology, 3D printing, and that is so powerful. I've watched so many videos on this particular technology, and I feel these are the way that artificial intelligence is just taking over virtually all sectors and areas of our life. Please, the next slide, please. And also, right now, there are predictions on how artificial intelligence is disrupting the workspace. Right now, robots and machines and algorithms account for 29% of all the work currently all the work currently done. Like right now, we have 29% of robots, algorithms, AI, they're just doing 29% of the work being done globally now. And this percentage is set to rise to 52% in 2025, which means that so many activities that are done in the workspace will be powered, by AI, and it's going to be a rapid rapid evolution. Like AI is going to take so many of the activities that we do as humans, because the percentage is going to rise. Also, because this is towards young people, people who are just growing. A prediction or start from the World Economic Forum also shows that 65% of kids entering primary school will go on to work in fields that do not exist now. So it's almost make the future unclear to us, because why these people are growing? They are going to work in spaces or do jobs that can't even be described at the moment. So this is just to show us how artificial intelligence is taking over in a very strong way, and this means so much to us, to share these ideas so that young people can get the information and be better positioned to prepare to prepare themselves for this future that seems to be unknown. Can you move to the next slide, please? So the question that comes to our mind now, that is this the end? Artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, machines, is this the end for us young people? Because across industries, workers are worried about automation. They're worried about artificial intelligence. There's this strong fear in the hearts of people that, is this just going to change, end our job? Is this going to make us useless? But I feel that we all need to embrace a new mindset, because the fourth industrial revolution is here to stay. It's never going to go away. We had the first, we had the second, we had the third, and now this is the fourth, and it's changing the future of work. So it is here to stay. There's nothing we can do about that. And one thing I've also discovered as humans, that our natural tendency has always been to update and not to reinvent. We've always done all things in new ways. Like we just do or we do all things. Oh, let us just come up with something new through these old things that we've been doing and all. But now the fourth industrial revolution has just changed everything. Now we have to do entirely new things that we've probably not done before. So this is a mindset that everyone must embrace, that now is the time to do new things. Yes, and it's just going to stay. There's nothing we can do about it. We just need to move with every of the changes that we're experiencing in our society. So everyone must consider nursing, advancing and emerging technologies to create a productive and more equitable future. So we need to move to understand that automation is not coming to replace us, but we as humans, we need to position ourselves better to make sure that every of these emerging technology is a way in which we can create a more productive and more equitable future. So I'll move on to the next slide also. Yeah, so there's something important for every one of us to understand about the future of work. Despite all the myth that we've had around on what the future of work would bring to us, of the bad and negative things, because there are so many things on the social media now. But one thing and a fact that we should never forget is that the future of work would still remain a world of skills. Because even before all of these changes was introduced into our society, artificial intelligence and automation, there is something that makes you valuable or employable. in companies, organizations, communities, and all, you have skills. There are skills that you must bring on board. So still in the future of work, our skills as human would still be needed, although it might be different from the same skills that we have today. The skills that are in demand today may not entirely be the skills that will be in demand in the next 10 years, in the next 4 years, in the next 5 years. So it will still be a world of skills. All we have to do now is to just sit back and also ensure that we will leverage on the power of the internet to access quality information. Through this information, we begin to know that, okay, these are the skills that be needed. How do I position myself, to reskill, to keep upskilling myself? So despite the changes in the method and in the content, I still remain relevant. I believe this is so important to us as young people. This is one of the greatest thing we could do to ourselves, by ensuring that we stay updated, to ensure that we have the necessary upskillings to stay relevant in the future of work. So I guess at this point, I would have to leave the floor for my colleague Asma to take on to continue with the journey.
Thank you, dear Laughter. So based on what Laughter mentioned earlier, let's look at reports and what they say about the future of work. So starting off with a scenario from the PwC, they said that there are 4 scenarios might be, they segregated them into 4 main words. The first word is about there will be no HR. It will not exist, as it will be integrated into the system of an organization. Entrepreneurs will rely on outsourced services. There will be fierce competition of talent. So as my colleague Laughter said, there would be like a high competition on talents, how people develop themselves and their skills to upgrade them and upscaling them to a more advanced level. In demand, future skills will command the highest rewards. So the better the skills you have in this world would be like, the better you will get the best offer the organization can give you. In word 2, it speaks about the global cooperation will become powerful and influential more than ever. So it will be like competing with the political level as organizations, and top talents would be fiercely fought over. Word 3 speaks about powerful public opinion, scarce natural resources, and strict international regulation. This will lead to companies will push a stronger ethical and ecological agenda. And the 4th word by PwC in this study mentioned that the work will have greater meaning and relevance. It will like find autonomy, fulfillment for the employees with strong ethical and social standards. The concept of fair pay will like be the most important thing in the future of work. So these are the 4 words that are predicted or like foresighted for 2030. When we look at what are the key trends that would be in 2030, it will be like a less complicated hierarchy. So it will not be like a traditional way when we have so many bureaucracy in our organizations, and you have to wait so long for an email or a letter or a response from other departments. So it will be like more of a flat organization where everyone can collaborate and build upon each other easily. Big emphasis on employees' wellness. It will be very vital and important, as you heard of the trend that is going over for the past few years, the quiet quitting. So I think it's like one big response to what's happening then into the future, that employees' wellness would come first for them to upgrade their skills, be more creative and advance more, especially when we talk later about what is the virtual world and the metaverse will add to new organizations. Trends spoke about robot assistant at work, like in 2030, for example, everyone would have his own robotic assistant, be it in a form of a Siri, a program, or a form of a mini robot, or a form of someone to schedule your day, etc. Social work activity will take place in the meta world. It will be by the augmented reality headset. There has been today so many initiatives and activities that speak about the metaverse and how immersive it's getting. So imagine in 23 how advanced this technology would be, that would make you truly live what you see into your headset. So let me ask you this, and maybe I will start with my colleague Laughter, since he's an expert in so many fields, especially when it comes to advanced technologies. So Laughter, what kind of new jobs will evolve by 2030? I would like to hear your opinion, and then we'll take some of the attendees with us.
Yeah, I guess the basically the kind of jobs that we would have by 2030 are jobs that there are jobs that we have on ground already, but majorly they are just going to be more augmented, through automation and artificial intelligence. Now we'll have stuff like smart home managers, and we have health counselors, virtual health counselors. So that means you could just be in your house, without having to physically get to the hospital. You could reach out to your medical counselor virtually. So these are the kind of jobs that would have, and there are jobs that are existing, just that the approach now would be different. So that's all I would say for now.
Thank you, Laughter. Anyone from our audience would like to participate? Imagine it's like 2030, and then we have like new formation of job. How can you imagine the future of job? We'll take Stephen Litchi, then Dr. Fatma.
Hi, Asma. Thanks, Laughter and Asma. So, I think just the work that I do as a consultant, I think one area would be the integration of so many of the tasks that we do with the computer, that sometimes I'm just like, why isn't the computer recognizing that I'm doing a search and putting it into a spreadsheet? It's like, something should be reading my mind saying, oh, he's doing this search and he's putting it in this spreadsheet. That should be automated for me so that I don't have to. And so I've played around with this a little bit with artificial intelligence that will scan an article for you and give you a one-page summary. That's great, but it's not going to do it for 100 articles. I'm going to have to put in 100 articles and scan, get a one-page summary from all of them, when it's like, no, I want you to take this entire folder with 100 PDFs and I want you to, pull something, together from that's a synthesis or whatever. So, but I think it will also be done kind of like the Minority Report, where Tom Cruise is standing there in front of this glass board and you're using your hands and, you're just engaged in this very immersive sort of environment. So I don't know if that's a job per se, Asma, but it's more an interface that we'll have with the work that we're doing.
We can call it a robo assistant, maybe. Stephen, what do you think?
Yeah, like my little personal librarian that is like doing all of my work.
That's a nice idea. So, Dr. Fatma?
Yes, thank you, Asma, and hello, everyone. Well, I think some of the jobs will be very soon. If it's not happening today, it's already exist. But I think the jobs that related to data sciences and cloud computing, those are the most jobs that we will have it very soon, or we already have it, but it will be leading the future because the big data analytics, data sciences, the software development, different type of these jobs, I think related also to cybersecurity issues and cybersecurity jobs. Those are the main jobs. I think it will be very important in the near future.
Yeah, very insightful. Thank you, Dr. Fatma.
Thank you.
So let's have a look on 5 emerging jobs in 2030. And I want you also to imagine more. So according to WE Forum, they talk about elderly wellness consultants. So every elder person will have its own personal consultant. Now, what is the formation of the consultant itself? It can be like a robot consultant, a robotic, or a platform interface, or it can be like someone who's assigned to like take care of the wellness of the elderly, be it like a Zoom meeting, a platform, etc. Another job would be augmented reality journey builder. So as you know, we are really booming into metaverse and AI and all that. So one aspect would be like an important thing is someone to build the journey of services and the storytelling, storytelling boards that is relevant to what is the goal of this metaverse or the space. For example, if we're going to use it for work, we'll hire someone called augmented reality journey builder. So I want him to focus on the wellness of the employees. I want him to focus on, we're conducting a brainstorming activity. So I want it to be really interactive and immersive for them. I want to build something for relevant to sports. So I would have something really immersive, showing exercises, being really realistic, etc. And it will be customized for the person themselves. So hence we will have also in the line with the augmented reality journey builder, someone who is like making personalized schedules or agenda, just like what Stephen mentioned earlier. One more is the algorithm bias auditor. As you know, since we are going into the fourth industrial revolution and really advancing into technology, so auditors of some kind of sort to make sure that things are happening well and being governed is really important. Data detective, and this is will go a bit more into the security side of the future. It's important to have data detective. For example, what if a crime happened in the metaverse? Who's responsible? What if something happened in the virtual world? How we can track that. So maybe a job would emerge that is called data detective. Human machine teaming manager, there would be like someone who combine or make sure that humans and machine collaborate with each other, because of course there will be resistance. Not everyone would be used to machine, etc. So someone who can work with that and help people communicate the robotics and machine and make them into synergy would be great. Something I read earlier that was relevant to the rights of the robots. So now we're speaking about the human machine teaming manager. It was one of the topics that raised so many questions that would robot in the future in 2050, etc. would have rights, should be there, would be like segregated human and robots teams that will emerge and then will happen. So for example, wars, etc. So this is something also to think about when it comes to the future, because as you know, in the future, if you ask one questions, it will lead you to so many others. Moving to the next questions, I would like to ask you guys, what are the demanded skills of the future? So we talked about the emerging jobs, what kind of future work, and now we will talk about the demanded skills. And I'm not sure if Laughter would be someone who will ask him again first. Laughter, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you very much. There's so many skills that would be in demand, for the future of work that we now have upon us. Because I recently I interacted with an AI product. I don't even know about the Mid Journey. So while interacting with this app and seeing the results that it gave, I was amazed by what AI can do, the ability of AI to do great stuff and all. But I discovered that in making the best out of this, you have to be creative. So one of the demanded skills for the future is creative thinking, among many other, because artificial intelligence would not respond or would not bring productive results if there is no input at all. So we humans will be the one to give that prompt, would be the one to give that input. So the input we are giving in itself must carry a whole lot of weight. So that means we have to expand our mindset, the way we think. So it is as a result of this that we can expect more, from artificial intelligence. So I can say that creative thinking is one of the key skills that will be needed, to thrive in the future of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Laughter. Very insightful indeed. I totally agree with that. Let's see the audience if you have any thoughts about what will be the demanded skills of the future, and if you can elaborate to help us all understand your thoughts. Any thoughts on that? Okay, I'll give you a hint. Yes, Stephen.
Yeah, no, Asma, I think something that is going to be demanded more than ever is what I would call just a cultural translator. That as the world is in this, like this, what we're doing right now is a perfect example of people are coming in from all over the world, essentially. If you're awake, you know, and interested in futures, there's a good chance you might be here. But just the whole idea that as we move forward with work initiatives and collaborative sort of efforts, you're going to have to understand the cultural dynamics that work in that virtual sort of space. We understand it when we go to a country and we see Asma is, you know, is dressed the way she is. And so we see that as a cultural thing, but it's like what we don't see, Asma, is all of the mental sort of spaces that guide how you engage with people and so forth, coming, say, from Islamic background, and I'm coming from the US and say from a you know, from another sort of background. And so it's going to be learning how to adapt those sort of cultural things without being physically in that cross-cultural sort of environment.
That's very thoughtful, honestly, and it's a new way to look at things. Yes, I totally agree. In this space and time of word, it's important sometimes to have a skill that would help people like understand each other cultures, because let's say countries with rich culture, or they have so many still hanged on culture that they need to comply with, along with other countries that they perform their own culture in a different way. Imagine that they never spoke to each other, and yet the first time they meet, maybe there were things to be considered ahead, and would make the conversation more easy if they know that what is the best approach to reach for this culture. And I do imagine maybe in 2050 there would be like a small chip for everyone that gives you all the information. And this is something I read into the 50 Global Opportunities report by Dubai Future Foundation. There was one opportunity that talks about inserting a chip into the human bodies that can transfer knowledge that you are needed. So imagine you will be in a world that people would have the same understanding of knowledge, let's say the basic level of cultural knowledge, experiences, etiquette, etc., protocols, etc. That would be really a wonderful world. So hopefully it's something to be implemented and we can see in the future. So let's see some of the most demanded skills in 2030 by McKinsey's report. They said higher cognitive, such as critical thinking, quantitative analysis, and statistical skills are needed in the future, because imagine a world that you will be living in the metaverse, and you need like to perform faster than ever. So your brain must be into a new level of thinking and analysis and having the right statistical skills. Advanced communication such as empathy, adaptability, ability to learn continuously, and maybe this touch based upon what Stephen said earlier, that to have like the right skills to understand each other based on culture, empathy, and to be adaptable to all types of people, be able to work with every environment is really vital, especially when we talk about the young people that are going to the field of the work in the upcoming years, to develop that skills, not to see like when someone is different than me, it means that they don't think like me. So the more adaptable we are into work environment people, the more we have to go into new opportunities, upgrade our skills, be better as people. So this is a really important point in terms of the skills. Last but not least, advanced adaptabilities to technologies. As you see, it's all about AI. It's all about the moving shift and the huge transformation that we see today when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution. So the more you are adaptable and willing to learn about technology, the easier for you to be transformative to the next phase that the future is unfolding for us. Moving on to the next point, which we will ask you, will the format of job interviews change? As you know, the formatting of job interviews, and I know if you're working, you've been through one, interviewing some of the candidates. If you are still not working, maybe it will give you a good hint on what to prepare for the future. So the current format is very physical. You have to submit your CV, then go for the interview. Sometimes they give you a case study. Sometimes it takes 2 months because the interview level goes from HR, a specialist, and then your direct proposed manager, and then the acceptance. What do you think the future would be, and how would this change? Maybe I would like to hear from someone experienced this time. How about Dr. Fatma? Or Stephen? And we have
sorry, Asma. Actually, you know, the future of this will, you know, and this is not my idea. This is somebody who actually does this as research at Duke University, and she presented on this at the World Economic Forum. Essentially, we'll be wearing devices that will assess our previous work. So they will actually be able to download our concentration levels. They'll be able to download our critical thinking skills. They'll be able to download, and they will essentially have an entire database of what your brain can and cannot do. They will be looking at that. They will be putting you similar through case studies that we have now, but through virtual reality. They will be able to throw you into a potential job situation, be monitoring your brain, and, you know, essentially weeding you out with AI and quantitative analysis. So gone are the days of you know, trying to have that human sort of interaction and win the job with your personality and your smile.
Actually, that's right. The future of job interviews, as Stephen said, there would be a wearable health technology to identify what's the right job for you. It will be like something to review and see what are the best skills that you are complying at your work. Is this work really good for you? As they say, when you have the 360 level, it will be all automated. Personality profiling through AI, it will be all related to what data is inputted about this employee, and some of them will be taking from social media, your behavior. Are you the suitable person for this job? For example, you are introverted, extroverted, you are good in working in teams, you prefer to work alone, etc. Along with testing job performance virtually, so maybe there will be a wearable device that you have to put, and it will take you to the metaverse. And then they will give you the performance of the test that you are actually in the job of, or if it was something like in my industry and the healthcare field, you're a paramedic, maybe the exercises would be, and the rating would be based on how you rescue a life or perform some medical procedure to see you are successful at that job or not. So before we end, there is one question I would like to ask you all to participate in. Where do you see yourself in 2030? You learned today about the future of work, how it will look like. My colleague Laughter took you through how AI would impact the future in our work. We talked about how the interview would look like. We discussed how the job would look like. What are the evolvement of the job? Now, based on all these, where do you see yourself in 2030? Let's start with Laughter. So Laughter, if I ask you, where do you see yourself in 2030? How your work will be like? What kind of interview will be embedded there? What kind of environment you will be working on?
Okay, thank you for that question. By 2030, I believe particularly with the work that I want to do, or with the career I want to pursue, in the built environment in Africa. So I believe that by then would all be able to facilitate and make it much more easier for people to live in smart homes in Africa, because I believe the real estate industry, as a way of addressing many of the SDGs, especially, by leveraging on technology, leveraging on artificial intelligence. So I feel that I have a big role to play in this. And by 2030, I see myself, fulfilling this objective of mine, to make life more easier for people here in my continent, by providing housing and facilities that are powered by AI and technology, to boost that helps us to live longer and makes life much more easier. So that's all I see happening.
Very nicely elaborated, Laughter. Thank you. So let's hear from the audience. Where do you see yourself in 2030? Or if you want, we can open up a room for discussion about any questions you have in regards to the future of work or any topic for me and Laughter.
Ozma, I would love to see myself in a position to empower greater democratization of future. So that was the session right before this session with Peter and Jome. So sometimes I feel like, due to the economic ecosystem that the world lives in, many people around the world that could benefit from futures are just, they're not in the place to like take any futures training. They're not in the place to do anything like that. It has to be taken to them. So to me, the humanitarian aid field, provides material support, but what does it look like to provide, future support? Like, how do we help people that are going to be increasingly influenced by conflict, climate change, environmental degradation, all of this? How do we equip them with the ability to have a voice that speaks to the future and giving them a preferred future that they would love to see fulfilled?
That's very interesting, Stephen. And I would like to ask you, what kind of things, if you got the power in the world to propose something relevant to democratizing futures and make it like accessible to everyone, and you were one of the people that would make decisions for one day in the world for this, how you will take, what are the steps or what you will do, what are the initiatives you are considering to make it happen?
To me, again, this is going back to what was shared in the previous, here, I turn on my camera. So Jome was talking about imagination and creativity. And so I think that would be an element to work with, younger generations, that how do you tap into that? How do you tap into creativity? How do you tap into storytelling? How do you tap into that? So there's a forward-looking, creative, imaginative side. I live in Kenya, where the education system here still is very rote learning. Sort of, you walk past a little school in rural area and you literally hear kids yelling back what the teacher is saying. And so so there would be that forward-looking creative side, but there would also be a mental health and wrestling with the past, as I mentioned in the previous sort of in the previous panel, the whole idea that our future is really determined by our past. So if our past is filled with trauma and turmoil and all forms of personal conflict, that needs to be reconciled, for neurobiological sort of reasons, so neuroplasticity, helping young people change a lot of their mental paradigms and mindsets so that the past can be reconciled, they can re-engage with the present, and then reimagine the future from those sort of mental sort of processes that are happening. So very holistic, but also built around not a lot of props, and like Lego Serious Play is a great tool. But if I would take a set of Lego into a community, I would leave with no Lego at the end of that session because they would all go in everybody's pocket. So my creativity has to be with sticks and rocks and dirt and, the local sort of scenario, which you can still do. It doesn't have the pizzazz and the richness that maybe Lego would have, but there's ways that you can do this. And yeah, that's where I'd want to start.
Very thoughtful, Stephen. Thanks for sharing your experience. One thing I've noticed when we speak about the future and like starting from the beginning is the power of dreaming, because hopes is like one thing, but it's always associated with the dreams of people. For example, when we were young, and in my society, always they talk about you have to be a doctor, or you have to be a pilot, or you have to be an officer. There are certain kind of dream jobs that everyone aspires to be. So you do your best in life to become that, to make your parents proud and your culture and society. But then this developed over time. So it started really basic. Now we have astronauts. We have new thinking style of becoming something more and more. We have like to have a global futurist. Influencers are one of the dreams of family for their kids nowadays. So it's like when you have some expectation and can embed the seed of a dream into the youngsters, maybe they will have something to look forward to. It wouldn't be something really luxurious, like let's say, as you mentioned, the Lego or something will have like a platform, metaverse, etc. What's more advanced, but it would be like, as you said, also to change the mental thinking of people. Like instead of thinking about the simple basic things of how do I survive the day, into thinking of what if I can create a path for me towards the future and become the best version of myself in this field.
Yeah, and Ozma, there's another cultural phenomena as well that I've interacted with in Kenya, where if you ask this question, where do you see yourself in 2030? There's two components to it. It's like, well, there's the part of me that I have to fulfill my father's wish to be an accountant. So I have to do that. So, but then when I do that for my father, I want to see myself in art school or medicine or something like that. So there's almost like dual futures that some youth have to navigate as like, well, and I've heard so many people say that, well, I got the law degree for my mother and now I'm an engineer. Or things like that. So they're balancing their own personal future with the more family or community future that might be, pressed upon them.
Yeah, this is totally understandable because generally in the MENA and the Asian culture, we have the expectation of the power of expectation of your culture and family for drawing your future versus what you really love and want to do. But within the days, what I noticed is a huge shift between being traditionally drawn to the future that the family wants you to be towards the future that you really love. It's how you emphasize and impact that. Now, it all come back to the mindset and how you can embed the drawing your own path kind of thinking rather than just following what's really great into society or what your family wants you to do. So any other thoughts on the topic?
Sorry, Ozma, but can we maybe ask, I think it would be intriguing to know from Laughter, because what he was sharing, and then if he's heard from his parents, like, did they, like, I'm intrigued with that generational sort of change. And I think we are seeing it. So I think that might be a cultural shift that is massive in its scope, in the sense that it really expedites people pursuing what they want to do versus pursuing something that your parents. So Laughter, you know, if you know any of this, do you know from your parents or grandparents or aunts or uncles how they were kind of maybe forced to do a certain career when they didn't want to do it and so forth? Just curious if you have any insight from that, from your, you know, from your elders.
Yeah. So thank you very much for that question. Yes, with what I've learned so far, and with what I have even also experienced from even my parents myself. So there's this kind of this a cultural issue here in Africa, you know, where parents kind of influence or have a lot of say on what their children should be because of what they want. So looking at my my parent, the life of my parent, I feel to a very large extent their future was determined because they were even born, you know, like some decades ago. And you know, so I see what they do today, and I see that they were influenced because those times, in those days when they were giving birth to, priority was not really given for education. All you just have to do then was, you know, stay submissive to your parents, go with them to the farm, you know, when you also grow, you could get a parcel of land to start your own farm business or agricultural business, and all, get married to a wife, give birth to children, and you know, expect the same thing to also continue through them. And also I believe that my grandparents really had a whole lot of influence, you know, to describe how their life should turn out to be. But I believe that when it comes to me now, or looking at the terrain of things now, it has really changed now, because right now I have the concept of my parents to choose my own path, and in which I've even started to do. Like, I have what I really want to do with my life. I have things that the career I want to pursue, different from the conventional ways of saying, oh, I just want to become a, because in Africa it's so keen on so many parents to expect their children, oh, you have to be a doctor. We've not had a doctor in our lineage. You have to be one, you have to be the first person. And also, but for me, I guess such was not extended to myself and my siblings and all. We have this privilege, or we have this, they now have access to superior information that gives us the allowance to pursue whatever track or whatever path we feel we can be the best version of ourselves in life. So I guess that answered your question, Stephen.
Yes, Laughter. I had a feeling it was going to come similar to that. So I just always find it intriguing to see this shift. So Ozma and Laughter, I don't, when you were putting this presentation together, did you see any of that arising in what you were looking at? Because look, the McKinseys and the Deloittes, these are coming from a certain paradigm of what tools and so forth, and they are correct to a certain degree on a technological skills sort of level. But I find that the McKinseys of the world consistently fail to understand the cultural and the historical dynamics that happen across, across the globe.
That, Stephen, would be actually for another topic. Maybe next year, me and Laughter would host something called Future of Culture of Work, where we can speak about that. But for this,
okay, sounds good.
We focus on the future of 2030 and what are the alternatives that are there. I'm reading just a message from Abdul Wahab. He's saying, I'm here in a remote area with bad connection. I will be working on the strategies to protect the community people and the world from the worst artificial, because he believes that AI could be the cause of a very mass destruction. Abdul Wahab, everything in life has a dual effect. Like, it can be good and it can be bad. Everything you can think about, even like when it comes to AI, it can be for the betterment of the humans, or it can be used like in a bad way. The computers, when they first started, and many of the technologies that we use today, before it started in the military or the army work, Now it's used for the betterment of the future, to ease the business, etc. So what I wish is, Abdul Wahab, if you can look at things from a different perspective, maybe the fourth industrial revolution, yes, we don't understand it fully. We don't know what will hold for the humans, what will happen later on, but we're sure that something good would be out of it. And it depends how the leaders are utilizing it for the betterment of the humanity. So with that, me and Laughter would like to thank you for attending our session. We had a wonderful time discussing with you today. As we are reaching the end of our time together, we want to thank you, the participant in the World Future Day, Young Voices 2023. There will be new facilitators and conversations happening on the hour. You're free to stay on for the next session. And I would like to share with you a screen that you can participate further. Let me stop sharing and I'll share with you the live Miro board so you can participate with us on that for further engaging. It has like several questions about what are your aspirations of the future. Along with that, if you would like to discuss with us further on the topic, we can continue on Discord. There is an account for the Young Voices program, and maybe you can participate with us next year, and the collection of views from participants with the story. So before we get to the next presentation, would you like us to take a group photo together? Stephen?
Yes, if you are here, open your camera.
Okay. So 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful to have you. Take care.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steven. Thank you everyone for participating.
So we are going to start in about 10 minutes, the next session. I will keep this, my video and my audio open while the facilitators over the next sessions connect. If you have any question, I'm here. You can use the chat or open your mic. Atanda, are you still there?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Hey, hello. I see that you are still the host. Can you please share being the host with me?
I believe the technical team should help you with that. I do not have
Yes.
access to that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them. But I don't know if it's here. Okay, so you need to click on the 3 buttons of my name. and it should give you the option to make me host.
Yeah, I did that already.
Assign host, yes, perfect. Thank you very much. Hola Sandra, hello Sandra.
Hola, ¿me podéis oír? ¿Escuchar bien?
Sí, perfectamente.
Hello, is there anybody else with you, or I just say hello?
No, I think we are doing like the transition from one session to the other. If you want to start doing a short introduction, or we can just wait until 9, like in less than 10 minutes, and start.
Yeah, because since you know that the session is hosted in Barcelona, just from St. Peter's School. Our guests, Noel Rothers and the students, will be joining us at 9:05. Okay, because they're just finishing one class, so this is like the live, you know.
Okay, they are in the school.
Yes. So actually, I'm doing practicing. I'm teacher in practice, no, as we say
Yes.
here. So I'm supposed to be now in class, but anyway, this is a special day for World Futures Day. One thing I want to see, just let me. Okay, I'm going to open my. Because we have to share all these Discord and messages, no? Like if you want participation messages. Take it.
Okay, Sandra, you are now the co-host also.
In case I need to add someone, right?
And share screen, whatever you need.
Lourdes, should I share or should we share all these messages to join Miro, Discord?
I think it's not necessary because the previous presenter just shared them.
But the new people would not have it, right? So
yeah, so let's wait that they join. I can do it. Don't worry.
Okay, I have this here. Please. Good morning or good afternoon, William. Where are you based? Because I saw that you had, the previous session.
Yes, I'm based in Evans Head in Australia.
Oh, good.
And I was just checking in to see whether everything is going well.
Yes, we have a moment of panic because the previous co-host didn't know how to give me the access like the host, but it's all good now.
It's all good. Yeah, I was unable to intervene earlier,
okay.
but I saw it coming in, and the whole schedule is on the website. We're still broadcasting on YouTube Live. Do you want me to reshare that link? Because
yes.
It's on the same. It's basically on the same page, Lourdes. So if people navigate to the teachthefuture.org page that I just shared, there's not only the schedule there, but there's also the the live stream is embedded in that page. And if you want to have the just the YouTube live stream for people to watch, that's also possible.
Okay, I wanted to share this, but not like that. One moment. Hi, Lisa. What I experience with the link in the website is that sometimes takes time to charge. I guess it's a lot of things going on there.
Yeah, but it's being live updated. So you are actually broadcasting live. So I don't know if you want to kick off the next session.
Yes, we are, as Sandra explained, we are waiting to the St. Peter School and the students. They are finishing the previous class because they are actually students. So they will be here in 5 minutes, I guess. And in a couple of minutes, Sandra can give also an introduction of the session. Sandra, we are seeing the whole screen. I don't know.
I think I'm going to share PDF because my resources, my PC is kind of not good.
Okay, so please stop sharing and you can share later the PDF.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. And we can see also the slide.
So I don't know what happens, but when I go into the cloud with Zoom, Miro, and Canva, my resources are not so good. So I'll just do this from.
Okay, maybe you also can close the other PDF, like la pestaña de la izquierda.
But this is something I'm gonna
show also. Okay, perfect. So let's start the presentation of what is World Future Day, why are we here, and what is this session of St. Peter is going to be about, but I'm sure Noel and Sandra will explain later also. So welcome everybody to World Future Day. We are now based in Spain right now. Sandra and Noel, if I'm not mistaken, are going to connect from Barcelona. And I'm now connecting from Seville. So the two opposite sides of Spain, northeast and southwest right now. Teach the Future is organizing World Futures Day with the Millennium Project. That is, it's the organization that founded this World Future Day. And it's an honor and it's a pleasure to organize it because we are going, or what we are doing in these 24 hours is giving a space and giving voice to young voices. And this is the main objective of this 24 hours conversation. Talk about the future, but also include voices of young people and kids to learn more about what are their feelings, what are their desires, and what are their also fears about the future. In this case, Noel is part of St. Peter Schools, and she has been included future thinking for a while now in this school in St. Peter's. She is an innovator, and she for sure is also an entrepreneur. And it's a courage woman because it's really difficult to include future thinking or to include any new topic in the curriculum. So we are really thankful to Noel to do that in St. Peter's School, and also Sandra, that is part of Teach the Future Spain, that it is also a teacher now in St. Peter's School. They both can share better what they're doing, and of course what the students are learning and experiencing. So welcome, Noel. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to everybody. So happy World Teachers Day. Today is Wednesday, March 1st, and we're celebrating here World Teachers Day. So I have, as Lourdes mentioned, my name is Sandra Martinez. So I'm part of Teach the Future Hub in Spain from last year, so as well as Lourdes. And my role here in this session is I'm just gonna facilitate this session because as Lourdes presented, I have the honor to be speaking and to be presenting the experience of one school in Barcelona, St. Peter's School, which is right now experiencing futures literacy and futures thinking. And this is well, the message and the name of our session today, Learning from the Future. So right now, I'm going to present Noel Roses. She's a teacher and educator in St. Peter's School, and she's in charge of the whole Futures Initiative in St. Peter's School. So we are here in one classroom. So we are live from St. Peter's School. And forgive us if we're sharing just one PC. So I hope everything goes well. So thank you, Noel, and good morning.
Hi, so again, I'm Noel. So I'm actually a teacher at St. Peter's School. And just to give a little bit of context and background, we started infusing futures thinking, futures literacy into our program last year. So it's been quite a journey. I'm currently teaching business management. And in addition, I do special projects. And one of the projects that I've been advocating in the school has been advocating and supporting is the importance of thinking about the future, futures thinking, futures literacy, especially for the youth, which is really directed to the students that we are serving.
So also here we have our students, and maybe the best thing is that you present yourself, you say your name, and then we will later on, we will be sharing some insights with them.
Hi, I'm Lani. I'm Ronnie. Yeah. You're great. Oh, no. Year 9. Yeah, we're in year 9 in the same class. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for being here. I know that you should be in class today, but this is a special day, World Futures Day. So we're going to start our presentation here. So first of all, well, I want to share the agenda with you in this hour. So first of all, we're going to talk about a little bit about the futures of education and giving you some insights, that I think in these days are really impacting, and they are very important in the context of and the domain of education. How it impacts in schools. And we're gonna know from the hand of Noel and the students how St. Peter's School is experiencing and doing and making a reality what is futures literacy. We will meet the students and we will do some icebreakers in the mirror, and then we have Q&A. If you have any questions from the audience, feel free to put your questions in the chat. And we will be happy to answer them. Okay, so futures of education. I had a nice view here, but this is the life. So we are futurists, and we like to use frameworks and methodologies, and this is a discipline. So the first thing what we do is when we have something that is curious or something that's impacting our world, is we frame, we start framing, and when we analyze futures, we start with framing the domain of what's going on here. So our topic here is futures of education. And I want to start asking Noel, in the domain of futures education right now, as global perspective, could you share with us how you have identified, or if you've identified, and you can share with us new trends or world trends that really affect education in some terms?
Yeah, so in terms of trends, if we're looking at the mega trend of digitalization, technology obviously plays a huge role. So most recently, this month or the last few months, a hot topic in school, and I'm sure everyone's talking about it, is the impact of technology and education, in particular AI and the advancement of AI. So last week as a school, we actually had a meeting about the impact of ChatGPT, for instance. So with this particular trend, it forces us to address what's coming. It gave us the space and the urgency to have the conversation about what the future of education might look like from a perspective, let's say, of technology. So what would assessment look like, or what are our approaches to teaching and what are our approaches to learning? So even though it's technology centered, there's also obviously a human aspect to that. It's like the emotions that we have as human beings or as teachers of the way we did things, how we taught, and then now questioning, is there anything we have to change in our individual practices? So for sure, technology is a big trend, not just with ChatGPT, but whatever's coming in the future. We've seen it also with being able to navigate both online and face-to-face learning, that we kind of live in this hybrid world. So how, as educators, do we navigate both online and face-to-face? So that's definitely one trend that we are focusing on as well and having conversations about in our school community.
Okay, so this is technology. What about maybe how it impacts society and the future of education, like in the environment? Are you doing any practices or activities relating these trends, like, for example, climate change and the impact, sustainability? You also connect that with futures?
Yes, for sure. So in addition to impacts of technology, we obviously think about the wicked problems in the world and think about, okay, how can we infuse this wicked problems into our specific curriculum? Whether I'm teaching business or I'm teaching science or I'm teaching math, how can we encourage and create the space and have the dialogue of long-term thinking? One of them is obviously could be climate change. One of them could be other trends like the future of work or the future of learning. So as educators, one of our responsibilities and our mandate is obviously to prepare our students for the future or the jobs of the future. Given that we don't know what the jobs of the future is or what that might be, how can we best prepare them? So how we infuse that is to emphasize on not just content, but also prepare students with skills. And the new type of skill that we are trying to advocate for is this ability of futures thinking, systems thinking, in the way they approach learning and the way they approach their work.
Yeah. So as futurists, this is like the first thing, discovery. So we go there and we do scanning, we explore and what's happening in the world, and that it's affecting our context, which is education, learning, teachers and students, and of course, schools. So thank you, Noel, for sharing global trends that are really, impacting today's society in terms of technology, AI. ChatGPT is also one like hit everybody. I was just talking today to my niece, and well, she's also in college, and well, she doesn't know about ChatGPT, but here, it's like, oh, wow. So she's also a student. So you imagine that here in St. Peter's, for example, ChatGPT is a big hit. It's like the signal of change of the month, of the year. So This is also an example of how St. Peter's is preparing the students for the real world and for the present, of course, no? And given these trends, so social impact, technology, Agenda 2030, climate change, and so on, AI, we go further and deeper, and we connect these insights and these signals of change that could be drivers and that take us to a new scenario, you know? So this new scenario could be just taking into account future thinking methodology and future thinking tools, and why not integrating the idea of integrating it in your present education system and your present education methodologies that you're using right now in St. Peter's School. So perhaps, Noel, you can share with us, how are you doing, you know, if what are your initiatives, you know, to start integrating future thinking into your current methodologies, and well, how it impacts that, and what are the implications?
Okay, so at first we started off by creating a committee with a group of teachers. Maybe there's about 10 teachers at the beginning, which was last year. And we started off by exploring different futures tools. So for instance, we started with the futures triangle or the futures wheel. And then we explored those tools together as a teacher and as a team. And then the next step was to question ourselves and to question our practice. How can we integrate these tools and futures thinking into our individual classrooms? Again, the approach was more an interdisciplinary approach. So if I was teaching, for instance, business, how can I look into my curriculum where I can kind of fit this in and plug this in so that it would make my lessons or my learning experience more robust. So what I found, let's say I was teaching business management, which is a very traditional course. I have a textbook. Really, we already had a unit on forecasting. And maybe it wasn't identified as futures thinking, but it is a type of futures, I guess, strategy. So from there, introducing maybe a what if scenario. So if this particular forecast did not work, what else could happen? So in this case, it extended my lessons to, I guess, the traditional road, and maybe created like a side way into a different type of conversation in the classroom. Our biology teacher, for instance, used the future wheel in order to navigate through a debate process. So her students had to go to a debate, and the topic was the future of biotech. So the students had to go to Madrid and do a debate. And what they actually did is they used the futures wheel in order to explore the consequences of certain things. And given that they've explored this wheel, it allowed them to go into the debate and basically have a better rebuttal and use different perspectives, not just from the future of biotech, but also the social or environmental consequences of it. So again, it's maybe in a traditional way, they just talked about the future of biotechnology, but in this case, it added really depth into the conversation, and it added depth in the way the students approached the content in their learning.
Thank you. So for the explanation, Noel. So I think now what is better is that since you've been practicing futures thinking for the last year, I think the better thing we can do is just show you show you how, you know, St. Peter's last year, I think around February, they made their question, you know, and probably just using futures wheel and what if, and they made their question like, okay, what if we introduce futures thinking into our school right away and start exploring and start testing it and seeing if there are any benefits in the school doing it, not only Noel in her classes, but with all other teachers. So I think that the best thing that we can do is to show you in a bunch of slides and images the journey of St. Peter's School. So I'm just going to switch to other slides, and maybe this will help you, Noel, to explain your journey from, it's just, it's amazing because St. Peter's School has been doing a great job in just 12 months. So believe me, we can do it, and it's a reality that we can put ourselves in a new scenario, transformative scenario, and the growth part to a growth path, so we can prepare our students for a better future and a better person for sure. So thanks, Noel. You can also feel free to navigate into your journey here.
Sure. So I guess as a committee and management team, as educators, we started with what is really our intention. So we've heard the word futures literacy, we've heard about futures thinking, but at the very start, okay, what is the deep essence of what is our intention? And our intention in a simple form is that using this project, futures-based thinking, as a way to raise awareness and really to use the future as a tool for the present, which is futures literacy. And for us teachers is that how can we use the future as a resource for teaching, and how can the students use the future as a resource for learning or a new pathway for learning. So in this case, at St. Peter's School, our mandate when it comes to futures thinking is to be able to use the future as a tool in order for us to make better decisions in the present. Okay, so here are just a few examples of things that we've done the past year, which is really a reflection of the activities, the classroom experiences we've gone through the past year. So the program was officially launched in September. So it's been about, I would say, 4 or 5 months. And for instance, this is an activity we did last week. So every year, our year 6 students, ages 11 and 12, they have an IB middle years program interdisciplinary unit, which means it combines different subjects groups working together. And their topic was the future of artificial intelligence or artificial intelligence. So this is an example where we found it was a good fit to include or infuse futures thinking into the content. So what we've done is we've made some adaptations to the IB program and created features and infused features in it. So for instance, as you can see on the top right-hand corner, with the International Baccalaureate program, we always have a statement of inquiry, which is a point of inquiry that students take on in order for them to research and learn about AI. And our concept here was time, place, and space. In this particular case, we use futures as a concept and also a related concept as causality, okay? Now, with this, the revisions or modifications we did is we looked at, okay, what is the trajectory of AI? If AI is to continue advancing, what would the next 5 years look like, or the next 10, or year 2050? And use that question or point of inquiry for students to explore what they think the future would look like based on artificial intelligence. We also moved our inquiry questions to not just factual questions, but we also broadened them to conceptual and debatable questions. So our goal here as educators is to move students from what is artificial intelligence, but also to move their thinking and their questioning to, should there be regulations, or, what is the future of AI? How will it impact society? And kind of think about a what if scenario. So in this particular case, this was their statement of inquiry. Here are the stuff that they came up with. So for instance, a group in year 6 actually used Stuart Candy's and Filippo Putica's The Futures Bazaar. So they tried this activity. That was a resource that was posted in LinkedIn that I shared with the students. And then they really took it on. So here, what they've done is they created a stand and they used their imagination and explored, okay, what are the things that we could see in the future that connects to AI and connects to, let's say, things or of the future. So here are some of the works that they came up with. In addition to creating the Futures Bazaar, they deepened their understanding of AI and what is the future by using foresight tools as well. So in this particular case, again, ages 11 and 12, they explored the futures wheel, and they also did a SWOT analysis of the AI using the business tool. So that's one activity that year 6 did last week. Another thing we've done is in a different group, however, is this is in English, ages 12 to 13. What they did is they took the narrative of the book that they read, and then they analyzed the narrative, the story, the characters. And what they've done is they've used the STEEP framework, and then they also use the Futures Wheel. In this particular case, they use a different version, which highlights more the individual, community, and society impacts of the particular narrative that they were learning. So this was for English that they've done. This particular activity is just exploring with kids' imaginations, trying to understand what is the relationship with the future? How do they imagine the future? This is ages 9 to 10, year 4. And we did the activity, the thing of the future. And this is the one that I was talking to you guys about earlier, is that for ages 15 to 16, they had a biology class, and the topic was the impacts of biotechnology. So we modified it, the future of biotechnology. We used various foresight tools in order to deepen the student experience and learning. And then, so here are the students' experiences. And obviously, as teachers, the management team, the team at St. Peter's, we also wanted to expand our network, get in touch with different organizations who can maybe help us make futures thinking happen in our schools. So Teach the Future came to our school back in October. So we were able to meet the team, build connections, and reinforce our advocacy for futures thinking. So this was back in October. In order to help our professional development, we also went to Trento and attended a course for a week. And then as teachers and management, we took all these learnings. And then last December, we actually did a futures lab for all the educators at St. Peter's and management, which was about 110 people, because we thought it was important that we as educators, administrators, managers, experience the lab before launching it, let's say, into our individual classrooms. But our idea is first, try this out in our school, and hopefully our goal is to connect with other schools and share these best practices with our school community and parents as well.
Yes, thank you, Noel. So actually for me, it's like coming from the past, which is the short-term past, which is just 1 year. It could be like the futures cone or Janus cone. So obviously it's not a linear path that you share with us, because with the, introducing futures thinking and futures literacy skills into the different classes, also among different ages, and grades in schools, that you can see that they've used, St. Peter's School has used the futures tool for year 6, which is 9 years old, 11 years old, 13 years old. Our friends and our students here, they also will tell us how they are and how they've used these tools. So obviously there are some benefits here. Now, maybe Noel, you can share us with us what are your next steps, because we are here March 1st, World Teachers Day, and there's a whole new alternative. I would say maybe preferred future for you and St. Peter's and futures thinking. So maybe you can share with us some of the next steps and big events that you already have in mind, and maybe you would like to share with us.
Yes, so I guess our next step is for not just, let's say, myself, but other teachers to be comfortable with teaching and using these tools in their individual classrooms. The idea is we find it fascinating that futures thinking can be a bridge between different disciplines. And that's what we're seeing when we're creating these activities, these tools, that, you know, the science department can talk to social sciences and that we can collaborate together as teachers. So that's one thing, is we want to continue what we're doing and say, okay, how can we use futures thinking, futures literacy as a bridge between interdisciplinary teaching and learning. The second short-term goal that we have is obviously to be able to connect with other schools. It will be great for other schools to introduce this in their program, for other teachers and educators to use these tools and then share best practices, as well as students engaging, let's say St. Peter students engaging with other schools as well as the youth, because, you know, the futures may be really for them, right? It's their voice, it's their vision, it's their hope, and it's their dreams. So it's important as not just a school community, but let's say a city or a country, how does our youth, our students envision their future, and what is their relationship with the future? Events we have planned is hopefully in May, or we plan in May, to be able to create an event where we are going to invite the families to experience what is futures literacy or what is futures thinking, because there still needs to, there's like more education that needs to happen. Not everybody is aware of, you know, if I say futures thinking, it's not an easy concept for people to grasp. So there's more education and advocacy that needs to happen. And then outside families, obviously other educators. So for us to have a lab or a conference where we would invite community partners and also other schools. So that's kind of like our goal for the short term.
Thank you. So now maybe, Noel, you can grab your, because it's the time for the students. Okay. And I'm also would like to invite our students here to Young Voices challenge, you know, so that's also a challenge that, not just I sent you the link for the mirror. You just need to connect to the mirror, not the Zoom. Okay, sorry. So maybe another next step that is we have a challenge is related to, you know, create new futures in this contest. And well, maybe we would explain you what is it about, and maybe you can participate in Young Voices Challenge. So what we're going to do now is we're going to meet Ronnie and Eve, and what we want to do is just to work with you in the mirror, no? So you're going to present yourself, and we're going to do like a small game, you know, about the future. It's like an icebreaker. So you just feel comfortable sharing whatever it comes to you, you know, to your mind. And of course, the mirror is available to all you participants. So I don't know, Lourdes, if we can share the mirror link so everybody can participate. Okay, I'm just going to switch to mirror here. And first of all, I would like you to, it's your turn, your space here, your time, to say your name, your age, your grade, and whatever you want to share. Where are you from, no?
So, like I said before, I'm Ronnie. I'm in year 9, and I'm from Israel. And I'm Annie. I'm also year 9, so we're both 14. And I'm from the Netherlands.
Okay, so I will put here in the mirror, where are you from? So we have like a world map. So the intention is that through the whole day, because we started with World Futures Day yesterday at 5 p.m. in Australia. So this is going to be March 1st was started already yesterday in Australia, and we will post it today somewhere in the States, right? Maybe Honolulu, so Hawaii. maybe we could go, we could be there. So the second question, and maybe thinking about the past, the future, let's say we're gonna try to imagine, use our imagination here. If you had a time machine, you could work, and you could make it work only once. To what point in the future, or maybe in the past, would you visit? Like you could travel to, teletransportation or holograms.
I think I'd go 100 years in the future because I want to see how the world would develop and like how different aspects of like the way we live today would be different then. I think that would be very interesting to see. I would like to go like maybe like 7 years because about the things that we have goals for like 2030, and I would just like to see like where we are with these goals and like how far we've gone to like accomplish them. So I think that would be interesting.
So that's a good idea because long term, and sometimes a lot of people my age, okay, so I'm adult, we have conversations about the futures. So imagine we are in 2050 or 2123. What would the world be, and what would our city be, and how would we behave? And that is not easy to do. And sometimes we are not in the mood to do it. So of course, I believe that I'm going to be alive in 100 years. And still, I'm gonna live for 150 years. So that's I know we can do it as futurists because there are signals of change that's telling us. So if the first thing is we can imagine it. We have to imagine it, and then we're able to be prepared and to create the path for the future as well as Ronnie. Also, it's very interesting what you're sharing here because you've been working in a short-term, midterm future, which is 2030, and you already planned some things, and you created your preferred future. So one thing we can do is, okay, are we okay in the plan? Is this a scenario where we want to live? Or maybe we have to just go into another path, an alternative future, which is also future thinking. Okay, this is easy. If you could go anywhere in the world, the earth, I just make the space, the universe, where would you go? And why?
I don't know. I guess I would go to like the Maldives or something. Just because like I like the islands. I've never been to an island before, and I think that would be cool, but not like a specific reason. I think I'd probably go to South America, so Colombia, I think, because I've never really experienced that culture, and I think that would be interesting to consider that culture in a new perspective, I think.
So that's also one of the skills that futurists and future thinking allows, to be curious, to learn from other cultures, from new things, So this is also, when we're traveling and these past years, especially students, and young people couldn't go on a trip. And I know that some teachers, you're going to go to Rome or to New York or to Bali. So it's also giving us the chance to know more things about the future and to explore. So that's also a good skill that we can use from the future. So now, let's share our wishes for the future. And this is also, you are young people, and it's also very, very valuable for us and for everybody that maybe you could give us a message or a wish, for the future. So if we just had a box, and we could put like Post-it, what would be your message to the future right now, March 1st, 2023? Let's.
I think my message would be that we have to be fair to each other, because in the world today, there are still people who suffer, and I think that that's not fair. So I just want the future to know that we should consider each other before we make rash decisions or hurt each other. and I think that's very important. I think it would be just to be like more educated in general about like things that are happening today, like climate change and stuff like that. Like, I just hope we can get in the future where like people know about it and like they actually want to do something about it, because there's so many people in the world that just like maybe they know something about it, but they don't fully understand it. And that's what's like kind of stopping us from like getting to a point where people want to do something about it. And
yeah, I think that's some point that you as young people sharing those good values, so making the future for good, so creating and with not small actions, but this from school, from day by day, being able to remember, that wherever we go and wherever we as humans, continue our life here in the long-term future, we have to respect ourselves, and especially like AI and robots. Last week we were with young people between year 6 students. Maybe we have to interact with robots, so we have to, remember your thoughts and your sharings here, that fairness and respect and being knowledgeable and educated will help us as humanity. But just coming to what from going in a small trip to the future right now, as collectively, maybe St. Peter's School, what are you best in? What are the good qualities that in school you're learning, and what are super powerful skills, maybe in technology, maybe in business, maybe whatever you want to share with us.
I think what's very good about what we do is that we consider things from a global perspective. So we consider different cultures and what they must think of situations, so that we can fully consider the true impact that the future will have. Like with robots and AI, we have to like consider that for some people that will not be beneficial, but for most it will, because it will like develop our world. But I think it's truly to see like the positive aspects of these things that are coming from like to the future, and also the negative and the positive, like the effect that it can have. Yeah, I think that St. Peter's like tries to really prepare us for the future. Like, for example, when ChatGPT just came out, like instead of all the teachers being like, oh, don't use it, like it's cheating, I think especially like the robotics teacher, like immediately he came into the class and he was like, I want you guys to use this, and I want you guys to understand how to use it and how to make your lives in school easier, and in the future, and how you can use this tool, and like just looking at the trends right now and kind of like applying it to make it easier for us to learn and just to prepare us for the future and like things that we would need to do. So,
yeah, cool. So those things I think are also good skills, so not being afraid about what's new, and there's so many things and so many changes, especially in technology, and no matter the age we are, we first have to know how to use them. What is it, what are the benefits? And of course, these technologies could be used for good or for maybe not so good things, but let's face and let's identify what are the opportunities, the new opportunities, and the new good things about everything. So that's one really good skill that you guys are learning, and to be prepared right now, not in the future, but right now, I think it's important. Maybe the last question, but it's, well, for you, you guys, what would you think about how do you imagine the future in 2050? As you said, 100 years ago from now, but let's go to 2050. Have you ever traveled that far in time? And maybe you can share, like 2 or 3 images or what comes to your mind.
Well, I don't know. I think that whenever we look into the future, we think of like a really massive like change. Like you know, like I just imagine like Back to the Future, like the movie, I just imagine that in the future, but like, you know, I really hope that we can work on like giving education for everyone, you know, reducing like poverty and stuff like that. But mostly I just think of like technology and how it would like improve and, you know, space travel and big things like that. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think technology is one of the biggest parts, because we're so like rapidly changing that industry. And I think that's a very important thing to consider. But also I think environmentally, how we're considering our environment more and more today than we did, say, 50 years ago. So I think in around 27 years, I think, well, I hope that we're able to consider the environment in a fair way, in a just way, where we can not only consider ourselves in our world, but consider other animals and like the world around us and just appreciate that. And yeah.
And this question is not in the mirror, but I'm just curious. Have you ever imagined yourself in your having a work, a job? Sorry, what would be your new job? You know, if there's any. Have you ever thought about what would you be doing in 2050? What would you like to be?
I thought maybe I want to work at a rehabilitation center for like spinal cord injuries. I don't know. It's just a thing that I'm interested in, but I'm not sure. Like, you know, go to med school and then maybe see from there. I think I probably want to be an architect, and I want to work in more environmentally like sustainable parts of like building our world to be respectful for the environment. I think that would be very interesting.
What about you, Noel?
Well, I'd say like education is like a vocation, but also as time is changing and I'm becoming more and more futures conscious, I'm also prepared to, I guess, relearning, reskilling, and reskilling. So although I see myself in the long term as an educator, I see myself as a lifelong learning. But I also am prepared that who knows, maybe teaching will be very different in 27 years' time. So
thank you very much, Ronnie and Lenny, and for sharing your vision about the future. And I hope you had a good time in this hour. Well, you're not in class, but I will thank you to your teacher that let us share, you know, the World Futures Day today. Maybe I'm just gonna see if there are any questions from the audience, okay, in the chat. Maybe Lourdes, you're still there, and you can help us identify if there are any questions right now. Feel free to add something.
I have some question. I would like if you can maybe stop sharing the screen so we can see you better. Yes, perfect. I have some questions for the students. I would like to hear them. Maybe also if you can put the computer closer to them, because sometimes it's difficult to listen, to hear them. Great. Thank you for your contribution. It's really, I love how Noel also explained what you are doing there, but also listening from your voice. It's really good. I am wondering if you have friends that are from other schools, and if you sometimes discuss or how different styles of learning influence your learning. It is something, or maybe if you don't discuss it, do you think it's different from other of your friends?
Yeah, I think so. I think that St. Peter's considers the future a little more than the usual school does. Like I have a sister in a different school, and she learns in a more structured way. Well, not structured, but she learns more about the past and how that's affected us. But I feel like St. Peter's is very focused on the future and how we will adapt to that and how we will work in the future. So yeah, I think that's different. Yeah, I can definitely agree. Like I moved to this school this year, and I just visited my old school like a couple of weeks ago. And it's definitely like what they're learning about. It's kind of like what we're learning about, but more of like a focus on the past. Like they're learning more about the history when we're learning more about the future. Like right now we're learning about human rights, for example, and global perspectives. And of course we also learn about the background of it, but now we're going to focus more on like how, you know, we're trying to make like human rights like more all over the world, like how we can protect human rights and stuff like that. And I think that other schools don't consider it as much. Like I don't fully know, but from what I've heard, you know, I think that that's the main difference.
I have another question, if you don't mind. How do you feel with the uncertainty of the future? I mean, you say that other schools are teaching more about the past. This is like kind of more certain because it already happened, and the future, we don't have right answers. The schools usually give us the right answer. So how do you feel with the uncertainty about the future? What are your feelings?
I think to a certain extent it's scary to know that the world, like the future, isn't sure. But I think that it's also leaves St. Peter's like up to like interpretation a bit, because we can consider what we think is going to happen, and we can prepare ourselves for that. But we can also like prepare ourselves for a lot of different things that could happen, which I think could be very beneficial because we can be prepared for different situations that could come up in the future. Yeah, I think that here we have like a critical thinking part, which is basically like using what we learned and like applying it to try, you know, for example, in startup ventures, we like try to predict the future using like sleep analysis and stuff like that. But I think that the uncertainty part is good because it means that we can, you know, we have a lot of room to like change, like say things that, you know, that are not as good. Like for example, you know, different countries that may not, you know, have the same like human rights and stuff like that. Yeah.
That's amazing. I love that you are considering that being prepared for more possibilities, it's a good thing, and even that the future could be scary sometimes, but this learning about possibilities is a good thing, and also how to critically think about what is happening so you can have better decision, make better decision. Please wait a little bit. We have 10 more minutes and some people are joining now for the next sessions. And I would like to take the opportunity to ask them if you want to ask the students of St. Peter some questions. These are students that are already studying the future in their school. I think it's a good opportunity that we have them there. If you have any question, please open your mic. If not, I have more.
Okay.
Okay. If Ilaria, maybe? No? Okay, I will ask the last one. So I am curious if sometimes in the classroom, when you are discussing and when you are applying critical thinking and when you are thinking about the future, that some of your classmates or that you have debates, but maybe you also get emotional in the think about the future, like that you want your future to be the winner or your scenario to be the winner, of your idea to be the winner. I don't know if you have experienced that, but I would like to learn more if that happened to you.
Well, I think that's definitely happened because everyone kind of has their own image of what the future is going to be like. But I think that St. Peter's has prepared us to like know that everyone's perspective is like different. So Ronnie might have a different image of what the future might be to me, because we will consider different like aspects and different like industries that are developing certain ways. But I think it can become very emotional because sometimes it's morally also very different how society will change and how different situations will be considered in the future. But I think that we've been able to consider each other's perspectives and opinions and respectfully consider them without hurting each other's feelings. Yeah, like for example, in GP class, we have a lot of debates and some people get really passionate about it. But I think that, the kids, a lot of kids really like the debates, but we know how to respect each other. And I think that even when the teacher doesn't get involved, it's not like a bunch of people fighting at once. We like to listen to each other and consider that. And I don't know. I think that, yeah, it does happen that we get emotional, but we know how to handle it. And yeah.
Yes, because after all, we are all humans and the emotions and the subjective part sometimes takes into the action. But I think it's a really important issue that we are aware, like we are conscious about it, that we are emotional. And as you said perfectly, to take into account other perspectives. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Sandra, would you like to make some comments to close? Noel also.
Yeah, we'll try to manage with this nice.
Yes, I will like to hear you both
all together, because I think, I don't know, if all the assistants, participants can turn on your camera, and maybe we can take a screenshot, no? The World Futures Day in the session, because early morning, 9 o'clock in Europe.
Yes, thank you, Idris.
Yeah, or at least
please.
Just like the Oscars, like nobody fits in the.
Put you together. We want all four of you. Yes.
Okay,
so
that's good. So,
we are taking the screenshot. 1, 2, 3. Yes, Daniel. Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. I have it also.
Yeah, just to wrap it up, I think it's amazing what St. Peter's School was making, futures literacy and future skills are reality. So I think as a new teacher, because I'm learning how to become a teacher, just bringing innovation in education and education systems in schools. We have to do it. I mean, it's urgent that everything, like technology is changing, society is changing, laws are changing, economics is changing, the environment is changing, and we're still educating our kids, our students, as using the methods of 1970s, 1990s. So for me, it's a great opportunity and an honor to be practicing as a teacher in St. Peter's, because they are innovating for, to be able to prepare students for right now, in short term, midterm, and long term, with so many new perspectives and alternatives, that they are prepared to do everything and facing the present and the future, whatever it comes, if it's uncertain, if it's volatile, if it's, all the kind of changes that will happen. This is life, but we have to be prepared for this.
Sandra, thank you.
Also, maybe she wants to wrap it up as the,
yes.
She's also making it happen here. It's hard work. As she says, and with parents and communities and teachers. We all know, as we use foresight, it's not easy to do it, but it's great how she's, all the initiatives are, when she started 1 year ago, she's doing great. And I think she's going to do even greater, in the future.
So, Noel, just give us some thoughts. I thank you very much. Really, just listening to the students, we can realize all the work that you are doing there.
Yes, so I guess for me, I just want to close it off by saying thank you as well. I mean, Futures Thinking inspired me because of the Futures community, like learning from LinkedIn, learning from different futurists, different books. So all these learnings from the community, I want to say I'm grateful. I have really changed my perspective. And the idea is for us to really use the future is a resource, right? So for me, my biggest takeaway is that we can use the future as a resource to learn, whether it's our personal futures or to learn in the classroom. And it's also a resource for teaching. And obviously, I also want to thank St. Peter's community for being so open, the teachers that I worked with for being able to listen, ask questions, give their feedback, and the management team that, we wouldn't be able to kind of experiment in these learning experiences if it wasn't the support of the community. So I just want to close it off with a thank you to the Futures community and also my colleagues and my students.
Thank you, Noel. Thank you. So a big applause for you. And I left some message in the chats with if you want to join the Discord community and if you want to also join the Visions of the Future in the Future Times newspaper. It's all the information there. And I will now present my colleague Pilar. Pilar is going to be your Teach the Future technical support in the two coming sessions. I will be also in the background if it's needed, but Pilar will do it great. And we have now a new session led by Fisayo, Daniel, and Idris, if I'm not mistaken. It's called Futures of Youth, the Food System, Education, and Technology. And I also include the agenda in the chat, so you can see what is going to happen in the coming session. So with that, Pilar, if you want to make an introduction, if not, I can do it, whatever you want. You are on mute. Pilar.
Yeah, no. Okay, thank you, everybody, to be here and to start the future together in these sessions. And just very happy to present Scott, that I think I met you last year. And well, if there's any technical problem, I will be just on the chat and I will just trying to solve it quickly. Anything that you need, we can just be in contact also by the chat.
Okay, Scott is later, I think. It's the next session. Now we have Fisai.
Fisai, sorry.
Are you there? Yes, here you are. So just a quickly introduction. We are in the World Futures Day for the ones that just connected and maybe are in YouTube. I don't know what is this. We are World Futures Day. It's a 24-hour conversation. Our sponsor is the Millennium Project, and we are focusing on young voices. We want to give the youth the voice so they can talk about the future. That's it from our side. Thank you, everybody, and have a good conversation.
Hi,
yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much. This is me dialing in from Lagos, Nigeria, so it's around 10 a.m. here. So good morning, everyone, and it's so exciting to have everyone join us. Again, my name is Fisayo Oyewale. I am a futurist. I work with youth. I work in food system space, and I'm so excited to be co-facilitating this session with Daniel and Idris. So I will hand over to Daniel right now to introduce himself, after which Idris will be coming on.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel. I'm also calling in from Nigeria. Well, I'm a futures practitioner and also the 2022 Next Generation Foresight Practitioner Africa Awardee. And my project was focused on empowering young African business owners with future skills to develop resilience and be innovative in like a VUCA landscape. Very excited to be facilitating this session with Fisayo and Idris, and I'm really looking forward to some of the conversations we'll be having around technology, education, food systems, and with the young people. Handing over to Idris. Hi, Idris, are you here?
He was here.
Yeah, I think I'm just seeing his message where he stated that he has to like step away from his keyboard for a minute. But I guess once he's back, we can just give the mic back to him. But in the meantime, I think we'll just continue with the session. And so for this session, it would be great to have as many faces on camera as possible, so that this can be like an interactive conversation. Grateful to like the Saint Scott, Lodres, and then still I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm struggling with pronouncing that name, but I hope to learn by the end of the call, before the end of the call actually. And if we could have more faces, I think it would be awesome. And this session, of course, is live on YouTube, so if you don't want to be recorded, you can go off camera. But again, it would be great to have as many faces as possible. And the World Futures Day is being sponsored by Millennium Project in partnership with Teach the Future, which is a global movement to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future, both in and out of school. So I trust that we'll have an exciting conversation today. Now that Idris is back, I would hand over to him to introduce himself.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear? All right, splendid. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for giving me a chance to help facilitate this session. So yes, my name is Idris. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was previously an alumni of Teach the Futures program. I've officially been a futurist for about 4 to 5 years now. My first experience being when I helped out at the Asia Pacific at the professional network of futurists back in about 2018. And I was also recently contracted to do some work for the Asia Development Bank on the future of transport in Southeast Asia. I also generally am involved with quite a few grassroots youth movements in Malaysia. And I should also probably add on what I do as a day job. So yes, so outside of my futures work, I also do some consulting. I have some background in public policy consulting. And most recently, I've started some work with a government relations firm known as Bauer Group Asia. That's a little bit about me, and I hope you all enjoy what we've prepared today. Thank you.
All right, awesome. So the objective of the World Futures Day is to bring young voices and give young people and everyone else a chance to voice their hopes, fears, expectations, and scenarios about the future in an intergenerational format. So I'm sure you're wondering what, in case you don't know what intergenerational format or dialogues are, they are basically interactive, participatory forums that bring together older and younger generations. So basically various generations together, and I intended to create shared knowledge and meaning and a collective experience. So that is basically what we'll be having today, a lot of conversations from both the old and the young, and interesting conversations around various topics.
Awesome. Thank you, Daniel, for bringing that in. So while we've had our own round of introduction, I think it would be great for us to use the chat session to just tell us where you're joining from, so we have an idea of where we'll be having, most of these contributions from, and it will just be so great to see the diversity that we have in the room. So while we are at that, we have some Zoom housekeeping rules. Just like I mentioned earlier, it would be great to have as many people on camera as possible. And if we want to make contribution after, we have gotten into this conversation proper, we would expect that you use the raise the hand feature so that we can have a bit of coordination around here. And I think the next one is, it is just extremely important that we refer and build on each other's comments and questions so that we have this intersectional conversation going on. And again, it is fine not to agree on the same point, but as much as possible, we want to see that interconnection as the conversation goes on. So Idris, do you have anything to add?
Yes, sure. Thank you very much, Fisayo. So I think let's just jump right off, into the housekeeping rules as well. So just something else that I'd like to add on, I think if anyone hasn't already, just please make sure that your comments are brief and to the point so that everyone has a chance to participate. And in addition, if you could also, as you can see, we've already had some great representation from Scott and Daniel, a great example of how to do this. But if you could also please type in your name and where you're joining in from the chat, that would also be really helpful for us. Just so that, yeah, like Fusayo said, we could just see see the diversity of where our participants for our session are coming from. And of course, please turn on your videos for better discussion, unless of course you do not want to be recorded. In that case, yes, please feel free to leave them off. Thank you very much. I think with that, Fisayo, should we then jump straight into the events of the day and perhaps get our fellow participants to share their thoughts on certain topics that we have?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, splendid. Let me just share my screen. So we've prepared a couple of slides for everyone, just for your convenience. All right, let me just hide the screen really quickly. All right, there we go. Sorry, all right, so there we go. Okay, so can everyone see the screen right now?
Yes.
All right, splendid. All right, so first, I think one of the things that we wanted to jump into, sorry, as we've said before, our session in particular is looking at the futures of youth, the food system, education, and technology. So we are hoping to be able to, I think, provoke and get some insights from our fellow participants. So I think just as a topic, just as a sort of high-level topic to kick off the discussion, I just want to get a quick response from around the room. What do all of you here see as a future for youths across the world? And I think what's really important with futures is that there are no real bad answers. Yes, there are no real bad answers. I think the future is uncertain, especially if you believe in things like the post-normal times theory or the VUCA concept. VUCA concept meaning that we live in a volatile, uncertain world. So really, there's a lot of direction here for us to go in with directions on the future. So I think with that said, enough for me. Let's open up to the floor and let's just hear what we all think. Future of youth. What do you see as a future for youths across the world? Very, very general topic. Anything is fine. Do we have anyone who's raised their hand yet?
No yet, but maybe you can start yourself.
All right, sure. All right. So yeah, I'll be more than happy to just share a bit about what I think are the things that need to be considered about, and what are the key rates of change. What are the things that youths will be without doubt? Okay, sorry, Fisayo, you've raised your hand. Very good example. I will let you start off first then.
Oh, wow. Now I see Scott raising his hand after me. Oh, I just needed to open the floor up. But by breaking the ice, I just wanted, because after, the introduction and all, I said that, oh, maybe I under-introduced myself. But with this question, it's an opportunity to also sort of share more about myself. So I sort of work with UNICEF as a Youth Foresight Fellow. And one of the things that I've seen working with youth is the fact that we are more vocal about the kind of future that we want. And I think personally, speaking from that perspective, it will mean that for youth around the world, and the way I see it is that we are eager, because of course I'm a young person, we are eager to be in charge. There are conversations around, oh, youth are not experienced, they don't have the expertise that is required, but those are narratives that are going around that are not necessarily true. I think of them as a single story. However, to change this type of narrative, we are sort of taking the charge in ensuring that our voices are heard, they matter, and then beyond its mattering, it's also translating into actions that we can see. In a nutshell, I see youth around the world, taking leadership position and they're making best decisions, especially for even generations to come. So I think I'll hand over to Scott now.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much, Fisayo. I think those are some amazing opening remarks to kick off the discussion. So I think with that said, let's then open up to the rest of the floor. All right, we see if two participants raise their hands. I cannot at the moment see who's raised their hand. Let me see if I can have a look here. All right, we have Daniel and one more as well.
Scott.
I think Scott. Yes, let's start with Scott Jordan, perhaps.
Yeah, no, sorry. Thanks for saying. I was going to raise my hand, but to show that I am of the older delegation for this evening, I couldn't find the hand raising thing on my computer. So I've been switching between my computer and phone all day. But I'm glad that you spoke first because you gave kind of a brighter idea. And of course, I'm Mr. Dark, so I'm going to come in and talk about dystopic futures. So my fear, no, I think there's lots of potential, and it's great that there's lots of initiative and everything. My fear that with technology and with it's not the youth's fault, of course, it's actually our fault. So I'll take the blame along with the rest of my generation and other generations before me, is that it will be very unoriginal, that everything seems to be a copy of a copy of a copy, and that there is a lack of educating imagination and creativity, and so we cannot think beyond what we know or see before us, and everything's convenient, so it has to be convenient. So I'll just throw that out there, and please challenge me and please make something better.
Thank you so much, Scott. I would like to challenge you, right? I don't believe so, right? I feel like even when you do copy things, right? People do not just copy and replicate and paste, right? Young people are able to copy and then create something beautiful from whatever they have copied, and then you have a masterpiece from it, right? So I see a lot of young people copying things that have existed before, but not just copying them, but building up on some of these innovations, and we then have new inventions and innovations from them. You can tell from the fact that technology has greatly advanced from the 1970s or from the 80s, from the 1800th century till now. You've seen a lot of transformation in technology, and that's because innovation keeps happening. And who is in charge of innovation? Young people. Most of the companies that exist in the world are like a lot of young people are part of these organizations, ranging from technology to arts to culture. So I do think that although a lot of copying might happen from your point of view or is happening, but then you see a lot of innovation happening from copying. And I think there's a famous quote that says, great artists steal, right? So stealing is not just copying, but then personalization of that copying is what makes great innovation. Yeah, so that is my own point of view. From my own contribution for young people, I think an interesting focus for young people right now would be mental health, right? So you see a lot of young people complaining or advocating for good mental health. And I think that's interesting because prior to this time, mental health was not taken seriously from every continent. But right now, across all continents, young people are advocating for their mental health. And with good mental health, we're going to see great futures, right, happening. And we're going to see more young people being involved in or being interested in taking better care of themselves mentally and physically, which could possibly lead to great futures for everyone.
All right, wonderful. I think those are some two very excellent statements that we have so far. I think I'm just going to chime in really quickly just to keep something to keep the discussion flowing. So one thing I do want to add is I'm perhaps on Daniel's side here, where I studied history myself, where yes, nothing truly is original in my opinion. I mean, we keep citing ideas and philosophies about ideas and philosophies about Greek philosophers. I think even then you see historical documents of people complaining about the same things from earlier. And in my opinion, sometimes the more things change, sometimes, well, the more they stay the same. So I just want to voice out here. And I think just want to jump on that note as well. I think now that we're talking about the past as well, we're talking about and how I think the young generation keeps shaping things, even though they take things from the past and reinvent them and keep on innovating. That really leads very nicely into what the next point of topic I want to talk about with regards to the future of the youths and some opinions I want to collect from the floor is, yes, it's absolutely wonderful that it might be absolutely wonderful that youths, are able to take things from the past and innovate. But that also begs the question of of what they can then, from these innovations, teach older generations about the future. But it also goes from the other side, where we also need to consider what older generations can teach youths about the future. Because after all, as that famous quote goes, those who fail to study history are doomed to repeat it. And I think sometimes in modern day, in modern day situations, we definitely do see a lot of that going on as well. I won't necessarily jump into those topics unless anyone's interested, but I think what I want to get, the next piece of information that I want to collect from everyone here today, is how they think we can facilitate meaningful dialogue and learning between these age groups. So once again, open to the floor. Everything is open for discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, I will break the ice.
All right, sure. I think let's take sorry, Pilar. Do I have that correct?
Pilar.
Yes. All right. So we'll start with Pilar, and then I think we'll move on then to Fisayo then, if that's all right. All right. So yeah, Pilar, you raise your hand first. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, actually, this is a intergenerational conversation. I think it's quite necessary. In companies, for instance, one insight that I've seen once is that the people that enter into the company, they can empower them just by helping the old generations with the digital transformations. And sometimes just by making like group of teams and breaking stereotypes, like the young people that enter, for instance, in a company, they can just have to be like training all the time. Started to see the young generation like they can help and just open it to work in teams with different ages. So I think it can be like a good start sometimes, no? To empower people from different views.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much for your statements. I am also of the agreement that yes, we do need to help the older generations with new technology, especially with how fast things are developing, especially in a post-normal times. Fisayo, what are your comments?
Yeah, maybe I share like some of the same sentiments with Pilar, because when we look at the concept of innovation, look at how creative, that's the word, how creative young people can be, there is like some of the learnings from the past that can be applied to the present, and then can sort of like shape the idea of what collective future we are going to be building, intergenerationally. And I think that it is not okay, to do this thinking and then just isolate youth and then be like, oh, this is just about youth, then we leave it there as it is. There should be like this flow, this back and forth flow of what can older generations contribute, what can younger generation contribute to more or less like build a kind of collective future. Because, for example, I want to borrow a coin from like a cashless policy. When we look at the past, we used to have more or less like cashless policy, for example, has existed in the past, and then we probably don't know we are taking, that piece from the past, and then that's more or less like the kind of future we are building. But again, that is the way it is. And I think for the 2 generations or more generations, if we are not considering the dead, there is like so much that we can learn. And I think it was Daniel that said, if we are not learning something from history, then we have a problem with it. I think that's like my contribution in the meantime.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much for those comments, Sarah. I think I'll take one more comment from the floor before we move on to the next topic, which is on education.
Yes, so I wanted to add that something that me personally finds interesting would be the fact that young people could teach the older generation. They're currently doing that, and would also, like, moving forward, teach the older generations to take full control of their lives. And what I mean is that young people have been able to exemplify the fact that, well, we could do anything we want to do, right? It could come from coming from the aspect of entrepreneurship, or even at the workplace. Young people always want to be in charge. They want to have control of their time, as opposed to like what you would have in other generations, where they would always have to go to work from certain periods. Right now, young people want to work from home. They want to travel across the world while still working as digital nomads. And that's very interesting because moving forward, you'd see a lot of ownership when it comes to career choices and what people want to do moving forward. But on the flip side, the older generation can teach the younger generation how to manage their emotions better, right? So even if you want to fight for your rights and take full control of your life, you still have to have some moderations with it, and that is something you would see when it comes to the argument between millennials and Gen Zs, or the boomers and Gen Zs, and that is something I find really interesting. And moving forward, I believe that there will be some form of synergy and like a central meeting point or convergence zone where young people would exchange these ideas with the older ones, and the older ones would teach them how to balance their emotions and do the right things.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much for those comments, Daniel. I just want to go around the room one more time. Do we have any comments from anyone who isn't a facilitator? Just want to check in. I think I also want to give some room to people in the audience to speak as well before we continue on. I let Daniel take over from here. All right, no worries. That's fine. Thank you very much. In that case, I will then pass the mic to Daniel. Well, pass the proverbial mic to Daniel. And let's then move on to the future of education. Daniel, take it away.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. So I'm quite excited by the topic of education. It's something I have been very passionate about for some time. And I'm interested in education and how young people and the older generations can learn skills, not just for now, but for the future. But then before we go into like some of the discussions of the future, I would like to have an idea from the room. What are some of the biggest challenges facing educators and students today, and how can we overcome them, right? So I would want contributions from everyone, because this is something we have faced, be it an old person or a younger person, irrespective of your age. You have at some point had like some issues with the educational system, and I would like your contributions to it. So I would like to point at people. I would like to start from Scott. Scott, could you share, because you look very curious right now?
Yeah, certainly. No, what I was thinking is that you know, we were I think we were all really caught off guard by this little event that took place not too long ago called the pandemic. And so for those of you who remember that, there was no one really knew what to do. And I think it's because we hadn't been thinking about the future of education enough. And how can we imagine education outside of the classroom, outside of having a desk, outside of the teacher at the front of the room and the chalkboard, whiteboard, or whatever? Because again, this comes to a lack of thinking beyond what is convenient and what is known, right? So, okay, we go from chalkboard to whiteboard to digital touchboard to Miro board, but why is it still a board? Like, you know, are we asking these sorts of questions? And so I think some of the biggest hurdles are really just chopping away at the things we take for granted in the classroom. Why do I say classroom? And you know what I'm talking about. Education should not be able to be summed up in a word or a cliche, something like that. I think there's something to be said about what we can learn from the past and what has worked. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff going on in pedagogy and how do we actually teach, and what are some different ways of learning. You know, and there's also how do we balance book learning with, you know, physical tactile learning, with skills, with and making sure not everyone needs to have something, because there's like this need now that everyone needs to have a PhD just to get like a job at a grocery store, and that's not the right mentality. So I think there's a lot of breaking of mentalities, challenging what's taken for granted, and just completely rethinking and reimagining education. So I'll start with that.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing, Fisayo. Idris, do you have any thoughts on the topic?
Yes, I have yes, I think I'd like to add on to what Scott was saying from what I've been observing, especially in the future of education. I think post-normal wise, we are seeing what I would consider to be a tipping point in terms of education, not just in the sense of how we teach, but also what is being taught in schools as well. I think is something that we are going to see rapidly change and evolve within the next 15 to 20 years. And I think I'm just going to take a minute just to take us back in time to talk about education beforehand. I mean, education beforehand used to be seen as a privilege and a guarantor of employment. For example, you had parents who were practically throwing themselves to get their children into school, to get them to do work, to get them to do simple things like reading, writing 100 years ago, just to be able to get a job working as a clerk. However, now in this sort of economy, in this time and age, you have people who would sacrifice everything to have their children go through that entire journey, only to then perhaps, as Scott said, you could work your way up into a PhD and you would work as someone at a grocery store. And I've seen some pretty horrendous examples. For example, I think I've seen things like someone who works as someone who takes a master's, for example, earning less than a waiter, for instance, on a full-time salary. And I think what we're also going to see in education being changed, that needs to be changed, is perhaps the question of higher education and its value. I think that's something that's always been a hot topic. Is the degree overpriced? Are degrees a scam? Are there other alternative methods of education and learning? And of course, there are other things that youths are more interested in learning these days. For instance, what I find very interesting are things that the youth are very interested in learning, things like financial management and sort of self-starting culture, hustler culture, entrepreneurship. This is an entire new field of education that I think a lot of people have been trying to learn as well, I would say. And I think ultimately what I do want to point to, I think the biggest challenge of facing educators is what needs to be taught in the classroom that students need to learn. And the way I see it, what is probably going to happen somewhere down the line is that we are going to shift away from teaching children mathematics and very basic science to maybe specializing a bit more in high school and providing things like a chance for children to explore agriculture. That's something that I think is going to become very big in the next 10 to 20 years, especially because of this large narrative I see around governments concerning things like food security. That's something every single government is talking about right now. I've been, as part of my work as a government relations consultant, one thing that I've been observing in the Southeast Asia, for example, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, even as far as the US and India, they've all been talking about agreements on things like food security ever since the pandemic, which has been brought about by the pandemic and the Ukraine conflict. That's something that everyone's talking about. But the one thing that I see that no one talks about is who's going to be doing the farming. Who's going to teach people to do food security? And that's what I think is going to be one challenge as well. Because right now, the education system teaches and trains people to work in the knowledge economy. And for understandable reasons, of course, tech, finance, consulting, these are some service. So the service sector is the most quote mark value add sector. It's where people earn a lot of salaries. And what I think is the biggest challenge is going to be how is that going to evolve then to account for all these other things which don't revolve around the knowledge-based professions, perhaps. No, actually not really knowledge-based, but more higher value add professions, perhaps. I think that's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Idris. And interestingly, right, we'll be going into food system conversations after this. But before we move on from this particular question, I see a lot of interesting conversations on the group chat between Iman and Scott. I would like Iman to come, take the mic and talk about some of our points on the group chat. Iman, please, could you tell us more about some of the things you've written in the group chat? You don't have to come on video if you're not comfortable.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, sorry, because I'm in the car, so I was afraid that it might be a bit loud. But
No problem.
I am a lecturer myself, and there have been some problems where students don't see the point of going into these learning systems, for example, Google Classroom, etc. And it's quite concerning because that is the place where they actually have to, explore and get their ideas and, you know, discuss, but they don't see the point of it. So that is an issue where educators are facing because we did not learn back in university on how to design these learning management systems. So I feel that that is a problem that we educators are facing right now because students don't seem to be interested in these learning management systems because that is what education is right now, especially after the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Before you hop off, I would like you to share one recommendation, at least for this particular problem you face. I'm sure you have thought about how to solve this at some point. What would you say would be that one thing you would do if you had all the money or all the power in the world to solve this issue?
Okay, good question. There is this thing where I envision that these learning management systems should use badge rewards. You know how in Apple, the fitness Apple, where you get these badges as a reward for achieving a milestone? I feel like that should be incorporated into learning management systems, I guess, where students feel like they have achieved something when they use the LMS. So if I were to, I think that would be a first simple, cost-effective step to make the students more interested and feel like it's worth their time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Idris, could you move on to the next slide, please?
Sure, absolutely. Sorry, let me just try it one time. There we go.
Okay, thank you. So the next question we have here would, what changes do you think needs to be made in the educational system to better prepare students for the future job market? And so there's been this rave about the fourth industrial revolutionization and how the future is tech. So what changes do you think we should make? I think Iman has started this discussion perfectly by speaking about learning management system and how tech and incentivizing students could help them learn better. But then I'm opening up to the group. I'll start with Fisayo. Fisayo, what do you think needs to be made in the educational system to prepare them for the future of jobs?
Well, I was going to raise up my hand, but I wanted you to just complete the question. I love the point on incentivizing to learn, because again, the models that have worked in the past need to like evolve, and then we need to start looking at how can I think I need to bring in this point at this point because it is actually important. So the landscape of education would no longer be a form of knowledge transfer from like the teacher to students. We are going to be having also from student to the teacher. So there is like this exchange that happens in the educational system that should also be considered when we are thinking about what the future of education should look like in the first instance. Then on the second note, it would be that if, for example, if educators are getting remunerated for the work that they do, then the students that are learning should also be getting remunerated for the learning that they are also undergoing, because they would eventually be contributing to the society, right? Then it then begs the question of how can they be remunerated? We can then be thinking about how I will bring them on into designing curriculums. What are the things that you need to learn? So it's more or less like co-creating the new form of curriculum to like, embed their interest or take note of their interest in the new forms of curriculums that we, for instance, there is the topic of emotional intelligence that is not yet mainstream when we talk about education. And it is easy to like really overlook this because we are like, oh, the future of work is technology and all of that. But there are still certain fundamentals that would continue to exist. And there may be AI and all of those models, we need to learn it. But again, they are important to be included in as fundamentals of education, as it were. But I think that if we are looking to like make changes to education,
Sorry, Fisayo, you've cut off.
Fisayo, me parece que sacó, I think, se cut off conversation.
Hold on, let me see if Fisayo, all right, Fisayo is still in the chat. I do believe that unfortunately we are experiencing some technical difficulties. I think Fisayo, if you can still hear us, please type in the chat. Otherwise, I am afraid that she may have lost her internet connection in the meantime. I would like to circle back to her around that point, though. I think what she's saying was very important.
Yeah, I also wanted to, I don't know, can you hear me, Idris, or everyone?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, yes. I also wanted to like buttress on my point to say, oh, Fisayo is back. Fisayo, do you want to finish up so we move on?
I feel sad because I didn't realize I was talking to myself. I saw everybody moving on my screen. Okay, so just to wrap up, I was just trying to like summarize this to be that we need to have this collective co-creation system in place where different stakeholders have a role to play in designing our curriculums, in thinking about how can we make the educational system, because initially it has always been a one-way thing, oh, it is handed down, but now, however, we try like a reverse system of not even bottom up, but everybody sits at the table to design what works for our society, what do we need, and what should we be learning or teaching as its way.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. And I like your point because I also feel like vocational education should not be exempted from the future of work, because definitely those kind of skills still have to exist. And you also made a point about AI, and this leads to my bonus question. What do we all think about ChatGPT and how does it affect education, right? Because I use it every time. I used it yesterday, I used it today. Right. So what do we think? And I like just a 1 minute contributions from Pilar, and Scott. Then we close out on education and move to food systems.
Okay, what I would like to add in the conversation is the important things of self knowledge, that they need to know themselves how they really are, what are their skills, what are they good at, what they are not so good at. And I think that this is something that it can be done during the school and empower them, because each of the people, each of the person has a power inside, and we have to help them to discover what is that power, and just to make them create that desirable future for them. And I think this must be also the role of education, not only like the knowledge, but that develop those skills and just make them be part of the things that they want to create in the world.
Thank you so much for sharing. Scott, I would like you to come from the angle of ChatGPT.
Right. Well, just as a preface, I don't even ask Siri for anything. I don't need a refrigerator that connects to Wi-Fi. I don't wear an Apple Watch. My bosses, the only way I can escape my bosses is to be kind of somewhat off the grid when I want to rest and relax. So as far as GPT, I see the pros and the cons. I'm really sad because APFN did a wonderful, I heard, I wasn't there, but they did a wonderful little thing on this, which I think you can find. If anyone here knows, feel free to post it in the chat. I think there's a YouTube link or Venmo, or not Venmo, the other one I'm drawing a blank on, but you might be able to watch it, and I think they go into it in a lot of fun detail. I've seen the pros and the cons. I mean, it's great that there is something that can actually teach our kids that may be better, with instances of autism and social awkward disorders and things like this. This is a really cool thing for them, I think. And so that's neat. And I'm happy to see that. But it's a challenge. It's both an opportunity and a challenge. And so we have to learn to live with it, just like anything else. I mean, if dinosaurs started walking outside, we'd have to learn to deal with it. What do you do? So that's just kind of how I feel about all of that. Unfortunately, I'm not very well versed in it. I think I also feel like that the people, like the educators, are nervous about it, right? Because they're like, everyone's going to cheat and everyone's going to have the thing write their essay. And I'm sorry to say, if that is something that prevents you from judging the skill of your students, I don't think you're teaching correctly. I don't think that's the right way we should be educating. there are other ways to tell if someone knows or has done the work or has studied than trying to find a way to crack all these like fake papers and everything. And honestly, if someone can use Chat GPT to a point that gets through most of the really hardened editors that I know, then kudos to them, because at least they put the effort in there. The whole point was effort, right? It's not necessarily about the knowledge itself. So that's my soapbox. So I'll get off of it.
Thank you so much. And I think I agree, right? The more you're able to query, like using very precise words, and the more creative you get with your questions, the better results you get from ChatGPT. So thank you so much for sharing. We'll be going on to the next session that will be on food systems, and I'll be handing over to Fisayo. Meanwhile, we could check the comment in the chat. Thomas just dropped one, so please everybody check and reply. Fisayo, over to you.
Oh, interesting conversations on education. And I think that everything that we have been discussing so far, from youth to education, still sort of, ties down to food systems. And then now we are going to be having our next slide on food system. Oh, yes. So when we talk about food system, it is an important conversation that we need to have. We think of agriculture, we think of our value chain, we think of why is food expensive, why is it not so affordable, available, not all that nutritious. There are just really so many questions we are having. And at some point, we get to the time where we're just like, if I can afford it, I can just get it. And then we don't get to like really talk about the deep questions, that have been bugging our minds, or that is like top of the mind for a number of people. And one of the conversations that came up earlier was, if we are talking about so many other things, who is actually going to produce this food? Who would, be putting all of these things together? And I sense fear, and I know that as it's just like two sides of a coin. When there is fear on one side, there is also like expectation that would also have on the other side. So I would like to open the floor to just dive into the question of first and foremost, what are like the fears that we have concerning the future of food system? Because I know that since the pandemic, the conversation begins to bother our minds the more, and all of those things. But those issues have been pre-existing even, before the pandemic came in, before the wars and all of those things. But please share what are like some of the fears that we have concerning food system. And if you will, you can also move on to the expectation part. Fila, you want to come in? You are muted. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot.
Okay, sorry. Well, this is expectations. Really, for the food system, what it worries me is the way that we produce. There are like a growing population, and we have to think ahead in this subject. We really have to think ahead how we are gonna produce for future generations, and how we are gonna just to think of new ways of developing food. But this has to be like an open conversation to in all over the country, and trying to do something together, because this is really related also to the climate change. So I don't have the answers, but probably what I would like is to expect that the people can work together for this.
All right. Thank you, Fisayo. I think, and Pilar, do you mind if I chip in as well on this topic specifically? I personally am very passionate about food systems, and I've got some comments, especially with regards to views and expectations. And I'd like to see how people sort of respond to this as well, if that's all right.
That's fine, Idris.
All right, thank you for saying. All right, so a few things I see. One thing that I think we're going to see with regards to future of food systems is going to be a return. I think as trends and conversations on sustainability continue, I think we're going to see a return to scarcity of certain things. So what I mean by scarcity of certain products is certain products, as we sort of move towards a more conversation and narratives about sustainability and consuming things within seasons, that means that certain products may become more scarce during certain times. I'll share an anecdote. So for example, I was in a meeting with someone from the EU the other day, and this anecdote really struck me. There was this one lady who said that she loves strawberries, and she reprimanded her colleagues for buying her strawberries for her birthday because, in her words, and I quote, "How could you buy these strawberries in the middle of winter? It's so this is something unsustainable and irresponsible." And I think what we're going to see is we're going to see more of these conversations coming up. So what this means in more practical terms is that we're going to see the price of things like fish, chicken, certain seasonal fruits. These prices are going to fluctuate more in the future as things go on, I think, and this will especially be relevant in terms of the Eastern-Western dynamic. We can also expect a really big shift in that. So for example, if we're talking about things like sustainability, there may be certain fruits which may become more expensive to people in Eastern parts of the world, especially when they're talking about where fruits are concerned. Those sort of conversations are going to be things that are going to be really relevant. I think the second thing that I think is going to become really interesting to look at in terms of expectations and fears is going to be how fast food and cheap mass-produced food is going to change as time sort of shifts in the future. I think, for example, I think as a historian, I like to go back to the past, so I'll go back to the past very quickly. In times like the COVID-19 pandemic, I think, honestly, without the existence of mass-produced food such as ramen noodles, I think as an Southeast Asian favorite, Maggi mee, for example, I think there would have been a lot of families that white bread, despite the fact that we always complain about these things being unhealthy, ultimately these things were able to keep some families alive, for instance. So one thing that will be interesting to see is as conversations about sustainability and health continue in the future, we can expect there to be a lot of changes. I think, for example, one very provocative example I want to talk about is going to be chicken sausages. Now, quick question across the channel, I think, would it be safe to assume that everyone here doesn't really read about the content that's in sausages? Like, for example, you buy some chicken sausages from a market. Would it be safe to assume that you guys don't really read what's the percentage of meat, for example, meat to other sort of contents in a sausage, for example? Would I be correct in assuming that no one here does that?
No, so I've never done that. I literally don't read anything. I see it, I buy it, I eat it.
Okay, here's what I'm going to bet. 10 years from now, your chicken and beef sausages, or rather, they'll be called chicken and beef flavored sausages, due to the reduction of meat, due to conversations about reducing the amount of meat we intake, those chicken and beef sausages are going to be called chicken and beef flavored sausages because instead of putting just filler and chicken in, there will be filler, there will be chicken, and part of a filler is going to come from insects because it is a quote mark. I think what people in the insect food space often say is that it's a cost-effective method of providing protein on the cheap. So that might be something we could see, for example, and the easiest way to do that would be to put it into sort of methods of, to put it into more palatable methods rather than just eat it insect straight. They may be in things like sausages, cup noodles, things like that. That's my fear and expectation. That's all for me. So anyone else want to comment on that?
Oh, please take it away, Scott.
Thank you. No, it's interesting because that anecdote about the lady and her strawberries, the biggest, to take a step back, I think the biggest problem with my fears and maybe expectations for the future of food systems is that there's so much hateful rhetoric in that. Like I was listening to this interview this morning where this lady was talking about how we need more sustainable this and more that. And then the interviewer was attacking her because she's a millennial or a Gen Z and she likes avocados, and avocados take so much water to produce and da-da-da-da. It was just so hateful. It wasn't really even like, okay, I get it. Yeah, we all probably we're not perfect. I guess we're all human, right? So there's always things we do that are unsustainable. I like extra long showers, for instance, because just part of my morning process. I probably could cut that down. I could definitely be more careful in lots of other areas, and I definitely do try. But just because there is so much of that hate in there. Now, the reason that's important is not just to make us, we should all, peace, love, and understanding, but because the point of food systems, and if there's something we've learned from the last 10 years, is we are all part of an interconnected system that's very complex. And when one little thing changes, all of us get affected by it. And we've learned through umpteen examples, and I'm sure you all are thinking of something right now that kind of exemplifies that point. That it requires a balance, not only in how we do things. So for instance, we can do the seasonal thing, but it's not even so much the seasonal thing, because for instance, Malaysia, it's always growing season except for when it's monsoon, right? So I mean, we could grow strawberries year round in the highlands, but how do we balance that? How do we do crop rotations? Because again, a problem in Malaysia is that they've been growing the same crops for hundreds of years, and there's been no diversification. There's been no changing. There's been no learning from other agricultural societies. It's become a trading society when it was an agrarian society that was sort of forced into a trading society by the forces of globalization and colonialism and all of that. But we just need to find that right balance again. And so I think that's the key. I mean, that really kind of gets down to a lot of the issues. And what destroys that is just this really polarizing, hateful rhetoric that we hear amongst each other about who's being more sustainable or whatever. And it's all kind of nonsense, in my opinion. So I was just going to add that to Idris's point.
Thank you so much, Scott. I think that's like an interesting conversation to like dynamic, if I will, to bring into the conversation, because again, when we are talking about sustainability, there is also like a balance to it. Thinking sustainability does not necessarily have to like, mean that we are cutting out on some things and then that's just like sort of eating into our food bank or like our pool of food, which was more or less like Pilar's point on our production systems. How do we ensure that we look into that, even though she said there's no answer to it? Of course, it's fine not to like have answers to like some of those things, but again, it is really worth thinking about. And we also hear conversations around the nexus between energy, water, and what's the third one now? But like just really thinking about the ecosystem, because when we are thinking about food system, when we are thinking about agriculture, thinking about food production, thinking about value chain, it is not enough to think about those things in isolation. Because when we think about it in isolation, we are going to be making a huge mistake. When we are thinking about it, there should be like this ecosystem thinking, holistic thinking, to be like, oh, when we produce this, how do we ensure that it gets to the final consumers? There is no wastage. The nutritional content is, is beneficial to our health and all of those things. Those are like just really important conversation. I would like to go around now if there is anyone that has any other comment or addition to the food system aspect of conversation. Otherwise, I would be handing like over to Idris for in the next 6 minutes for the technology conversation, and then so that we can wrap up the session. Thank you so much.
Actually, Fisayo, I'll be the one handling technology. But yeah, Idris, next slide, please.
All right, looks like we got no further comments. Okay. All yours, Daniel?
Yes, thank you. Oh yeah, no, next one, please. Not this one. We don't have much time to take this. All right, so we would be wrapping up this sessions with this question, right? So I would like in 1 minute for us to get very creative. So I'm going to take all of the people on the screen or on my screen, 1 minute, and tell me, or less than 1 minute, tell me what transformative technologies will exist in the next and how they will change our lives, right? So I want you to say, would you have flying vehicles? Would you have dogs that are robots? Would you have robot dogs? I don't know, like get very creative and come up with something in the next 30 seconds. I'll be starting with Raheen. Raheen, welcome. And yeah, get creative with technology and tell me what will exist in the next 10 to 20 years that will change your life.
I think definitely AI will definitely take over in a bigger way than it is doing that today. And I think probably neural implants. I think that would be really interesting. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Are we going on to Scott?
I would just say all technologies that blend the biological and the mechanical. Those would be very transformative.
Awesome. I like how we're keeping our answers short. Pilar? Pilar, you're mute if you're speaking.
Yeah, I will say that probably machines will pass over our intelligence, and we have just to become more creative and to work like in collaborative way with all these changes with machines and technology.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing. Idris?
Sure. I'm going to say blue-collar robot workers are going to be the most transformative. I think they'll be the ones that really drive transformation in our societies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Iman, if you're here, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly.
Hi. I would say, I think similar to Scott's. I would say. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Okay. Awesome. Fisayo?
I don't know what technology it would be for anything that just helps us to rest. And you're able to like measure when you are getting to like extreme of extremities that would lead into you having mental crisis or something. I think that technology will be it.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. I think I'll wrap up this particular session by saying, for me, it would be things that could help you help your health and make you live longer. If there was a technology that could make me live forever, I would really like that, right? Something that could diagnose all my illnesses and just treat me. If I had cancer, God forbid, treats me completely. If I had any other terminal illness, I'm completely fine, like we see in the movies. And yeah, that is how I think technology in the next 10 years could help and change my life and the lives of many other people existing across the world. So we're closing out on this session. I would call on Fisayo to she has posted some things in the group chat, or she's about to post that. So we would need you to contribute to some of the discussions. We have them on the Miro board. She'll be pasting the link to the Miro board. This is something you can do while the other session is about to begin. She has currently posted the Miro board. So jump in there. There are a couple of questions. Please go through them. There are arrows that tell you how to move around or navigate. So fill them out, drop where you're calling or joining the meeting from. And some other questions that have been asked there. So Fisayo, please jump on board to close out.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daniel. It has been an amazing session, listening into everyone. And now that we are reached the end of our time today, I want to just thank everyone for participating in the World Futures Days, Young Voices 2023. And in like a couple of minutes, we'll have new facilitators and conversation happening on the next hour. And please, you can feel free to stay and join the next conversation. In the meantime, please, I would like for us like all come on camera, take like a quick screenshot so that, this can, we can have this on the record for Teach the Future. And if there is anything that, has been an amazing, that is like striking for you, please feel free to leave that on the chat. But in 1 minute, I would like us all to be on camera while Daniel takes like a quick screenshot for us. It would be great
Thank
if
you.
you stop sharing so that we can grab that.
Exactly, I was about to say that. Idris, thank you so much for sharing. We will need you to stop sharing now.
Thank you very much.
I will be more. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I will now stop sharing. Yes.
Okay, so I'm about to take the screenshot. I'll need us to smile and say Teach the Future at the same time. 1, 2, 3, Teach the Future.
Teach the future.
Thank you. I have taken the screenshot and enjoy your next session.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. Hope you enjoyed our fruitful discussion. And until next time.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, so hi again to the people that still are with us, and hi to Scott and hi to Rahim to be here today. And just, I'm gonna just cohort, I think I'm gonna just facilitate, because I don't know if you can share you need to share the screen?
I do not. Raheen, did you have anything you wanted to share?
No, nothing actually. Yeah.
Perfect.
Then if you need to just for me any facilitations for the screens, you can tell me later. And just to introduce, well, we are in the World Futures Day. We have to thank you to the Millennium Project that is participating with Teach the Future, that, as you know, is a global movement to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future in and out the school. And well, to date, we got Scott Jordan and Rahim Fatima. So if you can introduce yourself and just make it for this session a very joyful one, okay?
Thank you very much, Pilar. As said, my name is Scott Jordan. I've been trying to chime in from the beginning today, but I had to run a few errands, so I was doing it by road as well. I am currently in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm an American. I was born in the United States, and I've been involved in Future for quite some time now, but currently I'm with the Center for Postnormal Policy and Future Studies, which is a big global network that looks into postnormal times. You might have heard some of our presentations and other things, and we can get into that if you so desire, but otherwise I don't want to steal too much of the limelight, because actually the true star today is Raheen, so I'll let her introduce herself.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. It's great meeting you finally. So hi, everyone. My name is Raheen. I am 15 years old, and I'm also based in Pakistan. I do a lot of different things. So I'm a stand-up comedian, a writer, an entrepreneur, a teacher, an interviewer, a theater actress, a peace, children's rights, and a climate change activist. And I know that was a lot to say, but I've been working professionally for about 4 years, and education is one of my passions. And I've always, talked to so many educators and, disrupt educators around the world. In fact, I also found, my own school. Like, I went through a whole journey, and then I found a school for myself, which is something that was a very cool thing, I think, in my whole journey. So yeah, and my goal is to empower everyone around me, and I'm so glad that we're having this conversation today, and I'm really excited to see where this goes. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so Raheen and I had talked earlier about this session, and so one of the things we thought we would go into, which is kind of building off of the last session, is educational futures, which was the first question they were discussing. So we can get back into that again and continue that conversation going. Otherwise, we're also very freeform. So if you have any questions for either of us, we'd love to share any insights or anything like that. We can also do that as well. So again, it's a very open session. But we might, I'll somewhat steer it if we need to. So please interrupt me or raise your hand or anything like that if you have any questions or anything, and we're happy to go. I was just going to go ahead and kick us off with a question for you, Raheen. Can you tell us, how did you come to Futures? As a 15-year-old, you don't see a lot of 15-year-old futurists walking around these days. So I'm just curious how you got into it, and maybe how it has worked or perhaps enhanced or made you go to new levels with the other interests and skills that you have.
So I think since I was like really little, I was always thinking about, what's going to happen next. Like, it's like I started entrepreneurship at a very young age. And I remember when I was 11, and any new business idea I would come up with, I would just like immediately imagine that being a very big hit, and me in like a cool boss lady power suit on it, like, like everything. So it's just, I was always thinking of what's going to happen in the future. And then, I think it's the time of COVID that I think I really got into it, is because I had big hopes for that year. And then, cut to, we see, oh my God, COVID is everywhere. We cannot go out. And COVID changed my life in a very, very good way. But I would never have seen it coming. So I think that's when I realized that, okay, we cannot say, okay, that's going to happen next. But what we can do is to discuss it with people to make sure where we're headed is right. And I think because I talk a lot about the future of entrepreneurship and the future of education. Both of them are most of my, main things that I talk about. But I think that the more, professionals and more like-minded people that come together and they talk about the future of it, the more they decide what, direction they want to head in. I think the better it is, because the more clarity you have, what steps you want to take towards it. And then again, anything like COVID can hit us again, but I think when we have clarity, we know how to get out of anything and then still be able to have that future that we all have imagined. So yeah, being a 15-year-old and being a futurist is a little like, what? But I think it's really interesting, since because I'm a climate change activist, so I'm always like, what about the planet and my grandchildren on it? And everyone's like, your grandchildren. So I'm always thinking ahead of time, because I think that's how we need to be, because it's unpredictable now.
Lovely. No, that's awesome to hear. So it's funny, because this actually, I think this event was really something. I've been working with World Futures Day for about 3 years now. Is that how long it's been? During the pandemic, I think we were all sad because we couldn't go to our conferences and travel to each other's countries and see each other. So thankfully Zoom allowed us to do this. And so here we are, or for those of you watching from YouTube as well, hello. And so it's interesting that that's kind of what got you more into some of this. What specifically draws you into education and educational futures?
So I've since I was little, I know I'm still little, but like I keep on saying it. It's just I've wanted to be an educator myself. But then I realized, it's a very hard job, and maybe it's not for me. And that's what I, at some point started thinking. But by the time that I was at the end of my middle school, and I was doing so many of these things, and I was very active online, and I was a very unconventional kid, I realized that the education I do have, although I was in a very, very high class sort of private school here in Pakistan, I still didn't think I was being educated. I still did not think that I was learning about things that I needed to learn about. And so, because my parents are very supportive, so I was like, I want to drop school. And everyone was like, you want to drop school right now? Like, you're going to start high school next year. And I was like, yes, I want to drop school. And so I started interviewing educators at that time. And I looked over, almost every educator in my network had their own schools. And I started looking at different schools that I could, go to as a scholarship student. And then I found the one, which is this aquatic experience. And I think that was a really interesting journey for me, because in that time, I was on many panel discussions. I was doing so many interviews and conversations. And I think I just realized how important education is and how important it is to talk about it, just because I wanted to explore what I want to learn about. I think it really got me into this whole field of how education really matters, because again, this time is post-COVID. So when I started doing this was 2021. And that's when all educators were asking the question, what now? What's the future after this? Because after COVID-19, there's, and this is, it was something that I've heard a lot from different educators, especially in America. It's that after COVID-19, many teachers felt lost. Many teachers quit their jobs. And I think it's really important right now to seek that sort of clarity as to what now, and to come together and talk about it. So yeah, but I have a question for you actually too, before you respond to, yeah. So it's just at the end of the last session, there was a question about, what you think, the technology will be in like 10 to 20 years. And I think there could be countless possibilities, because I think 20 years from now, people never thought of something like ChatGPT or many of the things that we have today, which is telling us how fast we are progressing technological wise. So how do you think education will change with it? Because I think it will change a lot, but I really want to know from you how exactly you think that's going to change it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a tough question. How do I think education will change? My ultimate fear is that education won't change. that it won't be able to, or that it will just be the same thing, but online, or it'll just be the same thing, but being taught by AIs. And that's, because education has taken many forms throughout history. And so what gets to me is that at one point, we all just agreed that education must be this, some ideal, in the 20th, 21st century, it was just agreed upon that this is how you teach people, that, you sit in a room and everything has to be as it is, and you read the textbook and you do your homework at night, and then you go to school, and it's, 8 hours in school or whatever it is. And all the only changes they try to make is, well, maybe we can take an hour off here, or maybe we can give them, maybe recess is important. We have to give them a bit more recess. And so we're always a step behind in that regard, because we can't deal with the uncertainty that lies in breaking that norm, because it's such it is a good norm, because that's how you can judge. Otherwise, how do you judge educational systems? So it becomes very difficult for so I can use the two examples I know pretty well, which are the United States system and the Malaysian system. In the Malaysian system, everything's kind of controlled by the Ministry of Education. And so there's a bit more of a, turn a few knobs here and then everything falls in place. While in the US, it's much more democratized and much more localized. And so you have to appease both the local interests while also catering to whatever the president or the Secretary of Education says is going to be the new way, which we find out 4 years later was actually the wrong way. And so it takes so long, which also gets into the other issue with education, is that for change in education to take place, it takes so long for you to figure out if that was a good thing or not. So if you have 12 grades, right, it takes 12 years for you to figure out, oh, maybe that wasn't a good thing, because we're actually making these students, mentally distressed, or they're not actually learning the right things. And so they don't know how to actually function in the real world. So what I would like to see, honestly, what would be a cool thing for the future of education is for education to almost kind of go back to a more ancient notion of people follow instructors, and instructors have more control and power over what they teach and how they educate, and sort of you might call it the Athenian model, or you might call it the Al-Farabi model, or something like that, but something that's a little bit more a little less structured, maybe a little bit more in touch with the culture, and just teaching, like forming people as opposed to just producing workers. So I don't know. That's just my thought. Does anyone else have any ideas on this? Because I know you guys probably have thought way more about this and have way better ideas than I do. I just complain mostly.
No, I would love to have more perspective on this. I think that would be really great. So is anyone up for it?
Yeah. I will add something, but first I would like, I don't know, from the people that they are just joining now today, if they open the cameras, it will be nice just to see face to face and just to get a closer conversation, at least online if we can. So if you just thank you so much.
Yeah. Faces are nice. And if you're worried about noise or anything, feel free to just type in the chat. You can say, hey, tuning in from wherever you are. But yeah, please jump on in and communicate whatever form you can.
Well, actually, I mean, education is like a big subject. And and you are like, Scott, you said something that made me think, like, education is not going to change. What happened if education is not going to change and it's going to still, and we got the same expectation as we have in, or what happened if the education just breaking in two and we got like two worlds? The world that is just developing and going ahead with the new technologies. And we got from St. Peter Tomer that I think he's in this field. And what happened if there is another world that, or either we don't have people that they are like having the same possibilities and just going apart? That is the future that we want. Can we do ourselves something to avoid these two worlds? So I don't know, but what I've seen is that, and before they say also something interesting, that probably we don't need just to work any curriculum. What happens if just we can stay on our own and just developing at 15 years old, like having like good skills to work and to do things for the world. So I don't know what the rest of the people they think about that, but happy to hear more conversation and more questions probably on this subject.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, this is something that I should think a lot about in school. Actually, Scott, you brought back a lot of nostalgic memories when you said that, because I remember I was like, why schooling is like, it's a business now. Like education is a business now. It's not like, I remember the times where it's like, it was like there was a mentor and there was a mentee, and we have all these like scientists and writers and philosophers that had all these mentors that they looked up to so much. And I think that was there's many models that could be like that, and I think that was what real education was. And I think right now what's happening is a standardized version of it, because I think in anything, whether that be production of a certain product, anything, by the time that it is standardized, everything just eases out the whole process. And I think that the same thing was done with education, but unfortunately I think at this point in time we realized, oh, maybe standardizing it is not the best thing. So I personally think, because I go to a school where everything is personalized for each student, each learner. And so I know that I do way different things than other classmates, but we're all together. So we have that aspect too. But what are your thoughts? And I would like to know from Scott and everybody else here too, how do you think exactly, according to yourself and your own experiences with education, is the education system going to change from a standardized one-fits-all to a more personalized educational learning experience?
Yeah, anyone can jump in, but I just to kind of jump off of that, I think ironically, one of the greatest fears for a lot of educational futures are the greater innovation of technology or intervention of technology. And so I think with greater AI technologies, education becomes personalized in that regard. That's where the ChatGPT comes in to a certain extent. But I think in the same, because the problem is right now there's sort of a race in education to make sure that everyone knows everything so that they can be competitive. That's the nationalist model for an educational program, right? Is that I need all of my kids doing, they need to be able to do differential equations, or like nonsense. Like you don't need to do differential equations to get through your day. No offense to any of the physicists. I always get yelled at by the physicists for picking on them. But I've talked to so many kind of lower, like first year, second year university professors, and they're like, I would be happy if I can get students who know how to read, who know how to write, who can somewhat articulate a thought, who know some general mathematics and maybe some things. We'll take it away from there. We can teach them the more specialized stuff. They don't need to like know everything that's under the sun and just be computers. Essentially, that's why we have computers. They should be personal aids. They shouldn't be the things that we control or that control us, or attempting to be a computer. I don't think that's really what being a human is all about. But I mean, if other people want to challenge me on that, I'm quite open to it. So in that regard, there's a weird kind of push-pull going on as far as there's a fear of technology, but technology can really open up some cool things if we really kind of think about how we want to do it and don't just jump headfirst into certain things. But the problem is that we have this tendency to want to jump headfirst into things, and it drives up certain demands like this. I was in the last session, I was talking about this need for degrees, right? You need the next degree so that you can get more pay with each ring of the job ladder or whatever. And so it's like, if you have this certificate, or if you have a master's or a PhD, and it just gets ridiculous, because to do something that should require no degree, even to apply for that position, you need to have it's the challenge, and you're probably facing this right now. I face this, is that you need to enter an intro level program. You need X amount of years of research of something, or like X amount of experience. And it's like, well, I can't get the experience without the education, but you need the experience to even apply for the education. There's these really weird contradictions we find ourselves in. And so it's like, how do we navigate through some of those weeds to get to, it's just about becoming human. It's not really about, whatever. I don't know. I don't even know what the other option is for that. So if anyone else has any ideas or wants to chime in, or otherwise, so since, because you've been Rain, you've been having these conversations, what as someone who wanted to walk away from the education system you were handed, what would make you walk back? What do you want to see in an education system? Or I suppose, since you're thinking for the world of tomorrow, what would you like to see for your kids or grandkids or something like that?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that I think I would really want to see in the future, and one of the things that would have gotten me back into the school is probably project-based learning. And now, even though I went to a very cool private school, they did not have PBL there. And right now, my school, the one that I go to, the Socratic Experience, is solely based off of project-based learning. And I think it's really helpful because it's like you're working on your learnings through doing something, and like what I really like what you said, Scott, because it's like, even for the education, you need the experience of it. And I think PBL is one of those things that combines it. So you have something that you have done, you have something that is an outcome of something that you have learned while doing it, and you have it all, in a school that's been done in a quarter or a semester, a school year, whatever. So I think project-based learning is one of those things. And I think that's, in my experience and all the conversations that I've had with many educators, PBL is the most common answer that I get when I say next thing in education. And most of their schools, that be the Socratic Experience, the School of Humanity, whatever school, it's all of them, they're PBL. Because these educators that have had years, and I'd say some even decades in education, have realized that this is what we need right now. So I think this is definitely the way forward. But I think just the word project-based learning would also evolve with how technology evolves, of how our classrooms evolve, of how the teacher, the systems, everything evolves. So I think something like, standardized testing would have been so cool when it came out. Like, oh my God, everyone gives the same test, and then we get the scores and stuff. But now standardized testing mostly brings back childhood trauma. Mm-hmm. So point being, it's just, I think terms evolve. So let's see where PBL takes us, but I have hopes for it. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, that's great. Because then what you say about standardized testing, because standardized testing is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, it had all these things have good intentions, right? Even project-based learning can be demented like standardized testing. So the example there is that what happened to standardized testing, right, is that it wasn't so much that it wasn't that standardized testing wasn't judging what someone knew. It's that because standardized testing came at the same time as a need for teachers to be graded based on how well their students did, that really made it a problem, because then you weren't teaching subjects anymore. You were teaching people how to take a test because they found out, oh, wait, this test has a method and art to it. And so what I need to do is, if I want to keep my job, I need my kids to pass this test. And I don't care that's what becomes the impetus, even if it's not, it's not nefarious. It's just like, hey, this is my job. This is what I have to do. And so you end up teaching people how to take a test. And so they get out into the real world and they're like, if this doesn't give, if I'm not given multiple choices and if I can't just look at the inference and try to, dissect the question or whatever, then I don't know what I'm doing. And so that's the problem that you run into. And so in doing project-based learning, I like the idea that you're like, well, you're open to the notion this might change. I don't know if it's going to still be called project-based learning, because you have to anticipate some of the ways that will be corrupted, as it were. Because I mean, it just kind of, there's a certain natural way that happens, particularly because education, unfortunately, is a business. Unless there's a way to get rid of the business aspect. But then when I start talking about free education, certain people get up in arms. So I don't know. But I think it has been increasingly recognized as a human right, though. And so it's becoming, maybe we're all moving, maybe we're all slowly changing, and maybe it's not as bad as we think. I don't know. But anyone else want to chime in on these notions with
Well, actually, just if it's like an open conversation, what I think is that it will be great to see how the school can be like open schools. What happens if we open, not like a school like with the walls, and just break those walls and open for like why not like business companies working together with the students, education researchers working together with the students. Why not like hospitals, just trying to find out what kind of problems they can be solved out like in a project with people from the students, and government, and open to many other communities, and just generate conversations and knowledge from outside of the school. I don't know if it's that possible. Probably there are. Do you think if there is any other schools that they are more open, like interacting like in a system with other players?
I get to plug another program. Actually, this gives me an opportunity. So there is something known as Philosophy for Children, which was started at the University of Hawaii by Dr. J, who's still going, and so it's a really cool program. But it's derived from the thinking of an American philosopher, Dewey's thought. So he used that and he kind of incorporated it. And so his idea was, so there's a thought, right? It's like you can't teach philosophy to a child. They wouldn't get it. It's too highbrow. And the concepts are beyond their comprehension and their understanding. And actually the challenge is, no, children, because they haven't been, programmed or indoctrinated or whatever word you want to use, they have that sense of wonder, a natural sense of wonder. And so the point of Philosophy for Children is to capture the natural sense of wonder and to get them. I mean, it's really cool because I did this when I was in university, and we went to a class of first graders, and we basically reenacted several Platonic dialogues as a kid would. It wasn't going down to the forum, but they were talking about really highbrow stuff. So I mean, like, for instance, I would draw a face, I'm not a very good artist, so I'd draw like a face with a nose and eyes and ears, and so what I'd say is I'd slowly erase things, and I'd say, is it still a face? Is it still a face? Is it still a face? And eventually all that's left is a circle, and they're like, oh no, that's not a face, that's a circle. And I was like, what has changed? And why did you allow certain things to leave? And so there's some really cool conversations that can be generated. And so I think it just takes a different style of it takes a different type of educator who has to be trained slightly differently. But I really like, Pilar, your notion of this sort of social integration of young people. And it sounds like actually a cool balance between, because some people think we should go for a more apprenticeship-based educational system, and some people think no, we need to go for a more standardized and that kind of blends the two. And so if you have young people working in hospitals or young people going to businesses, because the other thing it does is it keeps everyone somewhat honest. I think that's because I'm Mr. Negative, so I always think of like corrupt business people, and I was like, a corrupt businessman can't allow a child to just like run through their factory and be like, why are you doing it this way? Why aren't you doing it this way? Isn't that against the law? And they'd be like, oh, okay, I guess I have to be good now. So I don't know, that's kind of a neat future image, is where you have a society that functions, but education is hand in hand with that. And so that way the society is sustainable and perpetuates itself. So I think that's really cool. If anyone else has any thoughts or wants to jump in.
But Thank you so much, Scott, for sharing about the program, because I think it's really interesting. Because I personally, I at first when I heard about my school, the Socratic experience, I'm like, what is the Socratic experience? And then I learned so many things, and because we basically are a school and we learn through Socratic dialogue. And so we usually dialogue about pieces that are, 2,400 years ago. They're written way back. And so I read so many, I read, Plato, I read Aristotle, Sophocles, and, so many different writers. And I was like, okay, maybe it's because I'm in the high school program or I'm a freshman, so they'll let me do it. But I visited the middle school class, and they were doing maybe smaller pieces, but they were doing the same thing. And I think just saying that, oh no, this is too, so to say, too mature or too complex, they're too complex ideas for children, kids, teenagers. I think that's when you get them started. So I think it's really important to have these things, if we have curriculums or syllabuses or whatever, since we are a standardized, education system, even if you have to do it, put these things into it, because I think it gives you a lot of exposure of different cultures, because I come from a very different culture. So I think I've learned more of Eastern philosophy in the younger years of my life. And then, now I'm learning more about, Greek philosophy. So they're two very different things. And I think I get to benefit a lot from having two of these perspectives. So yes, thanks for sharing the program. I definitely will check it out and maybe have, a conversation from someone that's, playing a part in it. That's just the interviewer in me saying, oh, this is going to be super cool.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, I like it because, so I have an experience about that. When I was a child, I was ambidextrous. And so I was in some elementary class, and I had a para teacher who was looking over my shoulder. And so I would so you take a piece of paper, right? And so I'd write one half of the piece of paper with my left hand, and then when I got to the midpoint, I'd switch hands and keep writing to the other side. Or I'd be cutting a shape, and so I'd cut half of the circle with one hand, switch hands, cut the rest of the circle. And so the teacher had seen that, and they're like, you shouldn't do that. That's weird. And I had said, why is it weird? And so imagining how I would say that as a younger child, I suppose. And so they're like, no, you have to choose a hand, because you have to be one hand or the other. Are you left-handed or are you right-handed? And I had said, well, I don't know. It just depends on what I'm doing, I suppose. And so then they said, well, just choose a hand. And I said, okay, I choose my left hand. And then they were like, no, you don't want to be left-handed, because everything's made for right-handed people. So you need to be right-handed. And so there was really kind of I adapted. Now I am pseudo ambidextrous. I guess I do various things. I'm dominant hand and, whatever. But that is like a weird thing. Like, why would a teacher do that? And so that when I was looking into this program, the really cool thing is that it's like, you don't question why someone does something, but you explore and you do it in a more positive sense to try and figure out, what is, because something really cool can come out of that. While in what happened to me could be very destructive, because now I could just be a very confused person who has really bad handwriting and is scared of writing and is scared of doing all sorts of other things. So yeah, just adding that little anecdote in there. So, but the other neat thing is that with this more conversational approach and this kind of shared cooperative or learning experience, whatever you want to call it, I think the missing element is something you pointed out, because I've benefited so much from traveling. If I had only ever had my education in the United States, I'd be not as open person. I think you really do have to go out and see the rest of the world, learn new languages, learn new customs, and live in places that are strange to kind of develop that. And so if that can also be integrated in that, I think we're slowly building a really cool vision of the future of education. So
yeah, for sure. Because I think first of all, it's so cool that you're ambidextrous. I actually know one of my friends, and he is, and it's so cool. You guys can write the same with both hands, you know. So yeah, that and I honestly, so one of the problems that I actually had with normal school is I was always questioning everything. And my teachers didn't like it because it's like, you know, at first I thought, oh, my teachers know everything. They don't. Teachers respond back to, you know, their heads, and then those are the, it's like a whole chain. And so, you know, they really don't have answers to give me when I ask, why am I learning this? Or why is this happening? Or can, you know, can we skip this, but can we read this instead? Or can we watch a TEDx, you know, instead of you just going on and on about something? Like, you know, stuff like that. Because when I asked these questions, the teacher didn't have anything to say to me. So she'd be like, you know, they would like different responses. You know, some would be like, oh, go stand in the corner, because, you know, that's happened a lot to me. And yeah, so I think the teachers themselves did not have that sort of clarity, at least not enough for them to answer back. So I think, yeah, sometimes teachers can do some weird things that really affect you.
Yeah, I for one of our rules in P4C is that if you don't know something, you just admit it. It's like, I don't know, I never thought about that before. What do you think? And then, you know, kind of take the conversation from there and see how things develop. But yeah, I mean, it just kind of comes down to then it's not just a structural thing. It's also a methodological concept, how we can change some of these things. Interestingly, and please, anyone feel free to chime in at any point. I'm just slowly guiding us
Actually,
along.
I want to dive in right in this point.
Do it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kaya from Turkey, Ankara, and I just am amazed about what you're talking, because I'm a teacher as well. I'm a violinist, and I'm teaching music and violin and piano to the little ones. And I have in 20 years, I have changed so much. I really transformed into another person. And I think about Rahim, Fatima told about this project-based learning or about tests, or before we come to that, it's actually the authority figure mentality, state of mind that the teachers have, that we are superior to the children. We are the ones who know, we are the authorities. So that's why I was acting in that way too. And I was so rough and so tough with the kids, and I was really dominating them. And because I was taught that way. And then I started to change, and I let go of this authoritarian way of teaching. And then I thought I can learn from the children. So actually, when the teacher leave that identity of teaching and start to learn, and the student takes the identity also of the teacher, because that's a sharing platform at the end. I mean, that would be the baseline for a future image of me. And then we could build on such a sharing platform. I don't know. That's what I wanted to share.
Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, okay. Thanks for sharing that. So I had a question for you actually, because, and then I'll tell you why I have this. But do you think that after you were you know, stop thinking of yourself as, you know, that superior, the teacher, and more of like, you know, I can learn from them and they can learn from me? Do you think you were able to connect with the students on a greater level? And do you think that really reflected in the way that they learned?
Totally. That was another level of connection. And they also were starting to love what they were doing, because before it was like, yeah, you have to practice. Why didn't you practice? Oh, so I mean, this week you're going to be punished, or really, I did kinds of things. I admit it. And then it was like, they were having more fun with me, and they are still now, they want to come to the lesson, and they say they can just be themselves there, and then they can they can share their uniqueness with me, and it can improvise more, and then I am also more with them, because that life force energy is there in the children, and the adults, we are like we have to connect with our inner children and those children around us, that before they become the like human machines. um, it's the only way that we can keep this connection with this equal way of treating each other, or maybe putting them in superior place, actually. That's what
I
I
was
would
going to say
it's so
that.
creative.
I was actually going to say that, because what's interesting is that I wouldn't say it's not your fault. It's not really your training. I mean, it is that, but the biggest thing is it's a structural problem. Because when you walk into a classroom, what do? All the students are sitting, so they're at a lower position, and you're standing in front of the class, and so you are at a spirit. And it's that it like that's the very beginning. You haven't even done anything, and suddenly you're some sort of an authority. Which, I mean, yes, you have the degrees and the accreditation and all of that to be that way, but it's just the way that we set up our classrooms. And so what we do in P4C, so because I had a very weird experience, because what we normally do is we sit on the floor, so everyone's on the same level, and then that way you're not, some people are not sitting and some are standing, everyone's sitting down, and everyone becomes equal, because we create we call it a community ball, but you create this fluff ball, and whoever's holding the fluff ball gets to speak, and no one else is allowed to speak. That's one of the rules. But I was one of the schools we went into wouldn't let us do that, and so I was sitting there, and I'm like, I'm standing, everyone's sitting. Do I feel awkward? And it was also I grew up in a non-religious school, and so it was a religious school, and so there's a giant crucifix, and so it's like crucifix looking at me. I'm looking up at crucifix. Students were looking down, but looking up at me. And I was like, this is too much. And so I said, move all the desks. We're all sitting in a circle on the floor, and then everyone said it. And so it's really neat how you can just adjust just by adjusting the structure, it changes the dynamic entirely. And so, because otherwise people don't want to speak up, right? There's so many educational systems where and this isn't just I mean, this is almost a global phenomenon from what I've seen. A student typically doesn't speak out of, they don't speak unless they've been called upon. And there's that sort of weird discipline, which has a place in certain areas. There needs to be a certain level of that. But when it gets just so ingrained that it actually works against the education you're trying to work for, we've got to find a way to change that. And so, yeah, that's just another thing I threw out there. So, but thank you for that insight. It is wonderful.
Yeah, because I mean, okay, so I always I had this thing where you're supposed to say sir or ma'am to the teacher, and I remember that when I was like, oh, so I got the scholarship at this really cool American school, so I'm gonna able to say Mr. or Mrs. or Miss, like how I'd seen on Netflix, in American high schools. And the first thing I go like, hi, Miss Pickenen, and she goes like, so we are first name basis here, so you just call me Leah, because I learned from you, you learn from me, so we don't have that sort of thing. And I thought, whoa. First of all, I was like, oh my God, all my dreams of having the American high school experience have been crushed. That was my first thought. And the second was like, okay, maybe this is cool. And I remember when I was talking to my mom, and I'm like, so today, my guide Louise said that, okay, this is, and I'm like, who's Louise? I'm like, the guide. We don't even call them teachers. We call them guides, because they guide the Socratic dialogue. But I'm like, my teacher. And she's like, you call him by his name? That is so disrespectful. So I think it's more of a cultural thing too. But I think that it really puts you on the same level. And I think teachers, sometimes they also need to admit, oh, actually, I don't know. But does anybody else? Or actually, that's really interesting. Or they tell something about themselves. So they allow themselves to be vulnerable, or at a certain place where they say, okay, I do not know everything in the world. And so that I can learn from you. And I think it's really important, because I think that's when I want to go to my, teachers or my mentors, because I think I have a relationship with all my teachers. But if there's anything that happens, there's anything that bothers me in my personal life, anything, if I want advice, I would go up to any of my guides and I would ask them that. I would ask for their advice and for their guidance, because I know that, you know, if they had something that would be relevant to me, they would ask it. And I think of them, you know, as my mentors. And so I'd ask them. And I think building this relationship between a student and a teacher, or a learner and an educator, it's very, very important, because I think it's more of, no, not the really subject, but it's the person that teaches you the subject that really matters. Because most of my life, up until 6th grade, I hated math with all my heart. I hated it. And that was because of my teachers, because of their ways that, you know, they, you know, taught me, the things that they said, the comments that they made. But then in the 6th grade, when I had this teacher, I loved math. There's nothing greater to me than math. So I think building this relationship is very good in terms of learning. And Gaia said it, you know, even in her experience, it reflected of how the students, you know, would look at her and what she's teaching, which is violin, and that, of course, with the learnings too. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's very cool. Oh, go ahead.
I would like to share something about that. It's like, and it's a question just to the future, is that we don't have the answers, but we need to get a very good question. So or at least we have to make questions. And for sure that the teacher doesn't have to get the answer. At the school of my daughter, they make something very nice, and I really like, is that they develop the curiosity of the kids. So what they do, they got like the cloud of questions. And sometimes they don't give the answers. If you got the questions, any question that you can get, put it there. We're trying to explore and just to find out at least how can answer this question. So for instance, once they have a questions about the moon, why the moon is like disappearing and why it's making bigger. And they said, well, I don't know, the teacher said to them, said, but who you think that they can know this answer? I said, well, all the students. Okay, so we are gonna go to the all the students and we're gonna find out. So the older students, they prepared and they just developed the research for them to teach them. So I think it's great, no? Like just to let the kids to develop this curiosity and to get many, many questions. But because for sure, the answers and the futures are with many possible things to develop.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's great how it actually worked out, because I think one thing that the education system should really focus on is making the kids curious. You know, really, because I remember I once had this conversation with this educator, and you know, he kept on telling me these things, and I was so curious. And you know, the thing with me is that sometimes I get so excited that I'm like actually just like, oh my God, like I'm all over the place. So I remember I described our conversation as, oh my God, you know, really tickled my curiosity. And I think I sort of just invented that whole phrase. But I think it's really important, because I think in the future, what we're looking at is curious learners, because learning never stops. And, you know, I keep on, you know, hearing this from so many, you know, old people, like, oh my God, you're always learning. But like, yeah, you are. Like, you know, say ChatGPT, it's more of like a young people thing. My dad taught me about ChatGPT. I had an assignment and he's like, you know, you should ask ChatGPT for help. I'm like, who is ChatGPT? And he was like, you do not know what that is? Oh my God, who's the boomer over here? You should know about the new thing. It's the talk of the town. I'm like, okay, geez, that like chill. So I think, yeah, that is really great. Now I actually have a question for you. And I think speaking of ChatGPT, that's how I thought of it. I think with AI, definitely we see a change in learning and a change in educational experiencing. So how exactly do you think, how big do you think it will get in the next 5 years? Or do you see that, oh, it's not going to get that big, but it's, you know, going to make a big leap, you know, in about 10, 20 years? There's some noise coming from your end, Marie. Can you please mute yourself? Or do you have something to share? That would be really nice. Oh, okay. Okay, great.
Sorry, who were you asking in that question?
I was asking you, Scott, but
Oh.
everyone's open to answer. Scott was so lost. I'm like, is this question for me? Yes, it's for you and everybody else here. So yeah, it's a very open question.
Okay. Yeah. As far as some of those interventions go, there's going to be something new, you know, every, you know, I don't know, every day almost, it feels like there's something new that kind of comes up like that. And there's a couple ways to react. One, you can kind of say, oh, we need to get rid of this. This is the end of everything, or this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. We need it everywhere now. And I always take kind of a more balanced approach, and you have to question, what will it do? And particularly with regards to education, you always have to say, what is this going to do to the present generation? And what's cool about something like ChatGPT is that it is something that certain students really respond well to. And I think one of the greatest, sorry, I don't want to say the greatest, because I could probably say like 20 things that are the greatest threat to education or whatever. But one of the great challenges, I think, to education in the present is connecting to students and getting to their level. I think I know some very intelligent people who just didn't do well in school because the system they were in, or the way the class was taught, or something just didn't click for them. And even if it's something they're interested in, like one of the things I love to talk with my other millennials, because I'll admit, I'll remove any veils, I am a millennial. But when I talk with my other co-millennials, they'll say, man, my favorite thing to do when I got out of school was to go back and read those books without the pressure of like having to read the books, right? And so there are so many classic novels that people rediscover in like their 20s and 30s or 40s or whatever, that they read because they had to read, and the way it was taught was just so it just turned them off to the content, even though it's something that they would come to love later when they discovered it on their own terms. And so I think something like ChatGPT offers another avenue there. Now, is it the ultimate avenue? No. There are other things that can be used, but I think that's, you know, to really it really helps with that challenge, which is to get students motivated or curious, or to keep them compelled to be, as you say. I think learning I don't know who it's attributed to, because I think like 14 different modern day entrepreneurial masters have said the same thing, but it's like education's a lifetime vocation, right? So you should always be learning, whether you're 15 or 95 years old. Like there's always something to be learned, or at least there's always something that can be improved upon or adjusted ever so slightly, or you're not seeing a certain perspective because of your perspective or your biases or your language. Language can be very limiting because we don't have words for certain things. We don't know how to express that, and so we don't consider it. And so that's why I'm all about like real foundational stuff in my education, and like really kind of untethering like language and very basic skills, and really getting students to be critical about these notions, because then they can go off and go specialize and you know, learn all the things you need to learn. You know, not everyone needs to be a microbiologist when they graduate from high school. Like if they know the general basics, that's enough, and then let them go to university and learn that stuff. And so, but again, another reform that we can kind of put into that is the notion of when do you have to learn certain things, when do you have to start specializing, because that's another sort of fear that is important to figure out. So
yeah, for sure. Okay, so now I'm going to ask everyone to do something. We've been having this conversation for a while now, and we're almost at the top of the hour. And so the time is coming to an end. And honestly, I thought, oh my God, it's an hour-long conversation, like an hour. That's like very long because my attention span is not that long, and I zone out. But I think this is one of those conversations that, something was just brought up and that brought up something in my head. And, it's just like, I love those conversations where you're, patiently listening and enjoying what the other person's saying, but yet there's, so many things that just like come up in your head. Like you make a list, like, okay, this is what I want to talk about. So I think it's great. So I would want to ask all of you guys, since you guys have been listening into the conversation, and thank you so much, everyone, for being here, of course. Can you guys drop a little something that you found interesting during this whole session? It could be a quote, it could be a thought, it could be one of your own thought, something that brought back a memory, anything that, excuse me, it was just related to the conversation today. I think that would be really, really great to do that in the chat. And I will be dropping a few links. So I want to drop the link to the Miro board, and in the Miro board, you can go ask questions and interact. And I think that's going to be really fun for you if you enjoyed the session. And if you want to continue the discussion, there's a Discord link. So I'm dropping all these links in the chat as I'm speaking. And so you can go and you can explore further, because we don't just want to talk for an hour and then just never think about it again. We want to keep the conversation going one way or the other, because this is the future we're talking about. So yeah, and then also this is a form. If you have the time to fill it out, that would be really, really appreciated. So yeah, thank you so much. The things are in the chat. And finally, it would be great if all of you guys can turn your camera on, because I want to take a screenshot, and it's going to be really helpful for the event, but I also want to keep it as a very cool memory. So if it's fine with you guys, can you please, okay, yeah, Leo, it's fine, happens. But anybody else? I think it would be great if you have more cameras on. Scott, motivate with me. You're also supposed to say, turn your camera on, guys.
We would love to
Come on, come on. Let us see you.
Yes. It's all right. You can put a blurry background on if you're worried about what's behind you.
There are also some filters.
They made me turn my camera on, and I'm like in a cafe, and there's like a waiter's posterior bumping into me from behind, and I was like, oh dear. So all right.
But no, I think, Scott, it was really your motivating, because as soon as you motivated, we had 3 more cameras on. So yeah,
I think just
you are
voice.
magic.
I think I'm taking advantage of some of the patriarchal, standards that we're all used to. So apologies for that.
Yes. Okay. So now I want everyone to smile, and I'll take a quick screenshot. Okay. So I have it now. Thank you very, very much, everybody, for being here. It was a pleasure talking to you, Scott, and everyone. Thank you for, chipping in, sharing your own thing. And so from now on, after the top of the hour, we will have more people, more facilitators, more interesting conversations. So you can definitely stay back, listening to them, and also provide your own perspective. So yeah, thank you so much, and it was a pleasure.
Thank you, Raheen. That was a wonderful conversation. I'm always happy to have good conversations. I think there's too few of them these days, so I appreciate that. The other thing I was going to throw on there is just the agenda for today. So if you want to kind of look around at what else is going on or what other parts of the world we'll be getting to, we're only in the beginning quarter, maybe. I don't think we've quite, maybe we're about at the first quarter mark, but we got a whole day to go. So if you guys are around and free, we'd love to have you for more conversations. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott, Raheen. Thank you so much for the session. Great. Okay, so welcome now to the new session that we are just gonna start very soon. We are gonna wait for other people to come. And in the meantime, gonna check if, okay, welcome Jane Taylor and Kusal Sohal for the session of today. That is gonna be, I think, quite interesting. Futures of vulnerability. Wow, a lot of things to say about this, I think. And okay, let me know if you need me to share, you're gonna share any screen? You need me to go. And Kusal, do you need to share any screen or anything, no? Okay, so then we will leave it like that.
I think we'll need that.
If you need in the meantime, I will share some. Okay, this is.
Yeah. Hi. Is it Pilar?
Yes, it's me.
Hi. I'm not showing my screen, but Lisa created some polls for me that she said you may be able to share with me today.
Okay. So let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna just. Okay, Lisa. So Jen, I'm gonna put you some co-host before to start, so like that. Okay, and also Kusal. Okay. Okay, so, well, let me just, before to start, to thank you and the Millennium Project that is participating, and its partnership with Teach the Future, that, as you must know, is a global movement to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future in and out the school. So the session of today is for Jane Taylor and Kusal Sohal, that they are gonna talk about futures of vulnerability. So if you can put your cameras on, it will be much nicer just to put face to the people that they are in the same room with us. And well, I pass you the word, Jen and Kusal.
Thank you so much. Welcome everybody. As we've already been told, this is a session being sponsored by Millennium Project in partnership with Teach the Future, a global movement to involve young people in anticipating and influencing the future both in and out of school. My name is Kushal Sohal. I am a next generation foresight practitioner with the School of International Futures and a future literacy consultant at UNESCO. And my co-facilitator is Jean Taylor, who's going to introduce herself in just a moment and get going with the initial exercise. But just to kind of set the objective of whatever session is, we're going to try to engage you in an imaginative exercise around the idea of vulnerability. And we recognize that this could be a potentially difficult topic to explore, depending on how one engages with that theme, and Jane will kind of introduce it to us in more detail. But we're hoping that it's going to be something fun and creative for you to collectively engage in as we kind of venture into the future and think about what a desirable future vulnerability might be and what challenges we might face in terms of getting there. So Jane, over to you to kind of kick us off.
Hi, thanks, Kushal. Just a little introduction about myself. I'm how I came to be with the Young Voices Network. I'm a parent and a psychotherapist, and I think through both those roles, I have a 12-year-old, and it's hard to ignore how herself and her peers hold a lot of fears for the future. And I think because of my job, I'm very aware of how fear can impact on people, and also know some of the tools of how to help people move through it. So it kind of got me thinking, what can be done to help people feel less afraid of the future? And that led me to actually being lucky enough to be on the Future Leaders program last year, hosted by the Young Voices Network. And as a result, I've ended up here today. And I think when Kushal and I were discussing about running this workshop, we realised we both had a shared interest in vulnerability, and I think we both understand that kind of being human requires us to be vulnerable, but it's also being vulnerable conjures up lots of different emotions, and which are often, I think, from a lived experience, can be really uncomfortable. The emotions I think that vulnerability can trigger are things like fear and shame, and it's how do we actually manage those feelings within us. And because they are quite difficult emotions, we can sometimes frame them as being bad emotions and emotions that we should get rid of. But I think what we'd like to do today is think about that in some ways vulnerability is a really common experience. And can we begin to think about finding ways to normalize the feelings that get triggered around vulnerability? So one of the ways that we thought we'd do that is to maybe do some polls and to see, are there common experiences that trigger vulnerability? And then also are there common feelings that are triggered when we feel vulnerable? And then we can kind of explore it from there. So I think one of the, Pilar, are you able to initiate the first poll?
Well,
which is, did that come through to you or to me?
What the question will be, what kind of, can you say again, Jen, in the way?
Yeah, the first poll was, which situations lead to you feeling vulnerable? Did you receive that one? Oh, that one's the feelings,
no.
But we can do that one too.
Okay, which of these feelings do you associate with vulnerability? Wow.
You can have all of them.
Yeah, that's why. Wow, interesting. We need to get percentage, so I cannot say all. So then, weakness.
Yep.
Judgment. Danger. Scary. Same. And what I will say is that even the positive sometimes can be vulnerability, because you can think that you know and you are the best, but probably it can be like feelings that they are sometimes you are not always positive and you are always the best.
That's right. I think that's true. And I think there is something about, you know, life requires us to kind of be brave and afraid all at the same time. And so I think that's why there is such a mix of emotions with it. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, sometimes like even you can be like very positive, and but I think the feelings, there are something that they are not all the time. So probably a mix of some of them, they can make you think different. But the important thing probably is recognize your feelings, no? To know what are you feeling, and just to tell what you're feeling. And
that's right.
And I don't know if always I know what I'm feeling.
I think that's partly what we'd like to kind of achieve with this workshop, is to familiarize ourselves with the feelings that do occur when we feel vulnerable, and then also familiarize ourselves with the situations that can trigger those feelings. And then in some ways, the more we know about our feelings in those situations and the situations that trigger it, the more control we have over them. You know, I think I've heard the saying that if we're not controlling vulnerability, vulnerability is controlling us. Thank you. I can see you all filling it in. I think what I would really like to do is looking at sort of which situations lead to you feeling vulnerable. And my guess was that maybe there would be some very common experiences that everybody shares that leads them to feeling vulnerable. And one that's definitely coming up at the moment is opening up to a loved one. You can see that 4 out of 6 people feel that leads to them feeling vulnerable. Being in an unfamiliar environment, uncertainty also as well is coming out as one of the top ones, lack of control, asking for help. I have to say that's mine. I always feel very weak and I feel fear that I might be judged if I ask for help, and they might even, the people I'm asking for might reject me and say no. So that's definitely one for me. Interestingly, I put here meeting your new partner's best friend, and nobody feels vulnerable in that situation. So that's nice. But I think the important one there for me is opening up to a loved one. So in a way, to be in a relationship with somebody requires us or leaves us feeling really vulnerable. And so it's that idea that, you know, to be in the world is a vulnerable experience in a way, and to have authentic connection and leaves us, it means it puts us in a situation where we have to be open, and being open can make us feel a little vulnerable, or can feel vulnerable. And then I'm looking at the emotions. I don't know, can other people see the poll results, or is it, yeah? And so obviously quite high on the list is judgment, so fear of being judged. Get feelings of danger, scary, fear of rejection. Shame is fairly low, that's good. Strength, I'm glad that's up there. Embarrassment is quite high. Weakness, and the feeling brave, as we said. So again, they're all kind of quite common feelings that people are relating to. And then I think I'm going to just roll there for a moment with the emotions. And then if I stop sharing this at the moment, can we come back to it? Would I be able to come back to the poll results? Because I think I'd like to look at some of them later. But when we think about the feelings, for me, and my understanding of them is that the feelings are really quite uncomfortable. The feeling of fear is uncomfortable. The fear of judgment is uncomfortable. And I think, how can we, I think often it's uncomfortable. One, it is a physically uncomfortable feeling to have in your body. But two, I think often people can judge it as a feeling that you shouldn't have. It's a bad feeling. They're bad feelings. You shouldn't be having them. And it's the judgment of those feelings, and the judgment of yourself for having those feelings, that can make them kind of give the feelings even more power and weight. And so what I hope that maybe that poll could do was just show you that everybody has those feelings and they're really normal. And so can we sort of reframe how we interact with those emotions? So rather than judging them as bad, we just judge them as really normal emotions that are triggered in situations that we have to be in life. And so it's just trying to kind of take the power away from them and normalize them. And then
I have a question.
Yeah.
Here, is there any difference between the word emotion and feeling? Because in me, I differentiate these two, and like feelings, actually I'm comfortable with feeling, but the emotions, they like, but I'm not a native English speaker, so I would really want to know, like, what is the real difference between these two words?
Yeah, I was actually thinking that as I was writing them, because I was aware I was interchanging. But can you, are you comfortable to say a little bit more about where you were saying about the difference between the feel? You say one, you're comfortable with the feeling, but the emotion feels bigger, I think is the sort of way you're describing.
Like
Can you
more
explain a bit more?
destructive. Feelings are like, it's like a restlessness in my body, and then when I feel sadness, for example, I would want to close up, or when I feel happy, I'm cheerful. But like when I'm, I don't know, when I feel guilty of something, then it's really destructive. And then something really moves in me, and then I get angry.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I think the way I would explain that is that definitely say the feelings more of guilt, and is that some of the feelings are physical feelings that are triggered. They're called our kind of automatic feelings, and it's our neurobiology at play, because most of the feelings that underlie vulnerability are triggered by our fear response. And our fear response is physical. There's nothing, and it's automatic. There's absolutely nothing we can do about it. And they're the ones where our heartbeat is raised. We are very focused. We have tunnel vision. We cannot stop thinking about the problem or the thing that we're fearful of that's right in front of us. And we have to, and so it's a very primitive response, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's going to happen. Adrenaline is released, chemicals are released, which give you that heightened feeling inside you. And I would say even guilt and it means that there's a situation that you're threatened by. And if there's anything that is a threat, it triggers the fear response. And so it's understanding that everything that kind of underlines emotions or vulnerability, especially when it's things we're scared of, it is a physical response that you is just going to happen without you. And the way that we have kind of two neurobiological responses, really. One is our fear response, which releases adrenaline and cortisol. And the other response is our calming response, which releases oxytocin, which is kind of the love calming chemical. And the way that we release the oxytocin chemicals is by talking gently to ourselves. It's exactly what you would do for a friend. It's kind of the tone of voice. It's being very calm to yourself. If you touch a friend's arm when you're trying to comfort them, it releases a whole load of oxytocin chemicals for them. So it brings the calming. And so we're always in two states, really. It's either the fear response is happening to us or the calming response. And so vulnerability, when we're in vulnerable situations, it's triggering our fear response, and we have to bring in our calming response. And I think if that, does that answer for you? Because the feeling of guilt means you've done something that, or you're worried that there's a threat to your well-being. And so that's why you're getting that really hard physical response. And we interchange that physical response with the word emotions and feelings, because it gets layered then with, you get the physical response and then we layer different emotions onto it. And, you know, first of all, it is a feeling of fear, and then we might feel ashamed. And so they're to me the emotions that get layered on the physical response. Does that?
Thank you. Yes. So emotion is more physical.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, in a way. Or it's a physical response that we then layer thoughts on, we judge, and then put emotions and feelings on it.
Thank you.
And so in some ways, I think in some ways that helps. Maybe have gone into details about what's happening when we feel vulnerable. We are feeling under threat, because to open ourselves to people is scary, and it risks being rejected, it risks being judged. And so that's why it creates such intense feelings. And I suppose there's thinking of, you know, and I know the objective of our workshop was one, to kind of try and understand what's happening to us in the times and in the situations where we feel vulnerable. And then I know Kushal was wanted to kind of explore what once we understand a little bit about what's going on for us in those moments, what would we need from the world to help support people move through those feelings more easily? I don't know if anybody has any questions around what we've said before we move on to the next section. I think maybe Kushal, would you I don't know whether before you take over, would we like to just ask if people feel comfortable to share how they view vulnerability? What would that
Let's
be?
do that. If anybody wants to contribute, either in the chat or with opening your mic, we'd love to hear your thoughts. And if you'd rather hold it for now and talk to us about it as we go through the process, you can do that too. I didn't see anybody raising their hand or writing anything, so maybe we just keep moving, and if anyone's got an idea, they can share. So thank you, Jane, for kind of getting us started with thinking about this topic. And I think one thing for us to think about as people who are doing futures work or thinking about futures work is that the future itself is an uncertain space, right? Something where humans have this innate capacity to anticipate and imagine things, but we can't necessarily always predict and prepare for stuff. Things are changing all the time. So we have to have a sense of humility in the way in which we engage with the future. So naturally, we are vulnerable in the face of the future, if you think about it. So how do we want then that feeling that we have when we are in the future to play out for us? So we would like you to have a little think about vulnerability in a desirable future for you. So in a future which you would ideally like. So when we were thinking earlier in our conversation, the words such as trust were coming up for people. This opening up to people that you care about or that you love. The sense of wanting to navigate judgment or the importance of authenticity in a world where there was a lot of trust or that you did feel like you're able to open up with people. What might that look like? If we can get people to kind of share either in the chat or by unmuting yourselves, a sense of what a desirable world where vulnerability was apparent would look like. So if people were trusting each other more, what might that mean? If people were opening up to each other more, what might that mean? What might the consequences be for not only people to people relations, but perhaps the society as a whole? Might we see different changes to systems, or can you imagine perhaps a headline in a world like that where people are more trusting of each other, or where there's less judgment, if people feel more open to share how they're feeling about things? What might be the implications? So if anybody's got any initial thoughts on where a desirable future of vulnerability might take them, please do kind of write something in the chat for us or unmute yourselves and get us started.
I cannot hold myself because this topic is so beautiful, and so I'm so hungry for this world. Well, it makes me cry actually, because even thinking about people talking about their feelings, showing their feelings, and be trusted and trust that people can hold space for them, and sharing who they are. It's another level of consciousness and living, probably, because it's not there is less fights. Probably people are going to share ideas and it's going to conflict again, but it's from another level of connection. And the question in my mind is always, how are we going to mix this with the the AI and the machines, and how is it going to merge? This is a place where I'm very scared of, and because humanity is more human and dare to be more human with all these vulnerabilities and feelings. This is a part that is totally lacking what I live here and what I see in the news or in my world. And I would really desire a future human becoming more human. And I don't know what the AI is going to do. How are they going to mix with these? Maybe I would really want to know what you think about it too. So this is what I wanted to share.
Thank you so much for sharing those ideas. I've tried to capture a little bit of what you were saying in the chat for everybody. This idea of, in a desirable future where there was a sense of vulnerability, there'd be less fights, there'd be more connection between people, humans would be more human, and perhaps we find a way of making AI resemble that kind of sense of humanity too. In the chat, we have some other ideas here. In the future, moments of vulnerability are celebrated not just as an achievement or financial gains, community or human gain is prioritized. The concept of achievement has been reframed to make it more human. I'm interested in this idea here. Kelly, if you'd like to elaborate on that, if you'd like to open your mic and talk to us a little bit more about the sense of achievement and community and how that's important in a future where vulnerability is desirable.
Sure. If you look at our current structures and mental models about what good is or what great is, or how are we socially, what are the moments, what is the context or the substance of things that we tend to celebrate in the current present, it tends to be very individualized. It tends to be very economic or financial. Even though there are we still hear about, great moments of heroism or, but community and those types of things are just not in the forefront. And this, if we flip that on its head, what might that look like? Where, even you're getting a trophy or an award or something, it still happens, but it's so deeply on the fringes. Right now, it's sort of relegated to this philanthropy and other things, as opposed to just that's the way that it is, and that's the essence of being the best that we can be, and that it would change perhaps economic structures, community structures, and things like that. In my imagination.
Thank you for that. So this sense of reframing the idea of community and also what we're valuing, wealth versus kind of human connection and what's good. So really asking big questions there. A really interesting question in the chat here around vulnerability itself and the stigma attached to that word, and whether in the future we're able to kind of get past that stigma, or whether we come up with a new term in order to capture this sense of, this human navigation of what's uncertain, what's difficult, what's scary, or how can we kind of capture that in a sense. Jane, do you have any thoughts on what we've heard so far?
Thanks, Kushal, and thanks to everyone who's contributing. They're really good points raised. I don't think I have any direct answers, but I think it was making me think about what, everyone's alluded to this, what's needed to create a place of safety in a way for people to express themselves. They need to feel trust, and it's how do we create environments of trust, and so I think that would be for me the kind of building blocks of how do we start doing that, which I know in some ways Kelly was alluding to for sure. And then obviously I know that is it Orsgita, your points of where AI comes into it, just as like I feel while we're still trying to understand how to be human, it's really hard to even begin to think about how AI impacts on that. I wondered if in some ways though it might take out some of our domestic reality and some of the things that preoccupy us and stress us and give us more time to be human. I don't know, but that's a very simplistic thought. And with Terry's point, I totally agree. What does vulnerability mean to everybody? And it is quite a stigmatized word, and I suppose it kind of feeds into what Kelly's saying. How do we celebrate it, and do we need to reframe it and come up with I guess there's something about being able to value being open, isn't there? And valuing connection and valuing belonging, and being able to kind of celebrate that, and rather than to belong and to connect authentically, you need to be vulnerable, which, as Terry was saying, can sometimes be perceived as weakness. So how it's be about being able to reframe that, isn't it? I haven't got an answer for that, but it's valuing it in a different way, isn't it? And seeing it as a strength rather than a weakness.
Exactly, and we have this a few other things in the chat here about kind of how are we, is this necessarily the right word in different contexts? So we have this idea here of experiencing or sharing your feelings often happens in the shadows. In Turkish, vulnerability is being able to be broken, which is quite an interesting way of also thinking about this. Zita, would you like to explain that to us a little bit more?
Yeah, that's also always confusing me, but it's being able to be broken exactly translated to English. So if I can be broken, so what actually breaks is not the real essence. So it's the egos or the masks that we are wearing actually breaks down. So the mask I'm wearing with you, I can put it beside when I'm with you, and that makes me reach into me more. And yeah, that's, I don't know what's vulnerable in English, where it comes from, but this in Turkish, I like that actually.
I mean, that captures so much, right? This sense of it really does grapple with those words we were initially posing, judgment, opening up, a fear of connecting, or authenticity. This kind of being able to, this willingness to feel like, I can open myself up here, and I don't mind a few layers of me being kind of, slowly peeled off, as it were. And it's really kind of interesting way of thinking about that word. Has anybody else got any other ideas? We're thinking here about like, what is in a future which is desirable for you, how does vulnerability play out? What does trust look like? What does opening up to other people look like? We did have this sense, Jane mentioned this idea of what is needed for safety as well. So vulnerability often connotes that sense of when we feel like we can be vulnerable, we need often a space of safety in order to kind of to then talk to somebody or to open up about how we're feeling and thinking about things. But what might be necessary for us to kind of get there? For example, if we're thinking about oppressive systems in our current, world in 2023, whether we think about caste or class or gender, how do we kind of create a world where those oppressive systems no longer exist, but in such a way that we haven't made it even more traumatic or asking more emotional labor of people who are already being marginalized and victimized by society? So how do we kind of journey into this future where people can open up and trust one another, but yet we've kind of found a way to just break apart those systems which might kind of deter us from getting there because we're judging one another or we're discriminating against one another in terms of identity and so on? Has anybody got any thoughts here on how we might actually get to this future before we journey slightly off on a tangent, thinking about what the challenges and barriers might be to actually getting there?
I have one word.
Go for it.
Mirror. Using the mirror, and to be able to be open to you, I have to know what here is inside me. And when I know, like Jane said in the beginning, if you know all the feelings, then they don't have control over you, then you have the control. So if I know where are my monsters and if I am okay with them, then I mean, because you're not gonna like me probably if I now start to judge you or show a very deep angry part of myself that I do that to myself. I mean, I can't do anything what I do to you if I don't do it to me. So this, I don't know, for me it's a harming personality. I'm a very angry person when I break. And then I can really cut the people with my words, and people don't like that. So who's going to stay and say, "Oh, I love you that way"? I don't know. How can this happen if I can't express this feeling without that emotion? I don't know if I can express it like you're so gentle with speaking, Jane and Kusha and everybody here. And how can I express this feeling with that grace? I don't know. I'm mixed up.
Kusha, can I respond to that a little bit? Well, Gita, thank you for sharing that with us as well. And I don't know. Firstly, when I was thinking about Kushal's question of how can we start creating safer environments, my immediate thought, it's a thought, it's hard to achieve, is that people being more comfortable with being afraid and feeling threatened and understanding that our fear response, I think it's something like 75% of our perception is wired to look for negativities and to look for our threats. So we're just massively wired to always be looking out for what is a threat to us. And so I think even people beginning to understand and sharing the information of why we are afraid and why we're fearful and how we can then override our neurobiological responses, so having more awareness about it, I think would then, so people are less afraid, they're less judgy, they're less need to categorize, they need less hierarchies. And so I think for me, that's a good starting point. But also I'd just like to respond to Osgita too, if I can. And thank you for sharing what you did and saying what you did. But one of the things that I'm aware of is that often anger is a reflection of hurt when we're really hurting. But anger is a much more socially acceptable display of emotional hurt. And so that's why people often express in anger rather than expressing the actual thing that is upsetting them. So I was just wondering, just wanted to kind of say that within, and if it maybe resonates with you and to take away. Thank you.
He's also added a point here about how finding a way to embrace and engage with vulnerability might also make us more resilient in the future as well. And Terry, with this point here about whether if we are able to create spaces of safety and vulnerability in schools, where vulnerability is accepted in school communities, that would be a positive. But achieving that kind of sense of openness and trust and love on a kind of global scale, perhaps a lot more difficult. Moving maybe then into the next part of our chat, as we still have another 20-25 minutes or so to go, what might the challenges actually be to getting to this future? So we've kind of articulated these ideas around, we want trust, we want love, we want safety, we want openness between people. We need people to kind of create that time and space for one another. But what are the challenges in terms of getting there? What things are currently existing, which we think might still exist in the future, and how might that deter, the arrival of a desirable future of vulnerability for us? I just kind of give one example to maybe get the ball rolling. If we want to, see the end, perhaps, of things like toxic masculinity or caste discrimination or class discrimination or other types of, negative things in our society, we need to address this question of fear and paranoia that Jane's mentioned. But how do we do that? We have to create a space of safety and curiosity and trust for people to, break apart those the kind of judgments that they hold. But there's an issue behind doing that as well, because people might feel very much attached to that sense of identity that they do have. They don't want it to be kind of ripped apart or to be, people to ask questions of it. They feel threatened when that's the case. So we're thinking about those types of threats and barriers to actually achieving that future. What might those threats and barriers be? Is it to do with, certain social status? Is it to do with a certain power in society? Is it to do with, the way our days are structured? What might be the things that are getting in the way of getting to this space where there is a sense of safety and trust and so
on? I would like to add something on this point. I think that we have also to learn to demonstrate to the others that we are vulnerable also. And we have to get also references in political, in all environments. And if I've got the example of New Zealand, the ex-minister, that she said, I don't have the energy to continue. I think other person can do it better than me now. This is a point that says something very good and can just spread the message to other politicians. Like sometimes we don't have to be there for good. And when we are so exposed to the public and to the people, we do mistakes, it's normal, but we don't have just always to be with the truth and with the power of I'm doing always the things right. And in the political environment, we see a lot of no vulnerability. And probably there is a good start, no, to show us that, I mean, they are doing the best for the citizens, and sometimes it's normal we have not done it well. Here in Spain, we got a problem now with the law that has been done with some technical problems, and they don't want to admit that it was wrong. And the situation is like just giving the blame to the others. So I think just to admit that, okay, we can make mistakes is a good start.
And a brilliant point there around kind of leadership and the politics of vulnerability in some ways. If we're seeing it being displayed in a positive way from high up in society, then maybe that will have implications for the rest of us and the way we might behave. So perhaps then a barrier or threat to getting to that future is people not behaving like that, people not being so open when they have those types of leadership positions, and taking a more kind of fearful or authoritarian approach to things as opposed to one more reflective. And as you've just mentioned, any other points from anybody about what a barrier to achieving a future where there's trust and there's care and this kind of sense that we've been discussing might be?
I might just follow up with Pilar's comments as well, because what you're saying is reframing mistakes, isn't it? And it's not judging them as mistakes, but just to lead requires you to show up in the world, and which means you are going to be judged. And in a way, it's if we just appreciate the fact that someone did turn up, and whenever we do things, the chances are that mistakes will occur, and so it's just becoming much more accepting of mistakes occurring, isn't it? And accepting them as a normal part of life, really. And then also it's having the courage to then, as the individual, to put your hand up and be comfortable with the mistake that has occurred, isn't it? And so I really like that, and that is that's that cultural shift, isn't it, of being able to reframe and not judge mistakes as a mistake, but just a normal part of human experience. I was also thinking, Kushal, and I thought, I always feel a bit tenuous walking into this territory, but I guess there is something about it's making me think about masculinity and how to be vulnerable often. And I know things are changing, thank goodness, but definitely when I was younger, if a male showed vulnerability, they were perceived to be weak. And so I think, that very much kind of feeds in. It's allowing the masculine to also be vulnerable, isn't it? But I think would have a big impact in the world.
No, definitely. I think one that comes to my mind when I think about that topic is the really good book by the feminist thinker Bell Hooks, and she talks about this idea of the will to change when it comes to masculinity. And this idea of we don't build that capacity to change, you're not going to get anywhere, but you require a sense of safety, you require a sense of honesty, you require a sense of trust and love with other people in order to activate that willingness within them. You can't activate willingness within people by shaming them, by making them scared, by injecting them with paranoia, right? Or judgment. They're gonna close off. They're gonna feel even more threatened by you. They're gonna be even more aggressive or violent. That's not the way to kind of almost humanize them, right? So whether we think about masculinity or whether we're thinking about other kind of things in our society where there's a potential toxic component to those kind of ways we express ourselves in regards to a particular identity, it's important how we kind of how do we activate that change without, almost taking it in the wrong direction, how do we get our intentions right? we have the right intentions, but how do we make it play out in the way we want it to? I think there's a really good point here in the chat. I just want to read out. Where Terry says masculinity is still highly embedded in the language. In the future, it is how to change this and deconstruct it. Exactly. So in a desirable future, is such a category even relevant? Do we want to completely do away with such constructions in the first place, and allow for more human plurality and expression? What does a kind of a category like that, is it really possible to reframe a category like that, which is so enshrined with historical meaning? Can we really change it, or do we have to completely do away with it and create something else? So all these different types of things to think about when we think about big words and big kind of conundrums like that one. Has anybody else got any thoughts here on what barriers might be to kind of getting to this type of world we might desire? Perhaps Jane, if you'd like to kind of share from your experience of having done practice psychotherapy, maybe you've kind of spotted things in terms of when people are more willing to open up and when they're not, and maybe there's a lesson in that for us as well.
I think maybe in a way for that question, I think it's maybe a bit of a false environment, because in theory a therapy space is a very safe space, and that is my job to create that safe space. So but I suppose I am always quite surprised that when people come, how quickly they do open up. And I see, one, someone comes with the need, and two, obviously have created an environment that is safe and makes them feel safe to do that. But I suppose it also makes me think, thinking on my feet here, of how, on some level, how easy that is to do, because it is just about being open and non-judgmental and trying to connect with what Osgeeta was saying, is that behind the mask, we all have feelings. It's such a common, this is a common human experience. It's in trying to depersonalize this idea of, oh, well, I've got these emotions, so, you might be judging me for having those. It's just, this is what it is to be human. And if we could all start a little bit more from that space, and I think throughout the second half of this workshop, the thing that keeps coming back to me is this idea of just sharing more information, isn't it? And just how can we get more information out there about what vulnerability is, what I think about fear, about how we are so neurologically wired to feel fear, and then the tools to overcome that. And I think, so the more knowledge that is shared about that, and the more insight people have to what they're doing, because that instant response you're going to have to anything that threatens your sense of self is fear. And that only leaves you with 3 responses, which is fight, flight, or freeze. None of those are really good for a healthy, constructive society. But if you know that, if you're educated with that is what's happening to you, you can kind of step back and observe it and just be like, okay, that's my automatic physical response, neurobiological response. But what do I want my chosen response to be? And then I think so the more people are educated on how to do that, how to step back and actually think about a more considered response, it becomes less personal. And then I think it does become more, we get able to step more into that collective experience of what it is to be human. And I think that would help create, personally think would help create safer environments. And I think it is just, to me, it's always about sharing more and more information, or getting this information out to more and more people. And even having more conversations, whether it's in schools, about what triggers your responses and how you can manage them. And then also even having conversations about, whether we come up with a new word of vulnerability, but just, that being in the world and showing up, and, as the poll showed, expressing ourselves to a loved one makes us feel vulnerable, and that's what we have to do to be in any kind of connected environment. And so it's really real, and we live it every day. And so how can we help people understand it more? So it's sharing the information, I think, really is key.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, I think we've seen a few comments in the chat here about the importance of trying to bring into the educational space. I can think of a few people that are already doing this. There's one organization called Think Equal, which kind of kids aged 3 to 6 is trying to engage them in socio-emotional learning practices. And then there's another organization in Malaysia which has devised a toolkit, a little box called Empathy Box. And the idea of that is for people to have conversations with one another, but in an empathetic manner. And there are these cards that are in this box designed to kind of provoke that, to enable that to happen. Yeah, I will put some links in the chat to this. So, you know, there are these people are playing with these things. It's just they're kind of battling against the tide, as it were, as well, aren't they? Or maybe not now. Hopefully we're kind of moving in that direction, but they're still kind of perhaps outnumbered, or the status quo isn't quite on our side. Any other thoughts from people on either what the future of vulnerability ideally looks like for you, or what a challenge might be for us to get there? Or maybe if you want to be a little bit more critical and curious about it, if you spotted any assumptions that we have. So in the past 40 minutes or so, we've explored loads of different things. We've, talked about different emotions and the importance of them and the kind of barriers in terms of articulating them. Have you spotted something that we're taking for granted? Are we assuming certain things in the future, or are we missing out on things in the present as well? One really good one, I think, was earlier about that link between humanness and artificial intelligence. Are we kind of, without recognizing the impact technology might have on the future of how we, engage with our emotions, we might be missing out on something. Are there other things that we might need to consider in more detail as well?
I think for me as well, Terry's point about assuming that vulnerability means the same to everybody, or that people know what it is, isn't it? I think it is different. And I know that's more about the present than the future, but I guess it kind of impacts how we talk about the future.
Yeah, definitely. For those on the Zoom call, I've put in the chat those two examples that I mentioned: the educational charity and the group in Malaysia doing some super great work as well. So we've got only a few minutes left before the next facility guide us into a discussion on another core theme, and of course there are many more thoughts that people are going to be sharing throughout the rest of the day. Just kind of the last couple of minutes, is there any other thoughts people have on this topic, or maybe a new question that you now have for vulnerability, having explored it with us for the past 45 minutes or so? Is there a new question that you have about this topic? Is there something that you think, hey, we should go and explore this in more detail, or we need to pick up on this if we're going to do this, if we're going to talk about this topic again? What new question might we have for this? And maybe is there an action step we could take as well? Like, is there something we could do? AI is still the question on one person's mind. Is there any other questions that people have? Or like a step you might take? I can think of a few things that I've seen happen and I've been a part of, where, you create spaces in universities and in schools where people are able to talk, and we create other things like that. We've got a nice idea here. Vulnerability is not talked about much. Nice to see it here and in these scenarios. But we're glad that we kind of enjoyed the engagement with this really important topic. Or hopefully we're kind of slowly deconstructing it and making it more accessible. Any other thoughts from anybody before we kind of move over to the next set of facilitators? From your side, Jane, any kind of new question that's popped up for you?
I think for me, the one that Osgita brought up was how vulnerability plays into AI, or how they combine together. And I'm going to go away and think about that one. I guess, like all change, that it will bring some new opportunities and it will may close some things down, isn't it? So I guess, I have to confess at this moment, I have no idea which way that will play out. But it's a great question, so thank you for asking.
One question that's popping to my mind is the kind of intergenerational nature of this vulnerability as well. Is a vulnerability we're asking of people who are young or who aren't, kind of people of the future or older generations today? Are we asking different levels of vulnerability from different people, given the different experiences, different lived experiences, different maybe engagement with the idea of mental health itself? How are we thinking about it when it comes to intergenerational perspectives as well? There's a lot of layers to unpack with this topic. And last kind of final opportunity for anybody to add anything to the discussion. Thank you for popping that in the chat there. That you have a link to the Mario on the day. There's the Discord group you can join. We can kind of have an online community and keep chatting futures over there. And the Teach the Future newspaper, there's a link to that as well. Wonderful. Okay, I think we're good. So we have reached the end of our time together. We want to thank you all so much for participating in World Futures Day Young Voices 2023. Jane and I obviously have a little chat with you about Futures Fund. We kind of hope it sparks some curiosity. Jane, any kind of final remarks from your side?
Well, just thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. And Kushal, I remember that we were meant to take a screenshot as well. And everyone's still around?
Yes, so put your cameras on. Yes, Umar. Anyone else? Yes, Fatima. So 1, 2, 3, smile. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kushal, Jane, Osgita, everybody that joined. Amazing.
Thank you very much, Jane and Kushal.
It's going to be on climate change. So yeah, if you got some moments to spare, we'll have a great discussion and we'll play some great games. Okay, so yeah.
Yes, and also Jane and Kushal, I know that you are co-host.